Section 1 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. The Beginnings by A.R. Waller. By the time the English settlements in Britain had assumed permanent form, little seems to have been left from the prior Roman occupation to influence the language and literature of the invaders. Their thought and speech, no less than their manners and customs, were of direct Teutonic origin, though these were afterwards, in some slight degree, modified by Celtic ideas, derived from the receding tribes, and, later, and in a greater measure, by the Christian and Latin elements that resulted from the missions of St. Augustine. Danish inroads and Norman French invasions added fresh qualities to the national character and to its modes of expression, but in the main, English literature as we know it arose from the spirit inherent in the Viking makers of England before they finally settled in this island. Of the origins of Old English poetry we know nothing. What remains to us is chiefly the reflection of earlier days. The fragments that we possess are not those of a literature in the making, but of a school which had passed through its age of transition from ruder elements. The days of apprenticeship were over. The Englishmen of the days of Beowulf and Widsith, the ruin and the seafarer, knew what he wished to say, and said it, without exhibiting any apparent trace of groping after things dimly seen or apprehended. And from those days to our own, in spite of periods of decadence, of apparent death, of great superficial change, the chief constituents of English literature, a reflective spirit, attachment to nature, a certain carelessness of art, love of home and country, and an ever-present consciousness that there are things worse than death, these have in the main continued unaltered. Death is better, says Wiglaf in Beowulf, for every night than ignominious life. And, though Claudio feels death to be a fearful thing, the sentiment is only uttered to enable Shakespeare to respond through the lips of Isabella, and shamed life a hateful. It is, for instance, significant of much in the later history of the English people and of their literature that the earliest poems in Old English have to do with journeyings in a distant land and with the life of the sea. Our forefathers had inhabited maritime regions before they came to this island. The terror and the majesty and the loneliness of the sea had already cast their natural spells on far-travelled seafarers when English literature, as we know it, opens. The passionate joy of the struggle between man and the forces of nature, between seamen and the storms of the sea, finds its expression in the relation of the struggle between Beowulf and the sea-monster Grendel, and of the deeds of Beowulf and his hard-fighting comrades. Though die Nordsee ist eine Mordsee, love of the sea and of sea things, and a sense of the power of the sea are evident in every page of Beowulf. The note is struck in the very opening of the poem, wherein the passing of the Danish king Skildschaefing in a golden-bannered ship is told in lines that recall those in which a later poet related the passing of an English king, whose barge was seen to pass on and go, from less to less, and vanish into light. The life of those whose task it was to wander along the ocean path, across the ice-cold northern sea, where feet were fettered by the frost, is described in The Seafarer, as a northern fisher of today might describe it, could he unlock the word hoard. English and northern also is the spirit of the lines in the same poem wherein is described the spell cast by the sea on its lovers. For the harp he has no heart, nor for having of the rings, nor in woman is his weal, in the world he's no delight, nor in anything whatever, save the tossing o'er the waves. Oh, forever he has longing, who is urged towards the sea. These wanderers are of the same blood as the sea kings and pirates of the old sagas, and their love of nature is love of her wilder and more melancholy aspects. The rough woodland and the stormy sky, the scream of the gannet and the moan of the sea mew, find their mirror and echo in Old English literature long before the more placid aspects of nature are noted, for it is not to be forgotten that, as Jusserand says, the sea of our forefathers was not a Mediterranean lake. Footnote: La mer des Anglo-Saxons n'est pas une Méditerranée lavant de ses flots bleus les murs de marbre des villas. C'est la mer du Nord, aux lames grises, bordée de plages stériles et de falaises de craie. Histoire littéraire du peuple anglais, 1:60. End of footnote. The more placid aspects have their turn later, when the conquerors of the shore had penetrated inland and taken to more pastoral habits, when, also, the leaven of Christianity had worked. The first English men of letters of whom we have record, smiths of song, as the poet-priests are called in the Inglinger Saga, were the gleemen of minstrels who played on the harp and chanted heroic songs while the ale-mug or mead-cup was passed round, and who received much reward in their calling. The teller of the tale in Widsith is a typical minstrel of this kind, concerned with the exercise of his art. The shop footnote, a minstrel of high degree, usually attached to a court, end of footnote, composed his verses and published them himself. Most probably he was a great plagiarist, a forerunner of later musicians whose adoption of the labors of their predecessors is pardoned for the sake of the improvements made on the original material. The music of skirling bagpipes and of the regimental bands of later times is in the direct line of succession from the chanting of tribal lays by bards as warriors rushed to the fight. The chanties of modern sailors stand in the place of the songs of sea rovers as they revelled in the wars of the elements or rested inactive on the lonely seas. And the gift of song was by no means confined to professionals. Often the chieftain himself took up the harp and sang, perhaps a little boastfully, of great deeds. At the other end of the scale, we hear of the man whose duty it was to take a turn at the stable work of a monastery, being sad at heart when the harp was passed round and he had no music to give. And the plough-lad, when he had drawn his first furrow, revealed both his capacity for song and his nature-worship, with faint, if any, traces of Christianity, in lines perhaps among the oldest our language has to show. Hal westu, folde, fira modor, beo du grovende on godes fedme, fordre je fillet, firum tonite. Hail be thou, earth, mother of man, fruitful be thou in the arms of the god, be filled with thy fruit for the fair need of man. Of the history of these early poems, as much as is known, or as can fairly be set forth, is given in the following pages. Beowulf, romance, history, and epic, is the oldest poem on a great scale, and in the grand manner, that exists in any Teutonic language. It is full of incident and good fights, simple in aim, and clear in execution. Its characters bear comparison with those of the Odyssey, and, like them, linger in the memory. Its style is dignified and heroic. The invasion and conquest of England by the English brought heathendom into a Christian communion, and Beowulf is the literary expression of the temper, the thoughts, and the customs of these invaders. Its historical worth, apart altogether from its great literary value, can scarcely be overestimated. The Christian elements in it are, probably, alterations of later minstrels. In the main, it presents an ideal of pagan virtues, strength, manliness, acquiescence in the decrees of fate. What is to be must be, yet recognition of the fact that the must be often helps an undoomed man when he is brave, a sentiment that finds echo in later days and in other languages besides our own. In the Complaint of Deor, and in its companion elegies, we are probably nearer to original poems than in the case of narrative verse, built up of lays, and added to year after year by different hands. And we can ask for a little better at the hands of Old English poets. Deor shows us the same spirit of courage in adversity seen in Beowulf, and its philosophical refrain, besides shadowing forth the later adoption of rhyme by reason of a refrain's recurring sound, is that of a man unbowed by fate. In form as well as in utterance, the verses are those of a poet who has little to learn in the art of translating personal feeling into fitting words. It is a real, an unaffected, an entirely human, though non-Christian, accent that we hear in the impassioned fragment called The Ruin. The weird that every man must dree has whirled all material things away, and has left but a wreck behind. And in The Wanderer, also, we see the baleful forces of nature and fate at work as they appeared to pagan eyes. See, the storms are lashing on the stony ramparts. Sweeping down, the snowdrift shuts up fast the earth. Terror of the winter when it cometh wan. Darkens then the dusk of night, driving from the nor'ard heavy drift of hail for the harm of heroes. All is full of trouble, all this realm of earth. Doom of weirds is changing all the world below the skies. Here our foe is fleeting, here the friend is fleeting. Fleeting here is man, fleeting is the woman. All the earth's foundation is an idle thing become. The lighter note of love, of which we have a faint echo in The Husband's Message, is rare in Old English poetry. The times in which these poems were written were full of war and national struggle. Not until long after the settlers had made their permanent home in the new land does the poet turn to the quieter aspects of nature or celebrate less strenuous deeds. We can only use comparative terms, however, in speaking of the peaceful years. Apart from the civil struggles of the English in their new home, only 200 years elapsed after St. Augustine's conversion of Kent, before the Danes began to arrive, and, in the centuries that followed, the language of lamentation and woe that Gildas had used in connection with the struggle between Briton and Saxon was echoed in the writings of Alcuin when Lindisfarne was burned, in the homilies of Wulfstan, and in the pages of the Chronicle. Yet in the years that had passed, England had risen to literary pre-eminence in Europe. She took kindly to the Latin and Greek culture brought her in the 7th century by the Asian Theodore and the African Hadrian, scholars learned in worldly as well as in divine lore, who made this island, once the nurse of tyrants, the constant home of philosophy. Footnote: William of Malmesbury, 112. End of footnote. The love of letters had been fostered in the north by English scholars, by Bede's teacher, Benedict Bishop, foremost of all, who founded the monasteries of Jarrow and Wearmouth, enriched them with books collected by himself, and in his last days prayed his pupils to have a care over his library. Bede's disciple was Egbert of York, the founder of its school and the decorator of its churches, and Alcuin obtained his education in the cloister school of his native city. The 7 liberal arts of the trivium, grammar, logic, rhetoric, and the quadrivium, astronomy, arithmetic, geometry, music, were so ably taught and so admirably assimilated in the monastic schools that, when Alcuin forsook York for the palace school of Charles the Great, he appealed for leave to send French lads to bring back Flowers of Britain to Tours from the Garden of Paradise in York, a garden described by him in often quoted lines. Footnote: Poema de Pontificibus et Sanctis Ecclesiae Eboraccensis. End of footnote. There came an end to all this when the Danish terror made a waste from the Humber to the Tyne. Northumbria had aided Rome and Charles the Great in the service of letters, while the rest of Europe, save Ireland, had little to show, and now men were too busy fighting for home and freedom to think of letters. It was not until the days of Alfred that the tide began again to turn from continental to English shores, becoming a flood tide when the second invasion of Northmen added a Norman strain to English blood. The literature of the beginnings in England, therefore, appears to be the literature of its successive conquerors: English ousting Briton, Christian suppressing pagan, Norman overruling English. For a time the works of Englishmen have to be sought in Latin. For certain periods of civil struggle, of defeat, of serfdom, they cannot be found at all. But the literary spirit revives, having assimilated the foreign elements and conquered the conquerors. The natural magic of the Celtic mind, the Christian spirit which brought Greece and Rome in its train, and The Matter of Friends have all three become part of the Englishman's intellectual heritage. End of section 1.
Section 2 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Runes and Manuscripts, Part 1, by A.C. Paues. When the English still lived in their continental homes, they shared with the neighboring kindred tribes an alphabet which may well be described as the national Germanic alphabet, since there is evidence that it was used throughout the Germanic territory, both in the outposts of Scandinavia and in the countries watered by the Rhine and the Danube. The origin of this early script is obscure. Some writers hold that it was borrowed from the Latin alphabet, whereas others think that it was of Greek origin. From its wide use amongst the Germanic tribes, we must, perforce, conclude that it was of considerable antiquity, at all events older than the earliest Scandinavian inscriptions, which, in all probability, go back as far as the 3rd century of our era. That it was used in the 4th century is proved, since, at that time, Ulfilas, bishop of the West Goths, had borrowed from it the signs of U and O for his newly constructed alphabet. Moreover, there can be no doubt that the Goths must have brought the knowledge of it from their early homes in the north, before the great wave of the Hunnish invasion swept them away from kith and kindred, finally setting them down on the shores of the Danube and the Black Sea. The name of these early Germanic characters seems also to have been the same amongst all the tribes. Its Old English form, rune, differs little from the corresponding early German or Scandinavian forms, and the meaning of the word, mystery, secret, secret council, seems also widely spread. The word lived on through Middle English times, and a derivative, runian, appears in Shakespeare as rune or round, a form still retained in the expression to round in one's ear. The separate letters were known as runestafas, and the interpretation of them as ridden, which in modern English still lives on in the expression to read a riddle. The runes were, in all probability, originally carved in wood, and sometimes filled in with red paint to make them more distinct. The technical term for this cutting or engraving is, in Old English, ritan, which in its transferred meaning of to write has survived to the present day. The wood was fashioned into tablets or staves, as we learn from the well-known lines of Antonius Fortunatus, a writer of the 6th century, who refers to the barbaric rune as being painted on tablets of ashwood or smooth sticks. Such a tablet was originally called book, a tablet of beechwood, and may be regarded as the ancestor, in a double sense, of the modern word book. Other materials used were metal, principally in the form of weapons, coins, rings, and other ornaments, household and other implements. Drinking horns were often adorned with runic inscriptions, and runes have also been found on smaller objects of horn and bone. Moreover, in England and Scandinavia, there occur runic inscriptions on stone monuments, and there are also some which have been hewn out of rocks. Parchment seems to have been introduced at a late period, and of the few manuscripts remaining entirely written in runes, none go back further than the 13th century. There is considerable uncertainty as to the earliest purpose of the runes, whether they were originally used as real characters of writing, or, as the name suggests, as mystical signs, bearers of potent magic. But since the power and force of the spoken word easily pass into the symbol for which it stands, it is not improbable that the latter meaning is secondary, the spell becoming, so to speak, materialized in the graven letter, and even in this form, retaining all its original power for good or evil. For the earliest Germanic literature abounds in proofs of the magic nature of runes. From the Edda poems down to the latest folk songs of the present day, there is continuous evidence of their mystical influence over mankind. Runes could raise the dead from their graves. They could preserve life or take it. They could heal the sick or bring on lingering disease. They could call forth the soft rain or the violent hailstorm. They could break chains and shackles or bind more closely than bonds or fetters. They could make the warrior invincible and cause his sword to inflict none but mortal wounds. They could produce frenzy and madness, or defend from the deceit of a false friend. Their origin was, moreover, believed to be divine, since Odin is represented in the Edda as having sacrificed himself in order to learn their use and hidden wisdom. Odin was also the greatest rune master of the ancient Germanic world, and Saxo relates how the god sometimes stooped to use them for purposes of personal revenge. A cold-hearted maiden who rejected his suit, he touched with a piece of bark whereon spells were written. This made her mad, but according to Saxo, it was a gentle revenge to take for all the insults he had received. Saxo also relates a gruesome tale how, by means of spells engraved on wood and placed under the tongue of a dead man, he was forced to utter strains terrible to hear and to reveal the no less terrible secrets of the future. In the Icelandic sagas, references to the supernatural power of the runes are equally explicit. In the saga of Egil Skallagrimsson, who lived in the 10th century, it is told how a maiden's illness had been increased because the would-be healer, through ignorance, cut the wrong runes and thus endangered her life. Egil destroys the spell by cutting off the runes and burning the shavings in the fire. He then slips under the maiden's pillow the staff whereon he had cut the true healing runes. Immediately the maiden recovers. Side by side with the early magic use of runes, there is also clear evidence that at an earlier period they served as a means of communication, secret or otherwise. Saxo relates, in this respect, how Amlathus, Hamlet, traveled to England accompanied by 2 retainers, to whom was entrusted a secret letter graven on wood, which, as Saxo remarks, was a kind of writing material frequently used in olden times. In the Egil saga mentioned above, Egil Skallagrimsson's daughter, Thorgerr, is reported to have engraved on the runakefli, or runic staff, the beautiful poem Sunatorek, in which her aged father laments the death of his son, the last of his race. These few instances, taken from amongst a greater number, prove that runes played an important part in the thoughts and lives of the various Germanic tribes. The greater number of runic inscriptions which have come down to our times, and by far the most important, are those engraved on stone monuments. Some of these merely bear the name of a fallen warrior, while others commemorate his exploits, his death, or his life as a whole. These inscriptions on stones and rocks occur only in England and Scandinavia, from which fact we may, perhaps, infer that this use of runes was a comparatively late development. Some of the very earliest extant inscriptions may be regarded as English, since they are found either within England, the ancient home of the nation, for instance, those of Tornion, or not far from that district. From what has been said, it is clear that the English, on their arrival in this island, must have been conversant with their national alphabet and the various uses thereof. It may be worthwhile to examine somewhat more closely its original form and the changes which it underwent after the migration. In its early Germanic form, the runic alphabet consisted of 24 signs, usually arranged in 3 sets of 8, which, from their respective initial letters, bore in Old Norse the names of Friar, Hagel, and Tir. The alphabet itself is generally known as the Futhark, from the first 6 of its letters. Each rune had a name of its own, and a well-defined place in the alphabet. The order is specifically Germanic, and can be ascertained from old alphabets found on a gold coin at Vanstenda in Sweden, and on a silver-gilt clasp dug up at Charnay in Burgundy. After the migration and subsequent isolation of the English, it became necessary, in course of time, to modify the early alphabet and to make it more conformable with the changing sounds of the language. 4 new signs were added, and some of the older ones modified, in order to represent the altered value of the sounds. Thus there arose a specifically Old English alphabet, of which not less than 3 specimens have been preserved. One of these is on a small sword found in the Thames and now in the British Museum. Another is contained in the Salzburg manuscript 140 of the 10th century, now at Vienna. The third occurs in an Old English runic song. The last 2, moreover, present the names of the runes in their Old English form. Apart from the standard English type found in the above-mentioned 3 alphabets, a local Norwegian variety of a far simpler character was current in the Isle of Man, as appears from certain Norse inscriptions there, dating from the latter half of the 11th century. It is, however, difficult to determine in what manner and to what extent runes were used by the English settlers, for here the evidence is by no means as abundant and explicit as in the far north. Christianity was introduced into England at an early period, centuries before it was brought to distant Scandinavia, and the new religion labored, and labored successfully, to eradicate all traces of practices and beliefs that smacked of the devil, with which potentate the heathen gods soon came to be identified. Nevertheless, we have some evidence, which, despite its scantiness, speaks eloquently of the tenacity of old beliefs and the slow lingering of superstition. Bede furnishes us with a striking proof that the English, at a comparatively late date, believed in the magic properties of runes. In his Historia Ecclesiastica, he relates the fate of a nobleman called Imma, who was made a prisoner in the battle between Egfrith, king of Northumbria, and Ethelred, king of Mercia, A.D. 679, and whose fetters fell off whenever his brother, who thought him dead, celebrated Mass for the release of his soul. His captor, however, who knew nothing about the prayers, wondered greatly, and inquired whether the prisoner had on him literati solitari, that is, letters which had the power of loosening bonds. Again, in Beowulf, a person who broached a theme of contention is said to unbind the runes of war. In the poem called Daniel, the mysterious and terrible writing on the wall of Belshazzar's palace is described as a rune. In the dialogue of Solomon and Saturn, there is a curious travesty of an old heathen spell. In treating of the powers and virtues of the Paternoster, the poet gradually inserts all the runes that serve to make up the prayer, each, however, being accompanied by the corresponding Latin capital letter. Thereupon he advises every man to sing the Paternoster before drawing his sword against a hostile band of men, and also to put the fiends to flight by means of God's word. Otherwise, they will stay his hand when he has to defend his life, and bewitch his weapon by cutting on it fatal letters and death signs. We could scarcely wish for a better illustration of the way in which Christianity combated the old beliefs, substituting the Paternoster for the ancient heathen war spell, reading a new meaning into the old rites, and shifting to fiends and devils the power of making runes of victory or of death, a power formerly in the hands of pagan gods. When used as ordinary writing characters, without any taint of magic, runes appear to have met with more tolerant treatment. The earliest inscriptions extant in this country consist mainly of proper names, in most cases those of the owners of the engraved article. The Thames sword, for instance, bears, in addition to the runic alphabet, the name of its owner, Diagnok. Again, Beowulf is represented as finding in Grendel's cave a sword of ancient workmanship, with rune staves on the hilt, giving the name of the warrior for whom the sword had first been made. Similarly, an 8th century ring bears, partly in runic, partly in Roman, characters, the legend, Alfred owns me, Einrid engraved me. There are also references in Old English literature to the use of runes as a means of communication. We are reminded of the Runa Kefli of the Icelandic sagas on reading the little poem called The Husband's Message, where a staff, inscribed with runes, is supposed to convey to a wife the message of her lord, bidding her cross the sea in search of the distant country where he had found gold and land. But still more important are those inscriptions which have actually survived and which are mainly found on stone monuments. They are confined almost exclusively to the north, and the greater number of them, belonging to the 7th and 8th centuries, for absolutely no inscriptions have survived from the first 150 years subsequent to the English invasion. These inscriptions are almost all due to Christian influence. Chief among these monuments, so far as English literature is concerned, are the Rothwell cross in Dumfriesshire, possibly dating back to the 8th century, on which are inscribed extracts from The Dream of the Road, and the Bewcastle column in Cumberland, probably erected to the memory of Alfred, son of the Northumbrian king Oswy. Runic inscriptions have, moreover, been discovered on coins and various other objects, the most important being the beautiful Clermont or Frank's casket. The top and 3 of the sides are now in the British Museum. The 4th side is in the Museo Nazionale at Florence. The casket is made of whalebone, and the scenes carved on it represent an episode from the Wieland Saga, the Adoration of the Magi, Romulus and Remus nursed by the she-wolf, and lastly, a fight between Titus and the Jews. The carving on the Florence fragment is still unexplained. The legends engraved around these episodes are intended to represent the capture of the whale and to elucidate the carving. On linguistic grounds, it has been thought probable that the casket was made in Northumbria at the beginning of the 8th century. In several Old English manuscripts, runes are found in isolated cases, for instance in Beowulf and in the Durham ritual. In the riddles of the Exeter book, the occasional introduction of runes sometimes helps to solve the mystery of the enigma, and sometimes increases the obscurity of the passage. Occasionally, a poet or scribe will record his name by means of a runic acrostic introduced into the text. Thus, the poems of Christ, Juliana, Elena, and the Vercelli fragment bear the runic signature of their author, Cynewulf. Runes went out of use during the 9th and 10th centuries. Their place had, however, been usurped long before that period by the Roman alphabet, which the English received from the early Irish missionaries. The advent of Christianity and the beginnings of English literature are intimately connected, for the missionary and the Roman alphabet traveled together, and it was owing to the Christian scribe that the songs and sagas, the laws and customs, the faith and proverbial wisdom of our forefathers were first recorded and preserved. It is indeed difficult to realize that, before the conversion of the English to Christianity, during the 6th and 7th centuries, the whole, or at all events, by far the greater part, of the intellectual wealth of the nation was to be sought on the lips of the people, or in the retentive memory of the individual, and was handed down from generation to generation by means of song and recitation. Caesar relates how this was the case in Gaul, where the accumulated wisdom of the Druids, their religion, and their laws were transmitted by oral tradition alone, since they were forbidden to put any part of their lore into writing, although for other purposes the Greek alphabet was used. What wonder if the young Gauls who served their apprenticeship to the Druids had, as Caesar says, to learn a great number of verses, and often to stay as long as 20 years before they had exhausted their instructor's store of learning. Before entering, however, on the history of the Irish alphabet in England, it may be of interest to note that an even earlier attempt had been made to introduce the Roman characters among the English. This was due to the efforts of Augustine and his missionaries, who established a school of handwriting in the south of England, with Canterbury as the probable center. A psalter of about A.D. 700, now in the Contonian collection of the British Museum, and a few early copies of charters, constitute, however, the only evidence of its existence that survives. From these we learn that the type of alphabet taught was the Roman rustic capital, though of a somewhat modified local character. This paucity of records makes it seem likely that the school of the Roman missionaries had but a brief period of existence, and wholly failed to influence the native hand. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Runes and Manuscripts, Part 2, by A.C. Paues. Not so, however, with the Irish school of writing in the north. The Irish alphabet was founded on the Roman half-uncial hand. Manuscripts of this type having been brought over to Ireland by missionaries, perhaps during the 5th century. Owing to the isolated position of the island and the consequent absence of extraneous influence, a strongly characteristic national hand developed, which ran its uninterrupted course down to the late Middle Ages. This hand was at first round in character, and of great clearness, beauty, and precision, but at an early period a modified, pointed variety of a minuscule type developed out of it, used for quicker and less ornamental writing. In the 7th century Northumbria was Christianized by Irish missionaries, who founded monasteries and religious settlements throughout the north. What then more natural than that these zealous preachers of the word should teach their disciples not only the word itself, but also how to write it down in characters pleasing to the Almighty, and not in rude and uncouth signs which conveyed all the power and magic of the heathen gods. Thus it came to pass that the English of the north learned the exquisite penmanship of the Irish, and proved themselves such apt pupils that they soon equalled their former masters. In fact, the earliest specimens of the Northumbrian hand can scarcely be distinguished from their Irish models. In course of time, moreover, the English threw off the conventions and restraints which fettered the Irish hand, and developed a truly national hand, which spread throughout England, and which, in grace of outline and correctness of stroke, even surpassed its prototype. As might have been expected, the English adopted both the round and pointed varieties of their Irish teachers. One of the earliest and most beautiful examples of the former is the Book of Durham, or the Lindisfarne Gospels, written about A.D. 700 by Eardfrith, Bishop of Lindisfarne. And as a specimen of the latter may be mentioned a fine copy of Bede's Ecclesiastical History in the University Library of Cambridge, written not long after 730, which possesses an additional interest as preserving one of the earliest pieces of poetry in the English language, the Hymn of Cadman, in the original Northumbrian dialect. The pointed hand branched off into a number of local varieties, and was extensively used down to the 10th century, when it became influenced by the French or Carolingian minuscule. Towards the end of the century all Latin manuscripts were, as a matter of fact, written in foreign characters, whereas the English hand came to be exclusively used for writing in the vernacular. For instance, a Latin charter would have the body of the text in the French minuscule, but the English descriptions or boundaries of the property to be conveyed would be written in the native hand. After the Conquest, the native hand gradually disappeared, the only traces of it left being the adoption by the foreign alphabets of the symbols win, yoh, thorn, eth, to express the peculiarly English sounds for which they stood. The rune win, however, fell into disuse about the beginning of the 14th century, its place having been taken by u, v, or w, while eth, th, occurs occasionally as late as the end of the same century. Of far superior vitality were thorn and yoh, the former bearing a charmed life throughout Middle English times, though in the 15th century and later thorn often appeared in the degenerated form of y, while yoh was retained in order to represent spirant sounds, afterwards denoted by y or gh. During the late 12th, 13th, and 14th centuries, the history of English handwriting was practically that of the various Latin hands of the French school. The 15th century finally witnessed the dissolution of the medieval bookhand of the minuscule type, the many varieties of it being apparent in the types used by the early printers. The legal or charter hand, introduced with the Conquest, was, however, not superseded by the printing presses, but ran an undisturbed, though ever varying course down to the 17th century, when its place was taken by the modern current hand, fashioned on Italian models. A late variety still lingers on, however, in the so-called chancery hand, seen in the engraved writing of enrollments and patents. Turning to the materials used for writing in medieval England, we gain at once a connecting link with the runic alphabet, since the wooden tablet, the bok, again appears, though in a somewhat different fashion. A thin coating of wax was now spread over the surface, and the writing was scratched on it with a pointed instrument of metal or bone, which, in Old English, was known as greffe, and in the later centuries by the French term pointel. The use of these tablets was widely spread in the Middle Ages. They served for the schoolboys' exercises and for bills and memoranda of every description, for short letters and rough copies, for anything that was afterwards to be copied out more carefully on vellum. In German illuminated manuscripts, poets are represented as writing their songs and poems on waxen tablets, and as early as the 6th century the rule of St. Bennet makes provision for the distribution of tablets and styles to monks. There is also evidence of the use of these tablets by Irish monks, who, it may be supposed, would introduce them to their English pupils. And consequently we find that Aldhelm, who died in 709, writes a riddle of which the answer is tablet, a fact which presupposes a knowledge of the existence of tablets among his contemporaries. Again, in Ethelwald's Benedictionale of the 10th century, Zacharias, Luke 1:3, is represented as writing on a waxen tablet. In the 12th century we learn concerning Anselm, Archbishop of Canterbury, died 1109, that he was in the habit of making the first sketch of his works on waxen tablets, and in the Canterbury Tales Chaucer relates how the summoner's fellow had a pair of tables all of ivory, and a pointel y-polished fetisly. Far more important, practical, and durable as writing material, however, was parchment or vellum, the use of which prevailed throughout the Middle Ages. The Old English name for this was bokvel, literally bookskin, replaced in Middle English by the French terms parchement and vellin, vellum. These terms originally were not interchangeable, vellum being, as its name indicates, prepared from calfskins, parchment from sheepskins. Footnote. From Hamlet 5:1 it appears, however, as if Shakespeare was unaware of this difference. Is not parchment made of sheepskins? Ay, my lord, and of calfskins too. End of footnote. At first the evidence goes to show that monasteries had to prepare their own parchment, either by the help of the monks themselves or of laymen engaged for the purpose. Later, however, the parchment makers took their place as ordinary craftsmen, and supplied religious and other houses with the necessary material. Thus we find that, in the year 1300, Ely bought 5 dozen parchments and as many vellums, and, about half a century later, no less than 70 and 30 dozen respectively, in order to supply the want of writing material for a few years only. Vellum was, at times, magnificently colored, the text being, in such cases, inscribed in letters of gold or silver. The most famous example is the Codex Argenteus at Upsala. Archbishop Wilfrid of York, 664 to 709, is said to have possessed the 4 Gospels written on purple vellum in letters of purest gold, a fact which his biographer records as little short of the marvellous. In the British Museum there remains to this day an Old English manuscript of the Gospels, the first leaves of which are written in golden letters on purple vellum. Apart from these éditions de luxe, which naturally must have been of enormous cost, ordinary working parchment was a very expensive writing material, and it is small wonder if, on that account, it gradually had to give way before a new and less costly material. It appears that, from times immemorial, the manufacture of paper from linen rags and hemp was known to the Chinese, who apparently taught their art to the Arabs, since paper was exported by that nation at an early date. In the 12th century, paper was known in Spain and Italy, and thence it spread slowly northwards, though it did not come into more general use until the 14th century. In the 15th century, paper manuscripts were very frequent in England, as can be assumed from the great number still remaining in public and private libraries. For writing, both on parchment and on paper, the quill was used, known in Old English times as fether, in Middle English by the French term pen. The existence of the quill as an implement of writing is proved by one of the oldest Irish manuscripts, where St. John the Evangelist is represented holding a quill in his hand. Again, Aldhelm has a riddle on penna, in the same way as he had one on the tablet. Other necessary implements for writing and preparing a manuscript were a lead for ruling margins and lines, a ruler, a pair of compasses, scissors, a puncher, an awl, a scraping knife, and, last but not least, ink, which was usually kept in a horn, either held in the hand by the scribe or placed in a specially provided hole in his desk. In Old English times it was known, from its color, as black, but after the Conquest the French term encre, our modern English ink, was adopted. The terms horn and inkhorn are both found in old glossaries. When the body of the text was finally ready, the sheets were passed to the corrector, who filled the office of the modern proofreader, and from him to the rubricator, who inserted, in more or less elaborate designs and in striking colors, the rubrics and initials for which space had been left by the scribe. The pieces of parchment were then passed to the binder, who, as a rule, placed 4 on each other and then folded them, the result being a quire of 8 leaves or 16 pages. The binding was generally strong and solid in character. Leather was used for the back, and wooden boards for the sides, which were usually covered with parchment of leather or velvet. Thus was established the form and fashion of the book as we know it, whether written or printed. Besides the book form, parchment was also made up into rolls, which were especially used for chronological writings and deeds of various kinds. Footnote. Cf. the term Master of the Rolls. End of footnote. The men who wrote both roll and book, and to whose patience and devotion we owe so much of our knowledge of the times gone by, were, at first, the monks themselves, it being held that copying, especially of devotional books, was a work pleasing to God, and one of the best possible ways in which men, separated from the world, could labor. Gradually, however, there grew up a professional class of scribes, whose services could be hired for money, and who can be proved to have been employed at an early period in the monasteries of England and abroad. Nuns were also well versed in writing. Moreover, where schools were attached to monasteries, the alumni were early pressed into service, at all events to copy out books needed for their own instruction. The cloister was the center of life in the monastery, and in the cloister was the workshop of the patient scribe. It is hard to realize that the fair and seemly handwriting of these manuscripts was executed by fingers which, on winter days, when the wind howled through the cloisters, must have been numbed by the icy cold. It is true that, occasionally, little carols or studies in the recesses of the windows were screened off from the main walk of the cloister, and sometimes a small room or cell would be partitioned off for the use of a single scribe. This room would then be called the scriptorium, but it is unlikely that any save the oldest or most learned of the community were afforded this luxury. In these scriptoria of various kinds, the earliest annals and chronicles in the English language were penned, in the beautiful and painstaking forms in which we know them. There is no evidence for the existence of buildings specially set apart for libraries until the later Middle Ages. Books were stored in presses, placed either in the church or in convenient places within the monastic buildings. These presses were then added to as need arose, or perhaps a small room was set apart for the better preserving of the precious volumes. Books were frequently lost through the widespread system of lending both to private persons and to communities, and, though bonds were solemnly entered into for their safe return, neither anathema nor heavy pledges seemed sufficient to ensure the return of the volumes. But all losses through lending or fire or pillage were as nothing compared with the utter ruin and destruction that overtook the literature of England, as represented by the written remains of its past when the monasteries were dissolved. By what remains we can estimate what we have lost, and lost irrevocably, but the full significance of this event for English literary culture will be discussed in a later chapter. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Early National Poetry, Part 1, by H. Munroe Chadwick. The poetry of the Old English period is generally grouped in two main divisions, national and Christian. To the former are assigned those poems of which the subjects are drawn from English, or rather Teutonic, tradition and history, or from the customs and conditions of English life. To the latter, those which deal with biblical matter, ecclesiastical traditions, or religious subjects of definitely Christian origin. The line of demarcation is not, of course, absolutely fixed. Most of the national poems in their present form contain Christian elements, while English influence often makes itself felt in the presentation of biblical or ecclesiastical subjects. But on the whole, the division is a satisfactory one, in spite of the fact that there are a certain number of poems as to the classification of which some doubt may be entertained. We are concerned here only with the earlier national poems. With one or two possible exceptions, they are anonymous, and we have no means of assigning to them with certainty even an approximate date. There can be little doubt, however, that they all belong to times anterior to the unification of England under King Alfred, A.D. 886. The later national poetry does not begin until the reign of Athelstan. With regard to the general characteristics of these poems, one or two preliminary remarks will not be out of place. First, there is some reason for believing that, for the most part, they are the work of minstrels rather than of literary men. In two cases, Widsith and Deor, we have definite statements to this effect, and from Bede's account of Cædmon we may probably infer that the early Christian poems had a similar origin. Indeed, it is by no means clear that any of the poems were written down very early. Scarcely any of the manuscripts date from before the 10th century, and, though they are doubtless copies, they do not betray traces of very archaic orthography. Again, it is probable that the authors were, as a rule, attached to the courts of kings, or at all events, to the retinues of persons in high position. For this statement we also have no positive evidence, except in the cases of Widsith and Deor, but it is favored by the tone of the poems. Some knowledge of music and recitation seems, indeed, to have prevailed among all classes. Just as in Beowulf, not only Hrothgar's bard, but even the king himself is said to have taken part among others in the recitation of stories of old time. So Bede, in the passage mentioned above, relates how the harp was passed around at a gathering of villagers, each one of whom was expected to produce a song. But the poems which survived, especially epic poems, are likely to have been the work of professional minstrels, and such persons would naturally be attracted to courts by the richer rewards, both in gold and land, which they received for their services. It is not only in Old English poems that professional minstrels are mentioned. From Cassiodorus, Variarum 2:40 following, we learn that Clovis begged Theodoric, king of the Ostrogoths, to send him a skilled harpist. Again, Priscus, in the account of his visit to Attila, describes how, at the evening feast, two men, whom probably we may regard as professional minstrels, came forward and sang of the king's victories and martial deeds. Some of the warriors, he says, had their fighting spirit roused by the melody, while others, advanced in age, burst into tears, lamenting the loss of their strength, a passage which bears rather a striking resemblance to Beowulf's account of the feast in Hrothgar's hall. It is customary to classify the early national poems in two groups, epic and elegiac. The former, if we may judge from Beowulf, ran to very considerable length, while all the extant specimens of the latter are quite short. There are, however, one or two poems which can hardly be brought under either of these heads, and it is probably due to accident that most of the shorter poems which have come down to us are of an elegiac character. The history of our national epic poetry is rendered obscure by the fact that there is little elsewhere with which it may be compared. We need not doubt that it is descended ultimately from the songs in which the ancients were wont to celebrate deeds of famous men, such as Arminius. But regarding the form of these songs, we are unfortunately without information. The early national epic poetry of Germany is represented only by a fragment of 67 lines, while the national poetry of the North, rich as it is, contains nothing which can properly be called epic. It cannot therefore be determined with certainty whether the epos was known to the English before the invasion, or whether it arose in this country, or again whether it was introduced from abroad in later times. Yet the fact is worth noting that all the poems of which we have any remains deal with stories relating to continental or Scandinavian lands. Indeed, in the whole of our early national poetry there is no reference to persons who are known to have lived in Britain. Kögel put forward the view that epic poetry originated among the Goths, and that its appearance in the northwest of Europe is to be traced to the harpist who was sent to Clovis by Theodoric, king of the Ostrogoths. Yet the traditions preserved in our poems speak of professional minstrels before the time of Clovis. The explanation of the incident referred to may be merely that minstrelsy had attained greater perfection among the Goths than elsewhere. Unfortunately, Gothic poetry has wholly perished. Although definite evidence is wanting, it is commonly held that the old Teutonic poetry was entirely strophic. Such is the case with all the extant Old Norse poems, and there is no reason for thinking that any other form of poetry was known in the north. Moreover, in two of the earliest Old English poems, Widsith and Deor, the strophes may be restored practically without alteration of the text. An attempt has even been made to reconstruct Beowulf in strophic form, but this can only be carried out by dealing with the text in a somewhat arbitrary manner. In Beowulf, as indeed in most Old English poems, New sentences and even new subjects begin very frequently in the middle of the verse. The effect of this is, of course, to produce a continuous metrical narrative, which is essentially foreign to the strophic type of poetry. Further, it is not to be overlooked that all the strophic poems which we possess are quite short. Even Atlamau, the longest narrative poem in the Edda, scarcely reaches 1/8 of the length of Beowulf. According to another theory, epics were derived from strophic lays, though never actually composed in strophic form themselves. This theory is, of course, by no means open to such serious objections. It may be noted that in some of the earliest Old Norse poems, e.g. Helgakvíða Hundingsbana II and Helgakvíða Hjörvatssona, the strophes contain only speeches, while the connecting narrative is given quite briefly in prose. Such pieces might very well serve as the basis of epic poems. The greater length of the latter may, then, be accounted for by the substitution of detailed descriptions for the short prose passages, by the introduction of episodes drawn from other sources, and perhaps also by the combination of 2 or more lays in one poem. In any such process, however, the original materials must have been largely transformed. By far the most important product of the national epos is Beowulf, a poem of 3,183 lines, which has been preserved practically complete in a manuscript of the 10th century, now in the British Museum. It will be convenient at the outset to give a brief summary of its contents. The poem opens with a short account of the victorious Danish king Skildskjefing, whose obsequies are described in some detail. His body was carried on board a ship, piled up with arms and treasures. The ship passed out to sea, and none knew what became of it. Lines 1 to 52. The reigns of Skild's son and grandson, Beowulf and Halfdene, are quickly passed over, and we are next brought to Hrothgar, the son of Halfdene. He builds a splendid hall, called Heorot, in which to entertain his numerous retinue. Lines 53 to 100. His happiness is, however, destroyed by Grendel, a monster sprung from Cain, who attacks the hall by night and devours as many as 30 knights at a time. No one can withstand him, and in spite of sacrificial offerings, the hall has to remain empty. Lines 101 to 193. When Grendel's ravages have lasted 12 years, Beowulf, a nephew of Hygelac, king of the Geaters and a man of enormous strength, determines to go to Hrothgar's assistance. He embarks with 14 companions, and on reaching the Danish coast, is directed by the watchman to Hrothgar's abode. Lines 194 to 319. The king, on being informed of his arrival, relates how he had known and befriended Ecgtheow, Beowulf's father. Beowulf states the object of his coming, and the visitors are invited to feast. Lines 320 to 497. During the banquet, Beowulf is taunted by Hunferth, the king's orator, with having failed in a swimming contest against a certain Breca. He replies, giving a different version of the story, according to which he was successful. Lines 498 to 606. Then the queen, Wealhtheow, fills Beowulf's cup, and he announces his determination to conquer or die. As night draws on, the king and his retinue leave the hall to the visitors. Lines 607 to 665. They go to sleep, and Beowulf puts off his armor, declaring that he will not use his sword. Grendel bursts into the hall and devours one of the knights. Beowulf, however, seizes him by the arm, which he tears off after a desperate struggle, and the monster takes to flight, mortally wounded. Lines 665 to 833. Beowulf displays the arm, and the Danes come to express their admiration of his achievement. They tell stories of heroes of the past, of Sigmund and his nephew Fitela, and of the Danish prince Heremod. Footnote: for these persons, cf. the Old Norse poem Hynduljóð, Strophe 2, Volsunga Saga, chapters 7 to 10, etc. End of footnote. Then Hrothgar himself arrives, congratulates Beowulf on his victory, and rewards him with rich gifts. Lines 834 to 1062. During the feast which follows, the king's minstrel recites the story of Hneff and Finn. Lines 1063 to 1159, to which we shall have to return later. The queen comes forward, and after addressing Hrothgar together with his nephew and colleague Rothwell, thanks Beowulf and presents him with a valuable necklace. Lines 1160 to 1232. This necklace, it is stated, lines 1202 to 1214, was afterwards worn by Higelac and fell into the hands of the Franks at his death. Hrothgar and Beowulf now retire, but a number of knights settle down to sleep in the hall. During the night, Grendel's mother appears and carries off Eschere, the king's chief counselor. Lines 1233 to 1306. Beowulf is summoned, and the king, overwhelmed with grief, tells him what has happened, and describes the place where the monsters were believed to dwell. Beowulf promises to exact vengeance. Lines 1306 to 1399. They set out for the place, a pool overshadowed with trees, but apparently connected with the sea. Beowulf plunges into the water and reaches a cave, where he has a desperate encounter with the monster. Eventually he succeeds in killing her with a sword, which he finds in the cave. He then comes upon the corpse of Grendel and cuts off his head. With this he returns to his companions, who had given him up for lost. Lines 1397 to 1631. The head is brought in triumph to the palace, and Beowulf describes his adventure. The king praises his exploit and contrasts his spirit with that of the unfortunate Prince Heremod. From this he passes to a moralizing discourse on the evils of pride. 1632 to 1784. On the following day Beowulf bids farewell to the king. They part affectionately, and the king rewards him with further gifts. Beowulf and his companions embark and return to their own land. 1785 to 1921. The virtues of Hygd, the young wife of Higelac, are praised, and she is contrasted with Thwitho, the wife of Offa, who in her youth had displayed a murderous disposition. Lines 1922 to 1962. Beowulf greets Higelac and gives him an account of his adventures. Part of his speech, however, is taken up with a subject which, except for a casual reference in lines 83 to 85, has not been mentioned before, namely, the relations between Hrothgar and his son-in-law Ingeld, prince of the Heerderbergen. Ingeld's father, Froda, had been slain by the Danes, and he was constantly incited by an old warrior to take vengeance on the son of the slayer. Then Beowulf hands over to Higelac and Hygd the presents which Hrothgar and Wealhtheow had given him, and Higelac in turn rewards him with a sword and with a large share in the kingdom. Lines 1963 to 2199. A long period is now supposed to elapse. Higelac has fallen, and his son Herdred has been slain by the Swedes. Then Beowulf has succeeded to the throne and reigned gloriously for 50 years. Lines 2200 to 2210. In his old age, the land of the Geaters is ravaged, and his own home destroyed by a fire-spitting dragon, which, after brooding for 300 years over the treasure of men long since dead, has had its lair robbed by a runaway slave. Beowulf, greatly angered, resolves to attack it. Lines 2210 to 2349. Now comes a digression, referring to Beowulf's past exploits, in the course of which we learn that he had escaped by swimming when Higelac lost his life in the land of the Frisians. On his return, Hygd offered him the throne, but he refused it in favor of the young Herdred. The latter, however, was soon slain by the Swedish king Onela, because he had granted asylum to his nephews Eanmund and Eadgils, the sons of Othere. Vengeance was obtained by Beowulf later when he supported Eadgils in a campaign which led to the king's death. Lines 2349 to 2396. Beowulf now approaches the dragon's lair. He reflects on the past history of his family. Hæthcyn, king of the Geatas, had accidentally killed his brother Herebeald, and their father, Hrethel, died of grief in consequence. His death was followed by war with the Swedes, in which first Hæthcyn and then the Swedish king Onyentheow, Onela's father, were slain. When Hygelac, the third brother, perished among the Frisians, Derhreven, a warrior of the Hugas, was crushed to death by the hero himself. Lines 2397 to 2509. Beowulf orders his men to wait outside while he enters the dragon's barrow alone. He is attacked by the dragon, and his sword will not bite. Wiglaf, one of his companions, now comes to the rescue, but the rest, in spite of his exhortations, flee into a wood. As the dragon darts forward again, Beowulf strikes it on the head, but his sword breaks, and the dragon seizes him by the neck. Wiglaf succeeds in wounding it, and Beowulf, thus getting a moment's respite, finishes it off with his knife. Lines 2510 to 2709. But the hero is mortally wounded. At his request, Wiglaf brings the treasure out of the lair. Beowulf gives him directions with regard to his funeral, presents him with his armor and necklace, and then dies. Lines 2709 to 2842. The cowardly knights now return and are bitterly upbraided by Wiglaf. Lines 2842 to 2891. A messenger brings the news to the warriors who have been waiting behind. He goes on to prophesy that, now their heroic king has fallen, the Geatas must expect hostility on all sides. With the Franks, there has been no peace since Hygelac's unfortunate expedition against the Frisians and Hetware, while the Swedes cannot forget Onyentheow's disaster, which is now described at length. The warriors approach the barrow and inspect the treasure which has been found. Lines 2891 to 3075. Wiglaf repeats Beowulf's instructions, the dragon is thrown into the sea, and the king's body burnt on a great pyre. Then a huge barrow is constructed over the remains of the pyre, and all the treasure taken from the dragon's lair is placed in it. The poem ends with an account of the mourning and the proclamation of the king's virtues by 12 warriors who ride round the barrow. Many of the persons and events mentioned in Beowulf are known to us also from various Scandinavian records, especially Saxo's Danish history, Hroth's Saga Kraka, Ynglinga Saga, with the poem Ynglingatal, and the fragments of the lost Skjoldunga Saga. Scyld, the ancestor of the Skjoldungas, the Danish royal family, clearly corresponds to Skjoldur, the ancestor of the Skjoldunga, though the story told of him in Beowulf does not occur in Scandinavian literature. Halfdene and his sons Hrothgar and Halga are certainly identical with the Danish king Halfdan and his sons Hroar, Ro, and Helgi, and there can be no doubt that Rothwolf, Hrothgar's nephew and colleague, is the famous Hrolfr Kraki, the son of Helgi. Hrothgar's elder brother Heorgar is unknown, but his son Heorweard may be identical with Hjörvardr, the brother-in-law of Hrolfr. It has been plausibly suggested also that Hrethric, the son of Hrothgar, may be the same person as Rorekr, Roicus, who is generally represented as the son or successor of Ingjaldr. The name of the Heroberdan is unknown in the north, unless possibly a reminiscence of it is preserved in Saxo's Hrothbrodus, the name of the king who slew Ro. Their princes Froda and Ingald, however, clearly correspond to Hroth, Frotho IV, and his son Ingjaldr, who are represented as kings of the Danes. Even the story of the old warrior who incites Ingald to revenge is given also by Saxo. Indeed, the speaker, Starkathoros, is one of the most prominent figures in his history. Again, the Swedish prince Eadgils, the son of Othere, is certainly identical with the famous king of the Svear, Adils, the son of Otar, and his conflict with Onela corresponds to the battle on Lake Venner between Adils and Ali. The latter is described as a Norwegian, but this is in all probability a mistake arising from his surname Hin Uplenski, which was thought to refer to the Norwegian Uppland instead of the Swedish district of the same name. The other members of the Swedish royal family, Ongentheow and Eärmund, are unknown in Scandinavian literature. The same remark applies probably to the whole of the royal family of the Gjertas, except perhaps the hero himself. On the other hand, most of the persons mentioned in the minor episodes or incidentally, Sigmund and Fitela, Heremod, Eormenric, Hamar, Offa, are more or less well known from various Scandinavian authorities, some also from continental sources. With the exception of Ynglingatal, which dates probably from the 9th century, all the Scandinavian works mentioned above are quite late and doubtless based on tradition. Hence they give us no means of fixing the dates of the kings whose doings they record, unless one can argue from the fact that Harald the Fair-haired, who appears to have been born in 850, claimed to be descended in the 11th generation from Adils. Indeed, we have unfortunately no contemporary authorities for Swedish and Danish history before the 9th century. Several early Frankish writings, however, refer to a raid which was made upon the territories of the Chatuari on the Lower Rhine about the year 520. The raiders were defeated by Theodberht, the son of Theodoric I, and their king, who is called Chochilaicus, Hlorchilaicus, or Huiglaucus, was killed. This incident is, without doubt, to be identified with the disastrous expedition of Higelac against the Franks, Hetwer, Chatuari, and Frisians, to which Beowulf contains several references. We need not hesitate, then, to conclude that most of the historical events mentioned in Beowulf are to be dated within about the first 3 decades of the 6th century. In Gregory of Tours' Historia Francorum 3.3, and in the Gesta Regum Francorum, chapter 19, the king of the raiders is described as Rex Danorum, in the Liber Monstrorum, however, as Rex Getarum. As Getarum can hardly be anything but a corruption of Beowulf's Gjertas, the latter description is doubtless correct. The Gjertas are in all probability to be identified with the Gautar of Old Norse literature, id est, the people of Götaland in the south of Sweden. It may be mentioned that Procopius, a contemporary of Theodberht, in his description, Goth 2:15, of Thuli, id est Scandinavia, speaks of the Götar, Gautoi, as a very numerous nation. The hero himself still remains to be discussed. On the whole, though the identification is rejected by many scholars, there seems to be good reason for believing that he was the same person as Böðvar Bjarki, the chief of Rolfr Kraki's knights. In Rolf's Saga Kraka, Bjarki is represented as coming to Leir, the Danish royal residence, from Götaland, where his brother was king. Shortly after his arrival, he killed an animal demon, a bear according to Saxo, which was in the habit of attacking the king's farmyard at Yule. Again, according to Skjalskar Parmol, chapter 44, from Skjöldunga Saga, he took part with Adils in the battle against Olli. In all these points his history resembles that of Beowulf. It appears from Rolf's Saga Kraka that Bjarki had the faculty of changing into a bear, and Beowulf's method of fighting, especially in his conflict with Derhreven, may point to a similar story. On the other hand, the latter part of Bjarki's career is quite different from that of Beowulf. He stayed with Rolfr to the end, and shared the death of that king. But the latter part of Beowulf's life can hardly be regarded as historical. Indeed, his own exploits throughout are largely of a miraculous character. There is another Scandinavian story, however, which has a very curious bearing on the earlier adventures of Beowulf. This is a passage in Grettis Saga, chapter 64 following, in which the hero is represented as destroying 2 demons, male and female. The scene is laid in Iceland, yet so close are the resemblances between the 2 stories, in the character of the demons, in the description of the places they inhabit, and in the methods by which the hero deals with them, as well as in a number of minor details, that it is impossible to ascribe them to accident. Now Grettir seems to be a historical person who died about the year 1031. The presumption is then that an older story has become attached to his name, but there is nothing in the account that gives any color to the idea that it is actually derived from the Old English poem. More probably the origin of both stories alike is to be sought in a folk tale, and just as the adventures were attributed in Iceland to the historical Grettir, so in England, and possibly also in Denmark, at an earlier date, they were associated with the historical Prince of the Götar. From the occurrence of the local names Beowanham and Grendlesmere in a Wiltshire charter, some scholars have inferred that the story was originally told of a certain Beowa, whom they have identified with Beow or Beo, the son of Scyld, Skjaldver, in the West Saxon genealogy. But since this person is, in all probability, identical with the first, Danish Beowulf of the poem, and since the name Beowa may very well be a shortened form of Beowulf, while the other names are obscure, the inference seems to be of somewhat doubtful value. On the whole, there is, perhaps, more to be said for the view that the association of Beowulf with the folk tale arose out of some real adventure with an animal. This, however, must remain largely a matter of speculation. The fight with the dragon is, of course, common motive in folk tales. An attempt has been made to show that Beowulf's adventure has especially close affinity with a story told by Saxo of the Danish king Frotho I, but the resemblance between the two stories is not very striking. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Early National Poetry, Part 2, by H. Munroe Chadwick. With regard to the origin and antiquity of the poem, it is impossible to arrive at any definite conclusions with certainty. From investigations which have been made into its linguistic and metrical characteristics, the majority of scholars hold that it was originally composed in a northern or midland dialect, though it has been preserved only in West Saxon form, and that it is at least as old as any other considerable piece of Old English poetry which we possess. The question of antiquity, however, is complicated by the doubt which is commonly felt as to the unity of the poem. Moreover, it cannot be denied that this feeling of doubt is, at least to some extent, justified. In its present form, the poem must date from Christian times, as it contains a considerable number of passages of distinctly Christian character. On the other hand, the relationships of the various Danish and Swedish kings can hardly have been remembered otherwise than in a more or less stereotyped form of words for more than a generation after their lifetime. Hence we are bound to conclude that the formation of the poem, or at all events that of the materials from which it was made up, must have occupied at least the greater part of a century. It is generally thought that several originally separate lays have been combined in the poem, and though no proof is obtainable, the theory in itself is not unlikely. These lays are usually supposed to have been 4 in number, and to have dealt with the following subjects: 1. Beowulf's fight with Grendel. 2. The fight with Grendel's mother. 3. Beowulf's return. 4. The fight with the dragon. In view of the story in Grettis Saga, I am very much inclined to doubt whether it is justifiable to separate the first 2 incidents. The fight with the dragon, however, is certainly quite distinct, and the part of the poem dealing with Beowulf's reception by Hygelac may also have originally formed the subject of a separate lay. Some scholars have gone much further than this in their analysis of the poem. According to one view, nearly half of it is the work of interpolators. According to another, the present text is a composite one, made up from 2 parallel versions. It is much to be doubted, however, whether any really substantial result has been obtained from these investigations into the inner history of the poem. The references to religion seem to afford the only safe criterion for distinguishing between earlier and later elements. Thus it is worth noting that in lines 175 and following, the Danes are represented as offering heathen sacrifices, a passage which is wholly inconsistent with the sentiments afterwards attributed to Hrothgar. But at what stage in the history of the poem was the Christian element introduced? Certainly this element seems to be too deeply interwoven in the text for us to suppose that it is due to additions made by scribes at a time when the poem had come to be written down. Indeed, there is little evidence for any additions or changes of this kind. We must ascribe it, then, either to the original poet or poets, or to minstrels by whom the poem was recited in later times. The extent to which the Christian element is present varies somewhat in different parts of the poem. In the last portion, lines 2200 to 3183, the number of lines affected by it amounts to less than 4%, while in the section dealing with Beowulf's return, lines 1904 to 2199, it is negligible. In the earlier portions, on the other hand, the percentage rises to between 9 and 10, but this is partly due to 4 long passages. One fact worth observing is that the Christian element is about equally distributed between the speeches and the narrative. We have noticed above that, according to a theory which has much in its favor, epics are derived from mixed pieces, in which speeches were given in verse and narrative in prose. If Christian influence had made itself felt at this stage, we should surely have expected to find it more prominent in the narrative than in the speeches, for the latter would, presumably, be far less liable to change. There is one curious feature in the poem which has scarcely received sufficient attention, namely the fact that, while the poet's reflections and even the sentiments attributed to the various speakers are largely, though not entirely, Christian, the customs and ceremonies described are, almost without exception, heathen. This fact seems to point not to a Christian work with heathen reminiscences, but to a heathen work which has undergone revision by Christian minstrels. In particular, I cannot believe that any Christian poet either could or would have composed the account of Beowulf's funeral. It is true that we have no references to heathen gods, and hardly any to actual heathen worship, but such references would necessarily be suppressed or altered when the courts became Christian. Indeed, there is a fairly clear case of alteration in lines 175 and following, to which I have already alluded. It may perhaps be urged that, if the work had been subjected to such a thorough revision, descriptions of heathen ceremonies would not have been allowed to stand. But the explanation may be that the ceremonies in question had passed out of use before the change of religion. In the case of cremation, which is the prevalent form of funeral rite found in the poem, we have good reason for believing this to be true. Hence, such passages could not excite the same repugnance among the clergy as they would have done in countries where the ceremonies were still practiced. I am disposed, then, to think that large portions at least of the poem existed in epic form before the change of faith, and that the appearance of the Christian element is due to revision. The Christianity of Beowulf is of a singularly indefinite and undoctrinal type, which contrasts somewhat strongly with what is found in later Old English poetry. In explanation of this fact, it has been suggested that the poem was composed or revised under the influence of the missionaries from Iona. But is there really any reason for thinking that the teaching of the Irish missionaries would tend in that direction? A more obvious explanation would be that the minstrels who introduced the Christian element had but a vague knowledge of the new faith. Except in lines 1743 and following, where there seems to be a reference to Ephesians 6:16, the only passages of the Bible made use of are those relating to the creation, the story of Cain and Abel, and the deluge. In the first case, lines 90 and following, one can hardly help suspecting a reference to Caedmon's hymn, and the others also may just as well have been derived from Christian poems or songs as from the Bible itself. In any case, however, the fact noted favors the conclusion that the revision took place at an earlier date. Apart from Beowulf, the only remains of national epic poetry which have come down to us are a short but fine fragment, 50 lines, of Finnsbœch, and two still shorter fragments, 32 and 31 lines respectively, of Waldhere. Regarding the former, our information is sadly defective. The manuscript is lost, and the text, as given by Hicks, is extremely corrupt. The story, however, though obscure to us, must have been extremely popular in early times. It is the subject of a long episode in Beowulf, see above, page 25, and 3 of the chief characters are mentioned in Widsith. Familiarity with it is shown also by a mistake in the genealogy in the Historia Britonum, paragraph 31. The fragment opens with the speech of a young prince rousing his followers to defend the hall in which they are sleeping, apparently within Finn's fortress. They rush to the doors, the chief men being Hengest, perhaps the prince, Sigefeth, Eaha, Ordlaf, and Guthlaf. A short altercation follows between Sigefeth and Gerulf, who is apparently one of the attacking force. The battle goes on for 5 days, and many of the assailants, including Gerulf, fall. The defenders, however, maintain their position without loss, and we are told that never was a better recompense yielded by 60 knights to their lord than Hnef now received from his followers. Then a wounded warrior, who is not named, brings the news to his king, at which point the fragment breaks off. The episode in Beowulf furnishes us with considerably more information than the fragment itself. Hnef, a vassal of the Danish king Healfdene, has fallen at the hands of the Frisians, whom apparently he had gone to visit. Whether as friend or foe is not clear. His men, however, maintain a stout defense, and so great are the losses of the Frisians that their king, Finn, has to make terms with them. An agreement is then arrived at between their leader Hengest and the king. They are to enter Finn's service and to be treated by him as generously as the Frisians themselves, and no taunt is to be raised against them on the ground that they have made terms with the men who slew their lord. A great funeral pyre is constructed for the bodies of the slain, and Hildeburh, apparently the wife of Finn and sister of Hnef, bewails the loss of both her brother and her son. Hengest and his companions stay with Finn throughout the winter, though sorely tempted to exact vengeance. Eventually, Guthlaf and Oslaf, Ordlaf, attack and slay Finn with many of his men. The queen is carried away to Denmark with much treasure. There are no certain references to this story in Scandinavian or German literature, though Ordlaf and Guthlaf are probably to be identified with 2 Danish princes mentioned in Arngrim Jonsson's Epitome of Skjöldunga Saga, chapter 4. The tragic events with which the story deals must clearly be referred to the time of those great movements in the regions of the North Sea between the 4th and 6th centuries, to which Latin writers occasionally allude. The fact that Hnef is called a vassal of Healfdene, Hrothgar's father, points to about the middle of the 5th century. It is by no means impossible, therefore, that the Hengest of this story is identical with the Hengest who founded the kingdom of Kent. The manuscript fragments of Waldhere are preserved in the Royal Library at Copenhagen. For this story, fortunately, information is available from a number of continental sources. It is the subject of a Latin epic poem, Waltharius, by Eckhard of St. Gall, dating from the first half of the 10th century, of a Bavarian poem dating from the first half of the 13th century, of which only small fragments are preserved, and of 2 episodes in the Norwegian Vilkina Saga, paragraphs 128 following, 241-4, cf. 331, which is of Low German origin. Incidental references to it occur in several Middle High German poems, and there is also a Polish version of the story, the earliest form of which is in Chronicon Burgufali Episcopi, dating from the 13th or 14th century. It will be convenient here to give a brief summary of Eckhard's story, as this is the earliest of the continental authorities and appears to have the closest resemblance to our fragments. Alfred, king of Aquitaine, had a son named Waltarius, and Heririccus, king of Burgundy, an only daughter named Hildgund, who was betrothed to Waltarius. While they were yet children, however, Attila, king of the Huns, invaded Gaul, and the kings, seeing no hope in resistance, gave up their children to him as hostages, together with much treasure. Under like compulsion, treasure was obtained also from Gibico, king of the Franks, who sent as hostage a youth of noble birth named Hagano. In Attila's service, Waltarius and Hagano won great renown as warriors, but the latter eventually made his escape. When Waltarius grew up, he became Attila's chief general, yet he remembered his old engagement with Hildgund. On his return from a victorious campaign, he made a great feast for the king and his court, and when all were sunk in drunken sleep, he and Hildgund fled, laden with much gold. On their way home they had to cross the Rhine near Worms. There the king of the Franks, Guntarius, the son of Gibico, heard from the ferryman of the gold they were carrying, and determined to secure it. Accompanied by Hagano and 11 other picked warriors, he overtook them as they rested in a cave in the Vosges. Waltarius offered him a large share of the gold in order to obtain peace, but the king demanded the whole, together with Hildgund and the horse. Stimulated by the promise of great rewards, the 11 warriors now attacked Waltarius one after another, but he slew them all. Hagano had tried to dissuade Guntarius from the attack, but now, since his nephew was among the slain, he formed a plan with the king for surprising Waltarius. On the following day they both fell upon him after he had quitted his stronghold, and in the struggle that ensued all 3 were maimed. Waltarius, however, was able to proceed on his way with Hildgund, and the story ends happily with their marriage. Both our fragments refer to the time immediately before the final encounter. The first is taken up with a speech, apparently by the lady, in which Waltere is exhorted to acquit himself in the coming fight in a manner worthy of his former deeds. Guthera has unjustly begun hostilities and refused the offer of a sword and treasure. Now he will have to go away empty-handed if he does not lose his life. Between the 2 fragments probably not very much has been lost. The second is occupied by an altercation between Guthera and Waltere, in which the former praises his sword and the latter his coat of mail. Waltere states that the king had tried to get Haganah to attack him first. Victory, however, comes to the faithful from above. Both the fragments contain Christian allusions. It has been suggested that the Old English poem was a translation from an early German one, but the evidence adduced is far from satisfactory. The speeches given in the fragments have nothing corresponding to them in Eckhard's text, and there is a noteworthy difference in the portraiture of the heroine's character. Probably nothing more than the tradition was derived from abroad, and at a very early date, if we may judge from the form of the names. In the fragments, Guthera is represented as king of the Burgundians. Since there can be no doubt that he is the Burgundian king Gundicarius, Gundaharius, who was defeated and slain by the Huns about the year 437, we must conclude that Eckhard's nomenclature was affected by the political geography of his own day, when Worms was a Frankish town. The other chief characters are known only from German and Scandinavian tradition, but the story may very well be founded on fact, as it is likely enough that Attila did take hostages from the princes of eastern Gaul. In the Bavarian fragments, the hero belongs not to Aquitaine, but to Langres. Now the country round Langres and Chalon-sur-Saône, Hildgund's home in the Latin poem, although the latter was included in the Burgundy of the 10th century, must once have been settled by Franks from the Netherlands, for we find here in later times districts called Pagus Hamaorum and Pagus Hatuariorum. This settlement, as Zeus pointed out long ago, probably took place in the reign of Constantius Chlorus. Hence there may have been Frankish princes at Chalons and Langres in the time of Attila. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Early National Poetry, Part 3, by H. Munroe Chadwick. The rest of the poems which we have to treat in this chapter are preserved in the Exeter book. It will be convenient to take Widsith first, for, though not an epic itself, it contains much matter in common with poems of that type. Indeed, so many princes and peoples are mentioned in the course of the poem that its importance for the history of the migration period can hardly be overestimated. In the introduction, lines 1 to 9, it is stated that the poet belonged to the Mergingas, a people or rather dynasty whose territories, apparently, were conterminous with those of the Angli, cf. lines 41 following, and that in company with a princess named Ealhild, he visited the court of the Gothic king Eormenric. Then, in lines 10 following, he begins to enumerate the princes with whom he was acquainted. This list contains the names of many kings famous in history and tradition, together with those of the peoples which they governed, the formula employed being A ruled over B. Among them we find Gifica, Gibico, Breca, Fin, Hnef, Seiferth, Seiferth, and Onyentheo, who have been mentioned above, as well as Attila, Eormenric, Theodoric, king of the Franks, and others, some of whom are not known from other sources. In lines 35 to 44 there is a reference to the single combat of Offa, king of Angle, a story which is given by Saxo, pages 113 following, Svend Agensen, and the Vitae Duorum Offarum. In lines 45 to 49 we hear of the long and faithful partnership of Hrothgar and Hrothwulf, and of their victory over Ingeld, an incident to which Beowulf, lines 83 following, has only a vague allusion. Then, in lines 50 following, the poet again speaks of his journeys and gives a list of the nations he had visited. This list is twice interrupted, lines 65 to 67, 70 to 74, by references to the generosity with which he had been treated by Guthere, king of the Burgundians, and by Elfwine, Alboin, in Italy. In lines 76 to 78 there is another interruption referring to the power of Kasere, i.e. the Greek emperor. Then in lines 88 following, the poet tells of the gifts he had received from Eormenric, from his lord Ealgils, prince of the Mergingas, and from Ealhild, and also of his own skill as a minstrel. At line 109 he begins an enumeration of the Gothic heroes he had visited, most of whom are known to us from Jordanes, Völsunga Saga, probably also Hervara Saga, Wilkina Saga, and German traditions. In lines 119 following, he speaks of the ceaseless warfare round the forest of the Vistula, when the Goths had to defend their country against the Huns. The list closes with a reference to the martial deeds of Wudga and Hama, who are mentioned also in Waltere and Beowulf, as well as in Wilkina Saga, the former also in many other continental authorities. The epilogue consists of a short reflection on the life of wandering minstrels and on the advantages gained by princes in treating them generously. Apart from the introduction and epilogue, which may originally have been in prose, this poem appears to have been composed in strophic form. Its date cannot be determined with certainty. There is nothing, however, to prevent us from assigning it to the 7th century or even an earlier date, for, though a Christian element is present, lines 15, 82 to 87, 131 to 134, it is very slight and may be removed without affecting the structure of the poem. Alboin, who died about 572, is probably the latest person mentioned. Now Ealhild's father bears the same name, Eadwin, as Alboin's father, id est Audwin, king of the Langobardi, a fact which has led many scholars to believe that Ealhild was Alboin's sister, and consequently that the poet lived towards the close of the 6th century. This hypothesis, however, involves practically the reconstruction of the whole poem, for the poet repeatedly speaks of his visits to Eomenric, who, as we know from Ammianus Marcellinus 31:3-1, died about 2 centuries before Alboin, and clearly implies that Ealhild was his contemporary, whereas he only once alludes to Alboin in a passage covering 5 lines. The identity of the 2 names is, therefore, probably a mere coincidence. As a matter of fact, the heroes commemorated in the poem lived at wide intervals from one another, though Eomenric and persons apparently contemporary with him figure more prominently than the rest. With greater probability, one might suppose that traditions existed of a famous minstrel who lived at the court of a prince named Eadgils, and that on the basis of these traditions later minstrels built up lists of the chief national heroes known to them. Against this suggestion, however, stands the fact that the minstrel's name is really unknown, for Widsith is an obviously fictitious name, meaning far-travelled, and must be explained by the statement in lines 2 following as to the extent of the poet's journeys. On the other hand, any hypothesis which would represent the minstrel as a fictitious character is open to the objection that, in that case, he would hardly have been associated with so obscure a person as Eadgils, prince of the Mergingers, a family not mentioned except in this poem. On the whole, then, the hypothesis that the kernel of the poem is really the work of an unknown 4th century minstrel who did visit the court of Eomenric seems to involve fewer difficulties than any other. In that case, of course, such passages as lines 82 following must be regarded as merely the last stage in a process of accretion which had been going on for some 3 centuries. The Elegy of Deor is a much shorter poem than Widsith, 42 lines in all, and in its general tone presents a striking contrast to it. While Widsith tells of the glory of famous heroes and, incidentally, of the minstrel's own success, Deor is taken up with stories of misfortune, which are brought forward in illustration of the poet's troubles. The strophic form is preserved throughout, and, except in the last 15 lines, which seem to have been somewhat remodelled, each strophe ends with a refrain, a phenomenon for which it would be difficult to find a parallel in Old English poetry. That trouble was got over, or brought to an end, so can this be. Originally, perhaps, every strophe referred to a different story of trouble. Thus, strophe 1 deals with the misfortunes suffered by Wieland at the hands of Nithhad, and strophe 2 with the wrongs done by Wieland to Bearduhild. For both these we may refer to the Old Norse poem Völundarkvíðr. In strophe 3 we hear of the passionate love of Yeat, presumably the mythical person from whom the English kings traced their descent. Strophe 4 speaks of the 30 years' exile of a certain Theodoric, probably the same Theodoric who, in Waltere, is associated with Widia, Wudga. In German tradition, from the Hildebrandslied onwards, as well as by most modern writers, he is identified with Theodoric, king of the Ostrogoths, Dietrich von Bern. Strophe 5 deals with the cruelty of Eomenric and the suffering of his people. What follows is not so clear, and lines 31 to 34 are the work of a Christian. The closing lines, however, are very remarkable. The poet states that he had been the bard of the Heodeningas, and that he had been displaced from his office by a skilful minstrel called Heorenda. Now the name Heodeningas must mean either the descendants of Heoden, or, like the Old Norse Hiarningar, Heoden, Hedin himself, and his people. The story of Hedin's flight with Hilda, the daughter of Høgni, was well known in the north, and apparently also in England, if we may judge from Widsith, line 21. Again, Heorenda is identical with Hiarandi, the name of Hedin's father in the Norse accounts. In the Austrian poem Gudrun, however, which seems to contain the same story in a corrupt form, Horand is a near relative of Hetel, Hedin, and also a famous minstrel. Hagena, Høgni, according to Widsith, was king of the Holmrige, a people probably in eastern Pomerania, and Heoden also may have belonged to the same region. When these persons lived we do not know, but such evidence as we have points to a period anterior to the 6th century. There is nothing in the story to justify the supposition that they are of mythical origin. Here again, as in the case of Widsith, it is possible that a poem has been built round the memory of a famous minstrel, one who met with misfortune in later life. Yet we have no knowledge of such a person from other sources, while the statement given in the poem itself as to its origin is quite definite. If this statement is true, the poem must, of course, be very ancient, but there seems to be no valid reason for disputing its antiquity, for the 4 lines which show Christian influence may very well be a later addition, while the supposed identity of the exiled Theodoric with Theodoric the Ostrogoth must be regarded as a somewhat doubtful hypothesis at the best. The rest of the shorter poems contain no proper names. Their subjects seem to be drawn rather from typical characters and situations than from the experiences of historical or legendary persons. They are of quite uncertain date, though doubtless much later than the 2 poems we have just discussed. They betray little or no trace of strophic form. The Wanderer is a rather long elegy, 115 lines, depicting the sufferings of a man who has lost his lord. Alone and friendless, he travels over the sea, seeking a home where he can find protection. In sleep, visions of his former happiness come back to him. When he awakes, his heart sinks at the sight of the grey waves and the falling snow. Then he passes on to reflect on the vicissitudes of human life, and on the ruined castles which may be seen in all directions, testifying to the destruction that has overtaken their owners. The poem throws an interesting light on the close nature of the relationship subsisting in early times between lord and man. It has been suggested that Kynewulf was the author, but this view is now generally abandoned. Indeed, the Christian element is slight and may be due to later additions. The Seafarer is a poem of about the same length as The Wanderer, and resembles it in several passages rather closely. The sequence of thought, however, is much less clear. The poet begins by reflecting on the miseries which he has endured when travelling by sea in winter, miseries of which the landsman in his comfortable castle knows nothing. Yet in lines 33 following he says that he has an irresistible impulse to try the seaman's life. He who feels this desire cannot be deterred by any of the pleasures of home, however fortunately circumstanced he may be. From line 64 onwards he begins a comparison between the transitory nature of earthly pleasures and the eternal rewards of religion, concluding with an exhortation to his hearers to fix their hopes on heaven. In order to explain the apparent contradictions of the poem, some scholars have proposed to take it as a dialogue between an old seaman and a young man who wishes to try the seaman's life. But there is a good deal of disagreement as to the distribution of the lines. The second half of the poem, with its religious reflections, is believed by many to be a later addition. If that be not the case, it is at least questionable whether we are justified in classing The Seafarer among national poems. The Wife's Complaint is another poem which presents serious difficulties owing to obscurity in the train of thought. Indeed, in at least one passage the obscurity is so great that one can hardly believe the text as it stands to be correct. The speaker is a woman who bewails the ever-increasing troubles with which she is beset. First her husband departed from her over the sea. Then, apparently, at the instigation of his relatives, she is imprisoned in an old dwelling, dug out of the earth under an oak, where she sits in solitude, bewailing her troubles the whole day long. She has no friends at hand, and all the vows of lasting love, which she and her husband had exchanged in time past, have come to nothing. The husband's message, so far as it can be read, is a much simpler poem. But unfortunately a number of letters have been lost in lines 2 to 6 and 32 to 40, owing to a large rent in the manuscript. The poem is in the form of a speech addressed, apparently by means of a staff inscribed with runic letters, to a woman of royal rank. The speech is a message from the woman's husband, or possibly lover, who has had to leave his country in consequence of a vendetta. It is to the effect that he has succeeded in gaining for himself a position of wealth and dignity in another land. He now wishes to assure her that his devotion is unchanged, to remind her of the vows they had made in times past, and to ask her to sail southwards to join him as soon as spring comes. This is the gist of the poem as it appears in almost all editions. It has recently been pointed out, however, that the 17 lines which immediately precede it in the manuscript, and which have generally been regarded as a riddle, unconnected with the poem itself, seem really to form the beginning of the speech. In these lines, the object speaking states that once it grew by the seashore, but that a knife and human skill have fitted it to give utterance to a message which requires to be delivered privately. Again, more than one scholar has remarked that the poem looks very much like a sequel to the Wife's Complaint. Others have denied the connection between the two poems on the ground that in The Wife's Complaint, line 15, the lady's imprisonment is attributed to the husband himself. But it should be observed that this passage is scarcely intelligible in its present form, and further, that it seems to conflict with what is said elsewhere in the poem. On the whole, the balance of probability seems to me to be in favor of the connection. The ruin follows the husband's message in the Exeter book and suffers from the same rent. It differs somewhat in character from the rest of these poems, in that the misfortunes which it tells of are those not of a person, but of a place. First, the poet describes an ancient building, or rather group of buildings, deserted, roofless, and tottering. Then he goes on to reflect that these buildings were once richly adorned, full of proud warriors and gay with feasting, until the day came when their defenders were annihilated. As it is clearly stated that the buildings were of stone, and stress is laid on the marvelous skill shown in their construction, there can be little doubt that the subject is drawn from one of the Roman cities or castles in Britain. The reference to many banqueting halls in line 24 seems to point to a place of considerable size, and from the mention of hot baths in lines 39 following, several scholars have inferred that Bath is intended. But unfortunately so much of the text is lost that the description cannot clearly be made out. A brief reference should be added, in conclusion, to the few traces that remain of the religious poetry of heathen times. The higher forms of such poetry, such as the hymns used in royal sanctuaries or at great popular festivals, have entirely perished. The songs which have been preserved seem to be in the nature of incantations for securing the fertility of the fields, or for warding off witchcraft, and even these are largely transformed through Christian influence. Some of them occur in descriptions of the magical ceremonies at which they were sung. We may notice especially the verses used for the blessing of the plough when the first furrow is drawn. They are addressed to Erze, the mother of the earth, and are in the form of a prayer that the Almighty will grant her rich fields full of barley and wheat. Then the earth is greeted as Mother of Mankind. Other verses, less affected by Christian ideas, speak of the shafts shot by female beings, witches or Valkyries, which ride through the air, and of the means by which these shafts can be averted or expelled. Another set of verses, in which the god Woden is mentioned, describes the magic properties of 9 herbs. It is probable that all these songs, together with the descriptions of the ceremonies accompanying them, were written down at a comparatively late period, when the heathen practices which survived among the peasantry, apart from the more harmful species of magic, were no longer regarded as dangerous. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Old English Christian Poetry, Part 1. By M. Bentick Smith. Only 2 names emerge from the anonymity which shrouds the bulk of Old English Christian poetry, namely those of Cædmon and Cynewulf, and in the past practically all the religious poetry we possess has been attributed to one or other of these 2 poets. But, as we shall see, the majority of the poems to be considered here should rather be regarded as the work of singers whose names have perished, as folksong, as manifestations of the spirit of the people, in the same sense in which the tale of Beowulf's adventures embodied the aspirations of all valiant saints, or the epic of Voltaire summarized the popular ideals of love and honor. The subject of the Christian epic is indeed, for the most part, apparently foreign, and even at times oriental. The heroes of the Old and New Testaments, the saints as they live in the legends of the Church, furnish the theme. The method of treatment hardly differs, however, from that followed in non-Christian poetry. The metrical form, with rare exceptions, is the alliterative line, constructed on the same principles as in Beowulf. Weird has become the spirit of Providence. Christ and his apostles have become English kings or chiefs followed, as in feudal duty bound, by hosts of clansmen. The homage paid to the divine Son is the allegiance due to the scion of an Anglian king, comparable to that paid by Beowulf to his liege lord Hygelac, or to that displayed by Birchnoth on the banks of the Panther. The ideals of early English Christianity do not differ essentially from those of English paganism, and yet there is a difference. The Christianity of England in the 7th and 8th centuries, and the Latin influences brought in its wake, which inspired the poetry under discussion, was a fusion, a commingling of 2 different strains. Accustomed as we are to date the introduction of Christianity into England from the mission of St. Augustine, we are apt to forget that, prior to the landing of the Roman missionary on the shores of Kent, Celtic missionaries from the islands of the West had impressed upon the northern kingdoms, the earliest home of literary culture in these islands, a form of Christianity differing in many respects from the more theological type preached and practiced by St. Augustine and his followers. Oswald, the martyr king of Northumbria, had been followed from Iona, where in his youth he had found sanctuary, by Aidan, the apostle of the north, to whose missionary enterprise was due the conversion of the rude North Anglian tribes. The monastery at Straonsherg, or Whitby, forever famous as the home of Cædmon, was ruled by the abbess Hild in accordance with Celtic, not Roman usage, and though at the Synod of Whitby in 664 the unity of the Church in England was assured by the submission of the Northern Church to Roman rule, yet the influence of Celtic Christianity may be traced in some of the features that most characteristically distinguish Christian from non-Christian poetry. It would, for instance, be hard to deny that the depth of personal feeling expressed in a poem like The Dream of the Root, the joy in color attested by the vivid painting of blossom and leaf in The Phoenix, and the melancholy sense of kinship between the sorrow of the human heart and the moaning of the grey cold waves that make the seafarer a human whale, are elements contributed to English poetry by the Celts. St. Columba had built his monastery on the surf-beaten shores of the Atlantic, where man's dependence on nature was an ever-present reality. The Celtic monastery was the home of a brotherhood of priests and the abbot was the father of a family as well as its ecclesiastical superior. The Christian virtues of humility and meekness, in which the emissaries of the British Church found Augustine so deficient, were valued in Iona above orthodoxy and correctness of religious observance, and the simplicity of ecclesiastical organization, characteristic of Celtic Christianity, differing from the comparatively elaborate nature of Roman organization and ritual, produced a simple form of Christianity, readily understood by the unlettered people of the North. It is the personal relation of the soul to God the Father, the humanity of Christ, the brotherhood of man, the fellowship of saints, that the Celtic missionaries seem to have preached to their converts, and these doctrines inspired the choicest passages of Old English religious poetry, passages worthy of comparison with some of the best work of a later, more self-conscious and introspective age. This subjectivity is a new feature in English literature, for most non-Christian English poetry is sternly epic. Beowulf is a tale of brave deeds nobly done, with but few reflections concerning them. At rare intervals, scattered here and there throughout the poem, we meet with some touch of sentiment, a foreboding of evil to come, a few words of the inexorable character of fate, an exhortation to do great deeds so that in Valhalla the chosen warrior may fare the better, occasionally a half-Christian reference to an all-ruling father, probably the addition of a later and Christian hand, but as a rule no introspection checks the even flow of narrative. Arma virumque cano. When Christianity became the source of poetic inspiration, we find the purely epic character of a poem modified by the introduction of a lyric element. The hero no longer aspires to win gold from an earthly king. His prize is a heavenly crown, to be won, it may even be, in spiritual conflict. The glories of life on earth are transitory. Earthly valor cannot atone for the stains of sin upon the soul. The beauty of nature, in her fairest aspects, cannot compare with the radiance of a better land. The terror that lurks waiting for the evildoer upon earth fades away at the contemplation of that day of wrath and mourning, when the Judge of all the earth shall deal to every man according to his deeds. The early Christian poet does not sing of earthly love. We have no erotic poetry in pre-conquest England, but the sentiment that gives life to the poetry of Dante and Milton is not absent from the best of our early poets' attempts at religious self-expression. Beyond the fact that his name seems to imply that he was of Celtic descent, we have no knowledge of the historical Caedmon other than that to be derived from the often quoted passage in Bede. In the monastery of this abbess, id est, the abbess Hild at Straonsherch, there was a certain brother, specially distinguished and honored by divine grace, for he was wont to make songs such as tended to religion and piety. Whatsoever he had learned from scholars concerning the Scriptures, he forthwith decked out in poetic language with the greatest sweetness and fervour. Many others also in England imitated him in the composition of religious songs. He had not, indeed, been taught of men, or through men, to practice the art of song, but he had received divine aid, and his power of song was the gift of God. Wherefore he could never compose any idle or false song, but only those which pertained to religion, and which his pious tongue might fitly sing. The man had lived in the world till the time that he was of advanced age, and had never learned any poetry. And as he was often at a feast when it was arranged to promote mirth, that they should all in turn sing to the harp, whenever he saw the harp come near him, he arose out of shame from the feast, and went home to his house. Having done so on one occasion, he left the house of entertainment, and went out to the stables, the charge of the horses having been committed to him for that night. When in due time he stretched his limbs on the bed there, and fell asleep, there stood by him in a dream a man who saluted him, and greeted him, calling on him by name. "Caedmon, sing me something." Then he answered and said, "I cannot sing anything, and therefore I came out from this entertainment and retired here, as I know not how to sing." Again he who spoke to him said, "Yet you could sing." Then said Caedmon, "What shall I sing?" He said, "Sing to me the beginning of all things." On receiving this answer, Caedmon at once began to sing, in praise of God the Creator, verses and words which he had never heard, the order of which is as follows: Quorum iste est census. Now let us praise the guardian of the heavenly kingdom, the power of the Creator, and the counsel of his mind, the works of the Father of glory, how he, the eternal Lord, originated every marvel. He, the holy Creator, first created the heaven as a roof for the children of the earth. Then the eternal Lord, guardian of the human race, the almighty ruler, afterwards fashioned the world as a soil for man. Then he arose from his sleep, and he had firmly in his memory all that he sang while asleep. And to these words he soon added many others, in the same style of song, worthy of God. Book 4, Chapter 24. Translation Miller. Bede goes on to narrate how, the matter having been made known to the abbess, she caused the best scholars to test the new poet's powers, and how, when it was proved that a divine gift had, indeed, been bestowed upon the neatherd, she urged him to abandon his worldly calling and become a monk. Which thing he did, and progressing in his new vocation, all that he could learn by listening he pondered in his heart, and, ruminating like some clean beast, he turned it into the sweetest of songs. His song and his music were so delightful to hear that even his teachers wrote down the words from his lips and learned them. He sang first of the earth's creation and the beginning of man, and all the story of Genesis, which is the first book of Moses, and afterwards about the departure of the people of Israel from the land of Egypt and their entry into the land of promise, and about many other narratives in the books of the canon of Scripture, and about Christ's incarnation and his passion and his ascension into heaven, and about the coming of the Holy Ghost and the teaching of the apostles, and again about the day of judgment to come, and about the terror of hell torment, and about the kingdom of heaven. He composed many a song, and he also composed many others about the divine blessings and judgments. While making due allowance for a possible desire on Bede's part to extol the fame of an earlier contemporary, Bede himself died in 735, we should remember that Bede is one of the most careful and trustworthy of historians, and that he lived not far from the scene of Caedmon's life. It would, therefore, appear that we have not sufficient reason for rejecting as untrue the enumeration of Caedmon's literary achievements as given in the above passage. The hymn was first published in its Northumbrian form by Wanley in his Catalogus Historico-Criticus, 1705, page 287, as Canticum illud Saxonicum Caedmonis a Berda memoratum, and from that day to this it has been regarded by the majority of scholars as the genuine work of Caedmon. Bede gives a Latin version of the lines, which corresponds very closely to the original, but which he introduces thus: Caedmon coepit cantare, versus quorum iste est census, and in conclusion he reiterates hic est census non autem ordo ipse verborum, as if he had given a merely approximate rendering of his original. Much discussion has hinged upon the exact meaning to be attached to the words census and ordo, though Bede is evidently alluding merely to the difficulty of reproducing poetry in prose, for he continues, Neque enim possunt carmina quam vis optime composita, ex alia in aliam linguam ad verbum sine detrimento sui decoris ac dignitatis transferi. The West Saxon version of the lines is preserved in the English translation of Bede's Ecclesiastical History, with the introductory comment, Zara ende Bildnis this is. Now, ende Bildnis simply means ordo, and it may be safe to assume that both Bede's Latin version and the West Saxon version are attempts at translation from the original Northumbrian. Bede's detailed enumeration of Caedmon's other achievements must be held responsible for the attribution to Caedmon of a large number of religious poems of a similar character, extant only in West Saxon form, in the Bodleian manuscript Junius 11, an opinion which, in the light of modern critical scholarship, is no longer tenable. Indeed, no one would today seriously maintain even that these poems are all by one author. It is more likely, as we shall see, that more than one writer has had a hand in each. But the fact that it is impossible to claim these particular poems for Caedmon does not militate against the probability of his having composed similar, though perhaps shorter pieces, which may have been worked upon later by more scholarly hands. Religious poetry, sung to the harp as it passed from hand to hand, must have flourished in the monastery of the Abbess Hild, and the kernel of Bede's story concerning the birth of our earliest poet must be that the brethren and sisters on that bleak northern shore spoke to each other in psalms and hymns and spiritual songs. The most important of the religious poems at one time attributed to Caedmon are Genesis, Exodus, Daniel. From the point of view of the historian of literature, Genesis is the most interesting of these. It is a poetical paraphrase of the first of the canonical books in the Old Testament, extending to the story of the sacrifice of Isaac by Abraham. The poem opens with the praise of the Creator in a style recalling the lines quoted by Bede. The poet then proceeds to relate the revolt and fall of the angels, which, according to ancient theology, necessitated the creation of man to fill the vacant place in heaven, and then the creation of the earth in accordance with the opening chapters of the Vulgate. At this point we have a repetition of the first motif, the fall of the angels. Satan, in anger at having fallen from his high estate, avenges himself on God by tempting man, and the rest of the narrative proceeds in accordance with the biblical narrative. Attention has been drawn to metrical and linguistic peculiarities distinguishing the second version, Genesis B, of the fall of the angels and the temptation, lines 235 to 851, from the rest of the poem, but it remained for Sievers to point out that this obviously interpolated passage was borrowed from a foreign source, that the structure of the alliterative lines resembled that in vogue amongst continental Saxons, and that the vocabulary and syntax were now and again Old Saxon, not English. Relying upon the accuracy of his observation in detail, he then hazarded the bold conjecture that these lines were an anglicized version of a portion of an Old Saxon paraphrase of the Old Testament, long lost, composed by the author of the Old Saxon paraphrase of the New Testament, commonly known as the Heliant. This brilliant conjecture has since been confirmed by the discovery in the Vatican Library of portions of the Old Saxon original, which dates from the latter portion of the 9th century. One of the Old Saxon fragments so found corresponded to a passage in the Old English Genesis. Caedmonian authorship is, therefore, rendered impossible for the interpolation, and the scholarship of the author seems to preclude the possibility that an unlearned man was the author of the rest of the poem, though Caedmon's hymns may have been familiar to, and used by, the writer. It matters little whether we assume the interpolated passage to be the work of an old Saxon monk resident in England, but unable to dissociate himself entirely from native habits of speech, or whether we look upon it as a somewhat imperfect translation from Old Saxon by some Old English monk, whom professional duties, we need only think of Boniface, had brought into contact with the learning and literature of the continent. At any rate, it is an early and a pleasing instance of the fruitful exchange of literary ideas between two great nations. The relative age of the two poems is a matter still under discussion. Genesis B cannot have been composed earlier than the second half of the 9th century, since we know that the author of the Heliant, upon whose work it is based, wrote in response to a command from King Louis the Pious, but we have hardly any data for determining whether it is earlier or later in date of composition than Genesis A. Its author, like the author of the Heliant, apparently made use of the works of Bishop Avitus of Vienne, the medieval Latin poet. Genesis A contains not a few passages illustrative of that blending of heathen and Christian elements which is characteristic of Old English religious poetry. The description of Old Testament fights shows that the spirit of the author of the Battle of Finnsburg is to be found beneath the veneer of Christianity, and on the other hand, the description of the dove, seeking rest and finding none, could only be the work of a Christian poet. The tenderness of feeling for the dumb creation and the joy in rest after toil which it expresses are due to Christian influences upon the imaginative powers of an old English shop. Genesis B contains some fine poetic passages. The character of Satan is admirably conceived, and the familiar theme of a lost paradise is set forth in dignified and dramatic language not unworthy of the height of its great argument. In the dark regions and swart mists of hell, Satan and his host, swept thither by the Lord of Heaven himself, indulge in a joy that is purely heathen, in contemplating the vengeance to be taken on the race that has supplanted them in the favor of God. Exodus is a paraphrase of a portion only of the book from which it takes its name, i.e., the passage of the Israelites through the Red Sea and the destruction of the Egyptians. Part of the poem, in which the ancestors of the Israelites are enumerated and described, is possibly the work of a second poet, as it is simpler in style than the body of the poem, and the theme is not entirely relevant. There is certainly a break after line 445. The distinctive feature of the poem is the beauty and vigor with which martial scenes are depicted. Here again the feeling of the old epic writers under another guise is clearly apparent. Not even in Judith or the Battle of Maldon do we find more successful attempts in dramatic grouping. The din and clash of battle, though no actual battle is described, the war-wolf and the raven greedy for prey, the heaving of the shields, the brandishing of battle-bills, recall the martial tone of the best war poetry of our battle-loving ancestors. The author of Genesis A writes as though afraid to depart even from the wording of his original. The author of Exodus, possessed by the lust for word-painting, draws upon an exuberant imagination steeped in reminiscences of brave blows and doughty deeds, not even nominally Christian. The poem entitled Daniel need not detain us. After a historical introduction, for which the poet is not indebted to his source, he versifies selected portions of the book of Daniel. The poem has one new feature. The author uses his material for homiletic purposes, and inculcates certain moral virtues, for instance, the duty of humility and obedience to the will of God. Daniel is transmitted in the Junian Codex. A portion of the subject, dealing with the episode of the 3 children in the fiery furnace, is transmitted also in the Exeter book in a short poem of 75 lines called Azarias, in which are the beautiful lines descriptive of the change wrought by the appearance of the angel of the Lord. Then 'twas in the oven when the angel came, windy, cool, and winsome, to the weather likest when is sent to earth in the summer tide, dropping down of dew rain at the dawn of day. 3 minor poems, originally thought to be one, and by Grain called Christ and Satan, should be mentioned here, since by reason of their being transmitted in the Codex Manuscript Bodleian 11, they, together with the 3 more important poems just discussed, have been attributed to Cædmon. The first of them deals with the subject of the fall of the angels. The second with Christ's harrowing of hell and his resurrection, together with a brief account of his ascension and coming to judgment. The third with Christ's temptation. Only the first is complete. All 3 probably belong to the end of the 9th century, and all have a homiletic tendency. The second has been compared with the Christ of Cynewulf, with which it is linked by virtue of theme as well as by style. The description of the Last Judgment suggests the more impressive picture of that event contained in Christ, and the harrowing of hell recalls, and can sustain comparison with, examples of later, more elaborate treatment of the same subject. By their religious fervor, and by their apparently ruder form, it is possible that these poems are nearer to the original body of Cædmon's work than the poems previously discussed. The finest of all the poems erroneously attributed to Cædmon is the fragment entitled Judith. As there seems to be ground for supposing that this beautiful fragment, worthy of the skill of a shop whose Christianity had not sufficed to quell his martial instincts, his pride in battle, and his manly prowess, is of later date than has been thought by certain historians, it is dealt with in a later chapter of the present volume. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Old English Christian Poetry, Part 2, by M. Bentick Smith. Turning to Cynewulf and the poems that may be or have been attributed to him, we are on somewhat safer ground. The personality of the poet is, indeed, wrapped in an obscurity hardly less deep than that which hides Cædmon. The only truth at which we can arrive concerning him is that he must be the author of 4 well-known poems, since he marked them as his own by the insertion of his signature in runes. Conjecture has been busy to prove that he may have been identical with a certain abbot of Peterborough who lived about the year 1000, but this hypothesis has ceased to be tenable since we know that the West Saxon transcript of his poems, the only form in which the accredited ones are preserved, cannot be the original. Moreover, the abbot invariably spelt his name Cynewulf. Equally impossible is the theory that he was Cynewulf, Bishop of Lindisfarne, who died in 781 or 783. The latter lived in troublous times, and nothing we know of his life agrees with inferences we may reasonably draw from autobiographical allusions in Cynewulf's poems. A theory that the author was certainly of Northumbrian origin was, in the first instance, based upon an erroneous interpretation of the first riddle in a collection of Old English riddles long attributed to him. Dietrich gave the solution as Coenwulf, the supposed Northumbrian form of the name Cynewulf. But apart from the fact that syllabic riddles are not known in Old English literature, we must remember that, on the 4 occasions when the poet spelt his own name, he used one or other of 2 forms, id est Cynewulf or Kynwulf. Both these forms must go back to an older one, in which the medial e appeared as I. In Northumbria, this medial I became e, roughly speaking, about 800. In Mercia, the transition was practically accomplished by 750. This fact lends colour to the hypothesis of Wülker that Cynewulf was a Mercian, a theory which A. S. Cook has adopted in support of a conjecture of his own, namely, that the poet was a certain Cynulf, an ecclesiastic who was present, as his signature to a decree proves, at a synod held at Cloveshow in 803. The synod was an important one, in so far as at it the Archbishop of Canterbury was recognized as primate of the English Church. Cynulf's signature, following close upon that of the Bishop of Dunwich, leads A. S. Cook to the further assumption that he was a priest in the diocese of Dunwich, where he would have ample opportunity for studying those sea effects, the description of which is so characteristic of his poetry. Whether or not Cynewulf is to be identified with this ecclesiastic, there is no doubt that the assumption of Mercian origin would do away with 1 or 2 difficulties, which the assumption of Northumbrian origin, in the narrower sense, leaves unsolved. During the latter half of the 8th century, Northumbria was, politically, too troubled to be a kindly nurse of letters, though, on the other hand, it might be asserted that the political unrest of Northumbria may be reflected in the melancholy nature and autumnal grace of Cynewulf's poetry. Again, though there is no doubt that a Mercian origin would facilitate the transcription of poems into West Saxon, yet we have West Saxon transcripts of other originally Northumbrian poems, a fact which affects the value of geographical arguments of this nature. The most valid, albeit negative, argument against taking the term Northumbrian to mean simply non-West Saxon, hence possibly Mercian, is that we have no definite evidence for the existence of a Mercian school of poetry, such as the development of a poet like Cynewulf seems to postulate. His undisputed work is of too mature a character to seem to be the spontaneous product of a self-made singer, unfostered by literary society. Moreover, he excels more especially in descriptions of the sea and the sea-coast, a point in which a dweller inland might easily have been deficient. Notable in this respect are Eileen, which we know to be his, and Andreas, which is very possibly his. The following lines, for instance, must surely be the work of one whose daily life had been spent in contact with the sea. Over the sea marges hourly urge they on, the wave-riding horses. Then they let o'er Fievel's wave foaming stride along, steep-stamped rushers of the sea, oft withstood the bulwark, over the surging of the waters, swinging strokes of waves. Further, assuming Guthlac B to be by Kinewulf, we may note the fact that the fen journey of the original has been transformed into a sea voyage, and this would appear to tell against an East Anglian authorship. The first result of much discussion seems to resolve itself into this, that Kinewulf was not a West Saxon, but probably a Northumbrian, though Mercian origin is not impossible, and that he wrote towards the end of the 8th century. This latter point will find further support when we proceed to discuss the individual poems. We know nothing else concerning Kinewulf with any degree of certainty. We infer from the nature of his poetry that he was of a deeply religious nature, but it is hazardous to deduce the character of a poet from his apparently subjective work. We learn that he lived to an old age, which he felt to be a burden, that at some time of his life he had known the favour of princes and enjoyed the gifts of kings. He must have been the thane or shop of some great lord, and not merely an itinerant singer or gleeman, as some critics have held. He was a man of learning, certainly a good Latin scholar, for some of his work is based upon Latin originals. Critics are not agreed as to the period of life in which he occupied himself with the composition of religious poetry, nor as to the chronological order of his works. Some scholars assume that, after leading until old age the life of a man of the world, and attaining some distinction as an author of secular poetry, of which, by the way, if the riddles are rejected, we have no trace, he became converted by the vision described in the Dream of the Rood, and devoted himself ever afterwards to religious poetry, the last consummate effort of his poetic powers being Eileen. There are two drawbacks to this theory, the first being that we cannot base biographical deductions with any certainty upon a poem like The Dream of the Rood, which we have no historical grounds for claiming as Kinewulf's. The second, that it is difficult to assume that a man advanced in years could have composed so large a quantity of religious poetry as, even after the most rigid exclusion of the unlikely, we are compelled to attribute to him. Other critics hold that The Dream of the Rood was followed immediately by Eileen, and that all other Kinewulfian poems were written later. If that be so, the poet's art must have undergone very rapid deterioration, for all the other poems attributed to him are inferior to Eileen and the Dream. The poems marked as Kinewulf's own by the insertion of runes are Christ, Juliana, The Fates of the Apostles, and Eileen. Christ is the first poem in the codex known as the Exeter Book, a manuscript preserved in the cathedral library at Exeter. The first 8 pages, and consequently the opening portion of Christ, are missing. The manuscript probably dates from the 11th century, and is, apparently, written throughout by one and the same hand. Juliana is contained in the same book, and of other poems attributed to Kinewulf, and certainly belonging to his school, Guthlac, Andreas, and the Phoenix will be mentioned below. Christ falls into 3 clearly defined parts, the first dealing with the advent of Christ on earth, the second with his ascension, the third with his second advent to judge the world. The second part contains Kinewulf's signature in runes. The unity of the poem has not remained unquestioned. Scholars have brought forward linguistic and metrical arguments to prove that we are dealing not with one, but with 3 poems, that source, theme, and treatment differ so greatly as to render the assumption of a common authorship for all 3 incredible, and to reduce us to the necessity of denying authorship by Kinewulf to any but the second part, which is signed by him. Almost the best argument brought forward by these iconoclastic critics is the undoubted fact that Cynewulf's signature occurs, as a rule, near the conclusion of a poem, not in the middle, and that it does so occur towards the end of the second part. A further valid argument against the unity of the poem might be derived from the theme of the second part. This deals with Christ's reception in heaven after his sojourn on earth, and only by some stretch of imagination can the event be looked upon as parallel to his twofold coming on earth. Yet critics have discovered a link with the first part in a passage definitely referring to Christ's first advent, and the references to the Last Judgment in the runic passage have been regarded as an anticipation of the third part. The question is a nice one, and is not at present capable of solution. If we assume the unity of the poem, Cynewulf is undoubtedly the author. If we deny it, we are confronted with the further difficulty of determining the authorship of the first and third parts. From a literary point of view, Christ is perhaps the most interesting of Cynewulf's poems. It illustrates fully the influence of Latin Christianity upon English thought. The subject is derived from Latin homilies and hymns. Part 1, The Advent of Christ, seems to be largely based upon the Roman breviary. Part 2, upon the Ascension Sermon of Pope Gregory. Part 3, upon an alphabetic Latin hymn on the Last Judgment, quoted by Bede in De Arte Metrica. In addition, the Gospel of St. Matthew and Gregory's 10th homily have furnished suggestions. Yet the poet is no mere versifier of Latin theology. We are confronted, for the first time in English literature, with the product of an original mind. The author has transmuted the material derived from his sources into the passionate outpourings of personal religious feeling. The doctrines interspersed are, of course, medieval in tone. One of the three signs by which the blessed shall realize their possession of God's favor is the joy they will derive from the contemplation of the sufferings of the damned. But for the most part, the poem is a series of choric hymns of praise, of imaginative passages descriptive of visions not less sublime than that of the dream of the Rood. Christ is followed immediately in the Exeter book by the poem entitled Juliana. This is an Old English version of the Acta Sanctae Julianae Virginis Martyris. The proof of Cynewulfian authorship lies, as has already been said, in the insertion of his name in runes. The martyr is supposed to have lived about the time of the Emperor Maximian. She, of course, successfully overcomes all the minor temptations with which she is confronted, including an offer of marriage with a pagan, and finally, having routed the devil in person, endures martyrdom by the sword. Equally insignificant considered as poetry, but of the utmost importance as a link in a chain of literary evidence, are the lines known as the Fates of the Apostles. The title sufficiently indicates the contents. The poem is preserved in the Vercelli book, a codex containing both verse and prose, and for some unknown reason in the possession of the chapter of Vercelli, North Italy. The first 95 lines, which follow immediately after the poem called Andreas, occupy folios 52b to 53b. They were considered an anonymous fragment until Napier discovered that a set of verses on folio 54a, which had hitherto been assumed to have no connection with the lines preceding them, were in reality a continuation of the lines on folio 53, and that they contained the name of Cynewulf in runes. The authenticity of Fata Apostolorum was, thereby, raised above dispute, but the gain to Cynewulf's literary reputation was not great. Yet critics, anxious to vindicate the claim of our greatest pre-conquest poet to whatever poetry may seem worthy of him, have tried to twist the occurrence of Cynewulf's signature in the Fates of the Apostles into an additional plea in favor of his authorship of Andreas, the poem immediately preceding it in the Vercelli book. This poem deals with the missionary labors of St. Andrew, and is based, probably, upon a lost Latin version of a Greek original in Paris, the Praxeis Andreu kai Matthaiou. St. Andrew is commanded by God to go to the assistance of St. Matthew, who is in danger of death at the hands of the Myrmidonians, cannibal Ethiopians. He sets out in a boat manned by our Lord and 2 angels. Having landed safely, he becomes of great spiritual comfort to the captive, but is himself taken prisoner and tortured. He delivers himself and converts the Myrmidonians by working a miracle. The distinguishing feature of the poem, which links it with passages in Beowulf and the Seafarer, is the skill with which its author gives expression to his passion for the sea. Andreas is a romance of the sea. Nowhere else are to be found such superb descriptions of the raging storm, of the successful struggle of man with the powers of the deep. It illustrates, moreover, in an unusual degree, the blending of the old spirit with the new. St. Andrew, though professedly a Christian saint, is in reality a Viking. Though crusader in name, he is more truly a seafarer on adventure bent. The Christ he serves is an atheling, the apostles are Folktorgan, captains of the people, and temporal victory, not merely spiritual triumph, is the goal. Could it be proved that The Fates of the Apostles is merely an epilogue to the longer poem preceding it, the adventures of one of the 12 being related in greater detail than is vouchsafed to them treated collectively, we should be enabled to attribute with greater certainty than is otherwise possible the poem of Andreas to Cynewulf, an author of whom, on aesthetic grounds, it is not unworthy. Its authenticity would then be vouched for by the runic signature contained in the shorter poem. This hypothesis is, however, more ingenious than convincing. The poem Andreas, as it stands, lacks, indeed, as definite a conclusion as many other poems possess. There is, for instance, no finit or amen to denote the end. But unfortunately for the inventors of the hypothesis, The Fates of the Apostles does not lack a beginning, nor are St. Andrew's labours omitted from the general review of the good works done by the 12, which might possibly have been expected had the author of The Fates of the Apostles also been the author of the longer history of St. Andrew. There is more ground for accepting a theory originated by Sievers with regard to the last 16 lines of the fragment containing Cynewulf's signature discovered by Napier. In the opinion of Sievers, these 16 lines would not only be an inordinately lengthy conclusion to so short a poem as The Fates, but they are superfluous in so far as they are a mere repetition of the lines which had preceded the runic passage. He would, therefore, wish to see in them the conclusion of some lost poem of Cynewulf, and only accidentally attached to The Fates of the Apostles. Upholders of the theory of the Cynewulfian authorship of Andreas might be able to claim them as the missing conclusion to that poem, and the fact of their being attached to a piece of undoubtedly Cynewulfian work might strengthen the attribution of Andreas to our poet. But after fully weighing the arguments on either side, we must confess that the evidence so far forthcoming does not suffice for a satisfactory solution of the question. Elene is undoubtedly Cynewulf's masterpiece. The subject is contained in the Acta Sanctorum of 4th of May. Grimm also referred to the same subject as occurring in the Legenda Aurea of Jacobus a Voragine. It is impossible to decide whether the legend first reached England in a Latin or in an older Greek form. The story is that of the discovery of the true cross by Helena, the mother of the Emperor Constantine. The search, carried to so successful a conclusion, was instituted by the emperor in consequence of the famous vision, the sign of a cross in the sky bearing the inscription In hoc signo vinces. Much history hangs upon this tale. Its immediate importance for us is that the conversion of the emperor by this means became the starting point for the adoration of the cross. The symbol, which had hitherto been one of ignominy, became one of triumph and glory. The festival of the exaltation of the cross was established in the Western Church in 701, in consequence of the supposed discovery in Rome of a particle of the true cross. This event is duly recorded by Bede in De Sex Aetatibus Saeculi, the news having, no doubt, been brought to England by Abbot Ceolfrid, who was in Rome at the time. At any rate, If this event be considered too remote to have influenced Cynewulf's choice of a subject, we may remember that he probably lived through a part of the iconoclastic controversy which raged from 726 to 842, and which contributed perhaps more than anything else to an increased veneration of the cross. Indeed, the poetry of the cross in England has been regarded as the first fruit of the impetus given to its worship by the condemnation of the worship of all other symbols. The two festivals of the cross, the Invention on 3rd of May and the Exaltation on 14th of September, were both observed in the Old English Church. Cynewulf's poem on Helena's search for the true cross is contained in 14 cantos, or fits. It is written in a simple, dramatic style, interspersed with imaginative and descriptive passages of great beauty. The glamour and pomp of war, the gleam of jewels, the joy of ships dancing on the waves, give life and color to a narrative permeated by the deep and serious purpose of the author. The 15th fit, superfluous from the point of view of the story, is valuable as documentary evidence bearing on the poet's personality. It contains not only his signature in runes, but is a fragment of a great confession, unveiling to us the manner of the man to whom the cross became salvation. "I am old," he says, "and ready to depart, having woven wordcraft and pondered deeply in the darkness of the world. Once I was gay in the hall and received gifts, appled gold and treasures. Yet I was buffeted with care, fettered by sins, beset with sorrows, until the Lord of all might and power bestowed on me grace and revealed to me the mystery of the Holy Cross. Now know I that the joys of life are fleeting, and that the Judge of all the world is at hand to deal to every man his doom." Two useful deductions may be made from this passage. In the first place, the poet was evidently advanced in age when he composed this poem, a point already alluded to. In the second, he ascribes his conversion to a true understanding of the cross. In other poems, notably Christ, Cynewulf reveals an almost equal veneration for the symbol of man's redemption. But the poem which, above all others, betrays the spirit of tender yet passionate veneration, of awe and adoration for the wondrous cross on which the Prince of Glory died, is The Dream of the Rood. It is transmitted to us in a West Saxon form in the Vercelli book, and portions of it are to be found carved in runes on the Rhyval cross in Dumfriesshire. Footnote. In addition, there is cut upon the cross an inscription which was interpreted to mean "Cadmon made me," and upon this supposed signature was based the attribution of The Dream of the Rood to Cadmon. The inscription, if decipherable at all, may have been the sculptor's autograph. In no case could it, apparently, be a reference to the poet Cadmon, for the language of the poem on the Rhyval cross is younger than that of the manuscript poem, possibly of the 10th century. The decoration of the cross also is thought to be too elaborate and ornate for 8th century work, and can hardly be dated much earlier than the 10th century. See Chapter 2, Ante, and the bibliography to that chapter, especially the writings of Victor and A.S. Cook, The Dream of the Rood. A somewhat similar, though very short example of an inscription in the first person is preserved on a cross at Brussels. "Rood is min nama, jeo ich riechne König ber befiende, blode bestemet." End of footnote. The poem is now claimed as Cynewulf's by probably the majority of English scholars, though it is possible that he worked on older material. At the same time, we have none but aesthetic evidence to go upon. A resemblance has been fancied or detected between the reference to the cross in the concluding portion of Eileen, discussed above, and the subject and treatment of this poem. It would be possible to overrate the value of this coincidence. References to the cross are frequent in both prose and verse. They need prove nothing beyond the undoubtedly early custom of the adoration. At the same time, the two poems have much in common: the character of the intimate self-revelation contained in each, the elegiac tone of the reflections on the transitoriness of the world and the sinfulness of man, the phraseology and syntactical structure are alike to a degree which makes the Cynewulfian authorship of both more than probable. The Dream of the Rood is the choicest blossom of Old English Christian poetry. Religious feeling has never been more exquisitely clothed than in these 140 lines of alliterative verse. It is full of imaginative power and enters deeply into the mysteries of sin and of sorrow. We have no other instance of a dream poem in pre-Conquest England, though Bede relates several visions. The poet dreamt a dream, and in it saw the holy rood decked with gems and shining gloriously. Angels guarded it, and, at its sight, the singer was afeard, for he was stained with guilt. As he watched, the tree changed colour, anon it was adorned with treasure, anon stained with gore, and, as he watched, it spoke, and told the story of the crucifixion, the descent from the cross, the resurrection. This conception of the cross as being gifted with power of speech lends a charm to the poem. The address is followed by the poet's reflection on what he has seen. The cross shall be henceforth his confidence and help. The concluding 10 lines of the poem seem superfluous, and are possibly a later accretion. The theme concludes with line 146. The characteristic opening of the poem may be noted. As in Beowulf, Andreas, Exodus, and other poems, the singer arrests the attention of his hearers by the exclamation "Hoet" equals "lo," comparable to the listeners' laudings of the later minstrels. The device must have been a common one in days when the harp was struck at festive gatherings, and the shop urged his claim to a hearing by a preliminary chord. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Old English Christian Poetry, Part 3, by M. Bentick Smith. We must pass on to other poems that have, with more or less show of reason, been attributed to Cynewulf. Of these, the longest is the life of the Mercian saint Guthlac. It falls into 2 parts, the first apparently having been composed during the lifetime of the anchorite, who is the subject of the poem, the second being based upon the Latin Vita by Felix of Croyland. The main question that has been discussed has been whether both parts are by one and the same author or not, and whether Cynewulf can lay claim to one or both parts. If only one part can be attributed to him, it should be part 2, Guthlac B. Since the conclusion to this part is missing, it may conceivably have contained Cynewulf's signature in runes. There is no gap in the manuscript between the conclusion of Christ and the beginning of Guthlac, and Gollancz has assumed that the passage commonly read as the conclusion of Christ, lines 1666 to 1694, really forms the introduction to Guthlac. These lines are, no doubt, superfluous as regards Christ, but they are yet more unsuitable considered as an introduction to Guthlac, which begins, quite appropriately, with a common epic formula, Monse Sindon, cf. the opening of the Phoenix. It would be better to assume them to be a fragment of some independent poem on the joys of the blessed. The death of Guthlac is related in lines full of strength and beauty. The writer has entered into the spirit of the last great struggle with the powers of darkness and death, even as Bunyan did when he related the passage of Christian through the valley of the shadow of death. The wondrous light that shines over Guthlac's hut before he dies irresistibly recalls the waving lights in the sky familiar to every northerner, and when we read that, at the saint's entry into the heavenly mansions, the whole land of England trembled with rapture, we feel that, whether Cynewulf wrote the poem or not, we are in the presence of a poet who does not lack imaginative power of a high order. The Phoenix has been attributed to Cynewulf by a large number of competent critics. The first portion of it is based upon a Latin poem attributed to Lactantius, and there is some ground for assuming Cynewulf's acquaintance with that Latin author, since a copy of the book was contained in Alcuin's library at York, and Cynewulf may very well have been a scholar in the school at York. The second part of the poem, the allegorical application of the myth to Christ, is based on the writings of Ambrose and Bede. The characteristic feature of the poem is its love of color and wealth, of gorgeous descriptive epithets. Especially noteworthy in this respect is the description of the land where the phoenix dwells. Winsome is the wold there the wealds are green, spacious spread below the skies, there may neither snow nor rain, nor the furious air of frost, nor the flare of fire, nor the headlong squall of hail, nor the hoar-frost's fall, nor the burning of the sun, nor the bitter cold, nor the weather over-warm, nor the winter shower, do their wrong to any wight, but the wold abides, ever happy, healthful there. This passage illustrates not only the feeling of English poets towards nature, but also the development that took place in consequence of the influence of Latin letters. The Northumbrian poets were not unskilled in the depiction of scenes with which they were familiar, but in the Phoenix we have, for the first time, a poet attempting, under literary influence, and with an obviously conscious striving after artistic effect, to paint an ideal landscape, the beauty and gentleness of summer climes, the wealth of tropical nature, the balminess of a softer air, where there shall be no more, or only a sunlit sea, unlike the sullen gloom of the northern waters. The conclusion of the poem is of an unusual kind. It consists of 11 lines in a mixture of English and Latin, the first half of each line being English, the second half Latin, the Latin alliterating with the English. Portions of an Old English physiologus have also been attributed to Cynewulf. Allegorical bestiaries were a favorite form of literature from the 5th century down to the Middle Ages. They consisted of descriptions of certain beasts, birds, and fishes, which were considered capable of an allegorical significance. The allegorical meaning was always attached to the description, much as a moral is appended to a fable. The development of this form of literature was due to the fondness for animal symbolism characteristic of early Christian art. Only 3 specimens of such description are extant in Old English literature. They deal with the panther, the whale, and the partridge. The panther is complete. There is a gap in the description of the whale. Of the partridge there is hardly sufficient to prove that the bird described was really a partridge. It is uncertain whether these pieces were merely isolated attempts at imitation of a foreign model, or whether they formed part of a complete Old English physiologus. 2 somewhat divergent texts of a Latin physiologus, B and C, belonging to the 9th century, have been discovered. The resemblance between the Latin text and the Old English is fairly striking in B, where after 22 other animals have been described, we have the panther, the whale, and the partridge. Probably both Old English and Latin versions are derived from a common source. The panther, as usual, is symbolical of Christ, and the whale, which lures seafarers to moor their ocean mares to it, thinking its back an island, represents the accuser of the brethren, and its gaping mouth is the gate of hell. The assumption that the first of a series of Old English riddles, 95 in all, was a charade meaning Cynewulf or Coenwulf, caused the collection to be attributed to him. These riddles are transmitted in the Exeter Book. They are closely connected with similar collections of Latin riddles, more especially one by Aldhelm. Aldhelm's work is based upon that of the 5th century Latin poet Symphosius, and Aldhelm was the first English writer to acclimatize the Latin riddle in England. 40 riddles by Archbishop Tadwine, which were expanded by Eusebius to the number of 100, are also extant. The author of the Old English riddles derived most of his inspiration from Aldhelm, but he also seems to have gone direct to Symphosius and to have made some slight use of the work of Eusebius and Tadwine. The theory that the solution of the first riddle was the name Coenwulf, id est Cynewulf, was refuted by Trautmann in 1883, and later by Sievers, on linguistic and other grounds. The peculiarly English tone and character of the riddles is, in some measure, due to Althelm's example. For, though he wrote in Latin, his style differentiates his work from that of the Latin authors, and accounts for the popularity this form of literature acquired in England. Furthermore, the author or authors of the Old English riddles borrow themes from native folk song and saga. In their hands inanimate objects become endowed with life and personality, the powers of nature become objects of worship, such as they were in olden times. They describe the scenery of their own country, the fen, the river, and the sea, the horror of the untrodden forest, sun and moon engaged in perpetual pursuit of each other, the nightingale and the swan, the plough guided by the grey-haired enemy of the wood, the bull breaking up the clods left unturned by the plough, the falcon, the arm companion of athelings, scenes, events, characters familiar in the England of that day. Riddle 41, De Creatura, and Riddle 9 on the nightingale, which are subjects taken from Althelm, may be compared with the Latin versions, to prove how far the more imaginative English poet was from being a mere imitator, and the storm and iceberg riddles breathe the old northern and Viking spirit. Riddle 36 is also preserved in Northumbrian in a manuscript at Leyden. The most varied solutions have, from time to time, been suggested for some of the riddles, and the meaning of many is by no means clear. The most recent attempt at a solution of the first riddle has been made by Schofield and Gollancz. They see in this short poem an Old English monodrama in 5 acts, wherein a lady boasts of fidelity to her lover, but, during his absence, proves faithless, and lives to endure the vengeance of her husband in the loss of a child. We may note, in conclusion, a group of minor poems which have one characteristic feature in common, namely, the note of personal religion. They are for the most part lyric or didactic in character, dealing with the soul's need of redemption. Of these, the Death Song, attributed to Bede by his pupil Cuthbert, who gives an approximate Latin rendering of it, is preserved in a Northumbrian version in a manuscript at St. Gall, and belongs to the same period as Caedmon's hymn. One of the most interesting of the group is the Address of the Lost Soul to the Body, a frequent theme in later literature. It is one of the very few Old English poems preserved in 2 versions, one in the Exeter, the other in the Vercelli book. In the latter codex is contained a fragment of a very rare theme, the Address of the Saved Soul to the Body. A poem on the Day of Doom is transmitted in the Exeter book. It is a general admonition to lead a godly, righteous, and sober life, after the fashion of many similar warnings in later literature. A group of 4 short poems, of which 3 are preserved in the Exeter book, deal with attributes common to mankind. The Gifts of Men, Bimona Creftum, based largely upon the 29th homily of Pope Gregory, and hence sometimes attributed to Cynewulf. The Fates of Man, Bimana Virdum, which, though allied in theme to the previous poem, differs very considerably from it in treatment. The Mind of Man, Bimana Mode, and The Falsehood of Man, Bimana Leerse, which may be described as poetical homilies. The Rhyming Poem is a solitary instance of the occurrence in English poetry of the consistent use of end rhyme and alliteration in one and the same poem. The theme, Sorrow's crown of sorrows is remembering happier things, recalls the epilogue to Elaine, but the resemblance is not sufficiently striking to justify the attribution of the poem to Cynewulf. The metrical form is an accurate imitation of the Höfudlausen of Egil Skallagrimsson, which was composed in Northumberland at the court of Athelstan. It is generally thought that gnomic or didactic poetry, which seems to have been very popular during the Old English period, had its origin in the religious exercises of heathen times. Certainly it is well represented in the mythological poems of the Edda, whether we take the proverb form, as in the first part of Havamal, or the form of question and answer, as in Vafthrudnismal and other poems. Old English proverbs are, however, almost entirely deprived of heathen colouring. One collection, amounting altogether to 206 lines in 3 sections, is preserved in the Exeter Book, and another, containing 66 lines, serves as a preface to one of the texts of the Chronicle. The proverbs in the 2 collections are of much the same kind, giving, in each case, the chief characteristic of the thing mentioned, e.g., frost shall freeze, or a king shall have government. Generally, however, they run into 2 or more lines, beginning and ending in the middle, so that the whole collection has the form of a connected poem. In this class of literature we may, perhaps, also include A Father's Instruction, a poem consisting of 10 moral admonitions, 94 lines in all, addressed by a father to his son, somewhat after the nature of the Proverbs of Solomon. In form it may be compared with Sigurdrifumal and the last part of Havamal, but the matter is very largely Christian. Mention must also be made of the Runic poem, which, likewise, has Scandinavian parallels. Each of the letters of the runic alphabet had its own name, which was also the word for some animal, plant, or other article, e.g., riches, buffalo, thorn, and it is the properties of these which the poem describes, allotting 3 or 4 lines to each. The other form of didactic poetry, the dialogue, is represented in Old English in the poem known as Solomon and Saturn. This alliterative poem is preserved in 2 manuscripts in the library of Corpus Christi College, Cambridge. King Solomon, as the representative of Jewish wisdom, is represented as measuring forces with Saturn, a docile learner and mild disputant. The Old English dialogue has its counterpart in more than one literature, but in other countries Markolf, who takes the place of Saturn, gets the best of the game, and saucy wit confounds the teacher. Any attempt to estimate the development attained by Old English literature, as shown by the work of the 2 schools of poetry which the names of Caedmon and Cynewulf connote, must, of necessity, be somewhat superficial, in view of the fragmentary nature of much of the work passed under review. Caedmon stands for a group of singers, whose work we feel to be earlier in tone and feeling, though not always in age, than that which we know to be Cynewulf's, or can fairly attribute to him. Both schools of thought are Christian, not rarely even monkish. Both writers, if not in equal measure, are sons of their age, and palpably inheritors of a philosophy of life pagan in many respects. It is safe to say that, in both groups, there is hardly a single poem of any length and importance in which whole passages are not permeated with the spirit of the untouched Beowulf, in which turns of speech, ideas, points of view do not recall an earlier, a fiercer, a more self-reliant and fatalistic age. God, the all-ruler, is fate metamorphosed. The powers of evil are identical with those once called giants and elves. The paradise and hell of the Christian are as realistic as the Valhalla and the Niflheim of the heathen ancestor. Yet the work of Cynewulf and his school marks an advance upon the writings of the school of Caedmon. Even the latter is, at times, subjective and personal in tone to a degree not found in pure folk epic. But in Cynewulf the personal note is emphasized and becomes lyrical. Caedmon's hymn in praise of the Creator is a sublime statement of generally recognized facts, calling for universal acknowledgment in suitably exalted terms. Cynewulf's confessions in the concluding portion of Elene, or in The Dream of the Rood, or his vision of the Day of Judgment in Christ, are lyrical outbursts, spontaneous utterances of a soul which has become one with its subject, and to which self-revelation is a necessity. This advance shows itself frequently also in the descriptions of nature. For Cynewulf, earth's crammed with heaven, and every common bush afire with God. It is, perhaps, only in portions of Exodus and in passages of Genesis B that the divine immanence in nature is obviously felt by the Caedmonian shop. The greatest distinction between the old school and the other is due, however, to the degree in which Cynewulf and his group show their power of assimilating foreign literary influences. England was ceasing to be insular as the influence of a literary tongue began to hold sway over her writers. They are scholars, deliberately aiming at learning from others. They borrow freely, adapt, reproduce. Form has become of importance, at times of supreme importance. The attempt, architecturally imperfect as it may be, to construct the trilogy we know as Christ, is valuable as a proof of consciousness in art, and the transformation that the riddles show in the passage from their Latin sources furnishes additional evidence of the desire to adorn. Yet it is hard not to regret much that was lost in the acquisition of the new. The reflection of the spirit of paganism, the development of epic and lyric as we see them in the fragments that remain, begin to fade and change. At first, Christianity is seen to be but thin veneer over the old heathen virtues, and the gradual assimilation of the Christian spirit was not accomplished without harm to the national poetry, or without resentment on the part of the people. They have taken away our ancient worship, and no one knows how this new worship is to be performed, said the hostile common folk to the monks, when the latter were praying at Tynemouth for the safety of their brethren carried out to sea. We are not going to pray for them. May God spare none of them, they jibed, when they saw that Cuthbert's prayers appeared to be ineffectual. It was many a year before the hostility to the new faith was overcome, and the foreign elements blended with the native Teutonic spirit. The process of blending can be seen perfectly at work in such lines as The Charm for Barren Land, where pagan feeling and nominal Christianity are inextricably mixed. There, earth spells are mingled with addresses to the Mother of Heaven. But in due season the fusion was accomplished, and in part this was due to the wisdom with which the apostles of Christianity retained and disguised in Christian dress many of the festivals, observances, and customs of pre-Christian days. That so much of what remains of Old English literature is of a religious nature does not seem strange, when it is remembered through whose hands it has come down to us. Only what appealed to the new creed or could be modified by it would be retained or adapted, when the Teutonic spirit became linked with, and tamed by, that of Rome. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Latin Writings in England to the Time of Alfred. Part 1. By Montague, Rhodes, James. It is outside the scope of this work to survey the various scattered documents of British origin which were produced outside Britain. Moreover, the influence of most of them upon the mainstream of English literature was, beyond all doubt, extremely slight. Among the writings thus excluded from consideration may be mentioned the remains of Pelagius, who seems to have been actually the earliest British author, the short tract of Fastidius, a British bishop, on the Christian life, and the two wonderful books of St. Patrick, the Confession and the Letter to Coroticus, which, in spite of their barbaric style, whereof the author was fully conscious, are among the most living and attractive monuments of ancient Christianity. Outside our province also falls the earliest piece of Latin verse produced in these islands, the hymn of St. Sachnal, and also the hymns of the Bangor Antiphonary, the writings of Columban, and the lives and remains of the Irish missionaries abroad. All these are named here principally, lest it should be supposed that they have been forgotten. We pass to our earliest indigenous literary products, and the list of these is headed by two somewhat uncouth fragments, marked off from almost all that follow them by the fact that they are British and not English in origin. These are the Book of Gildas and the History of the Britons. Concerning the career of Gildas the Wise, we are told much in the lives of him by a monk of Rhuys and by Caradoc of Llancarvan, which belong respectively to the early part of the 11th century and to the 12th, but almost all the data that can be regarded as trustworthy are derived from Gildas's own book and from brief notices in Irish and Welsh annals. As examined by Zimmer and Theodor Mommsen, these sources tell us that Gildas, born about the year 500 A.D., was living in the west of England, and wrote the book which we possess shortly before 547, that perhaps he journeyed to Rome, that he spent the last years of his life in Brittany, and probably died there in 570, and that not long before his death, probably also in his younger days, he visited Ireland. He is represented by various authorities as having been a pupil of St. Illtyd at Llantwit Major in Wales, together with other great saints of the time. The book of his which remains to us is thus entitled by its most recent editor Mommsen, Of Gildas the Wise, concerning the destruction and conquest of Britain, and his lamentable castigation uttered against the kings, princes, and priests thereof. The manuscripts differ widely in the names they assign to it. The author himself in his opening words describes his work as an epistle. For 10 years it has been in his mind, he says, to deliver his testimony about the wickedness and corruption of the British state and church, but he has, though with difficulty, kept silence. Now he must prove himself worthy of the charge laid upon him as a leading teacher, and speak. But first he will, with God's help, set forth shortly some facts about the character of the country and the fortunes of its people. Here follows that sketch of the history of Britain which, largely used by Bede, and by the compilers of the history of the Britons, is almost our only literary authority for the period. In compiling it, Gildas says he has not used native sources, which, if they ever existed, had perished, but narratives from beyond the sea. What this precisely means it is not easy to determine. The only historical authors whose influence can be directly traced in his text are Rufinus's version of Eusebius, Jerome's Chronicle, and Orosius, and none of these records the local occurrences which Gildas relates. Moreover, the story, as he tells it, clearly appears to be derived from oral traditions, in some cases demonstrably incorrect, rather than copied from any older written sources. It may be that Gildas drew his knowledge from aged British monks who had settled in Ireland or Brittany. It may be that by the relatio transmarina he merely means the foreign historians just mentioned. Brief and rather vague as it is, the narrative may be accepted as representing truly enough the course of events. It occupies rather more than a quarter of the whole work, and brings us down to the time 44 years after the British victory of Mount Badon, when the descendants of the hero of that field, Ambrosius Aurelianus, had departed from the virtues of their great ancestor, and when, in the view of our author, the moral and spiritual state of the whole British dominion had sunk to the lowest level of degradation. In the pages that follow, he attacks, successively and by name, 5 of the princes of the West: Constantine of Devon and Cornwall, Aurelius Caninus, whose sphere of influence is unknown, Vortiper of Pembrokeshire, Cuneglaces, king of an unnamed territory, and the Dragon of the Isle, Maglucunus, who is known to have reigned over Anglesey and to have died in the year 547. Each of these is savagely reproached with his crimes, sacrilege, perjury, adultery, and murder, and each is, in milder terms, entreated to return to the ways of peace. Up to this point, the epistle is of great interest, though tantalizing from its lack of precise detail. It now becomes far less readable. The whole of the remainder is, practically, a cento of biblical quotations, gathering together the woes pronounced in Scripture against evil princes and evil priests, and the exhortations found therein for their amendment. The picture which the author draws of the principate and of the clergy is almost without relief in its blackness. He does just allow that there are a few good priests, but corruption, worldliness, and vice are rampant among the majority. That Gildas was convinced of the urgency of his message there is no room to doubt. Like Elijah at Horeb, he feels that he is left alone, a prophet of the Lord, and every word he writes comes from his heart. Yet if we are certain of his sincerity, we are at least equally confident that his picture must be too darkly colored. We have complained that he lacks precision. It must be added that he loves adjectives, and adjectives in the superlative degree. Doubtless Salonius and Sagittarius, the wicked bishops of Gap and Embrun, of whom Gregory of Tours has so much to say, had their counterparts in Britain. But there were also St. Illtyd, St. David, and many another renowned founders of schools and teachers of the young, whose labours cannot have been wholly fruitless. In style, Gildas is vigorous to the point of turgidity. His breathless periods are often wearisome, and his epithets multitudinous. Perhaps the most pleasant sample of his writings is the paragraph in which he enumerates with an ardent and real affection the beauties of Britain. In a few instances he shows that tendency to adorn his page with rare and difficult words which seems to have had a great attraction for the Celtic mind. It is evident that he considers himself a Roman citizen in some sense. To him Latin is our tongue, as opposed to English, and the impression given by this phrase is confirmed by the whole tenor of his writing. His sources of inspiration, as we have in part seen, are Roman. To those already mentioned we may add the names of Virgil, and perhaps Juvenal and Claudian. In summing up the impression which he leaves upon us, we may say that his eyes are fixed regretfully upon a great past. There is no hint of hope for the future. The thought that the heathen English might become a source of light to the Western world is one that has never dawned upon him. In short, Gildas is a dark and sad figure. Night is falling round him. All that he has been taught to prize is gone from him or going, and when he looks upon his land, behold darkness and sorrow, and the light is darkened in the heavens thereof. The literary history of the book is not very complicated. The compilers of the history of the Britons used it, and so did Bede and the authors of the lives of Gildas and of other Breton saints. In the 12th century it was a rare book in England, as William of Newburgh tells us, but Geoffrey of Monmouth had it before him in the first half of that century. We have, besides the epistle par excellence, relics of other epistles of Gildas, in which his peculiar style is very recognizable, and also some penitential canons. Of these latter we need only say that the precise extent of the material in them, which can be certainly assigned to Gildas, is still in dispute. Another fragment of Gildan literature, upon whose authenticity a curious literary question depends, is the hymn called Lorica, or Cuiras. This is a metrical prayer, in which the suppliant asks for divine protection against the mortality of this year, and against evil demons, and enumerates each limb and organ of his body. The form which the prayer takes, though not common, is not unique. A similar hymn in Irish is attributed to St. Patrick, and there are others of Irish origin. The attribution of this particular Lorica to Gildas — Gilles, the name in the manuscript, is pretty clearly meant for Gildas — is not unanimous. One Lathacan, Leitken, or Loading, probably an Irish prince of the 7th century, is named by several copies, once as having brought the hymn to Ireland. Zimmer is confident in maintaining that Gildas is the author. Mommsen dissents from this view. It may seem an indifferent matter whether this particular hymn is a work of the 6th or 7th century, but the fact is that its style and vocabulary are of considerable interest as throwing light on the culture of its time, and they connect it with a longer document or group of documents, the date and provenance of which it would be very interesting to settle. In its latter portion, where it enumerates the various parts of the body, Lorica is, to a large extent, a collection of the most obscure foreign and archaic words which the author could scrape together. Hebrew, Greek, and Latin are mingled in the most curious way, and are so disguised and corrupted that, in many cases, We are only able to divine their meaning by the help of glosses. It may be allowable to quote a single line: Gigram cephalem cumiaris et conas, which is said to mean head with hair and eyes. The other group of writings in which a similarly extraordinary vocabulary occurs is represented principally by the work called Hisperica Famina, which we possess in more than one text. It is arranged in a series of sections, numbering in all somewhat over 600 lines, of a kind of assonant non-metrical structure. Each line usually consists of two parts. The first part contains one or two epithets, and the verb and subject are in the second part. Each section contains a description of some scene or object: the day's work, the sea, fire, the wind, a chapel, an encounter with robbers. The writer is evidently a member of something like a monastic school, and all that we can certainly say of his surroundings is that he is brought into contact with Irish people, for they are distinctly mentioned in the text. It is impossible to give any idea of the obscurity of Hisperica Famina without quoting or translating passages, and nothing short of the genius of Sir Thomas Urquhart could find equivalents for the amazing words used by the writer. This one point is evident, that the same school produced Loica and Hisperica Famina. Was that school located in England or Ireland? If Gildas be author of Loica, it follows, in all probability, that the author of Hisperica Famina was a man brought up, like Gildas, in a South Welsh school, such as that of St. Illtyd, and subsequently settled in Ireland, where he wrote Hisperica Famina. In this case we must place him in the 6th century. One piece of evidence which points in this direction can hardly be set aside. The hymn attributed to St. Columba, and known as Altus Prosator, contains very marked specimens of the Hisperic Latinity. That this composition is really of Columba's age is the belief of its latest editors, and if that be granted, there is no need to seek for further proof that Hisperica Famina could have been produced in the 6th century, and that, whether Irish in origin or not, its peculiarities were adopted by genuinely Irish authors. The Historia Britonum has been the centre of many controversies as to its date and origin. As set forth in Theodore Mommsen's edition, it consists of the following tracts, which together form what has been called Volumen Britanniae, or the Book of Britain. 1. A calculation of epochs of the world's history, brought down to various dates by various scribes or editors. 2. The history of the Britons down to a time immediately after the death of Vortigern. 3. A short life of St. Patrick. 4. A chapter about Arthur. Footnote. See the chapter on the early history of the Arthurian legend in the present volume. End of footnote. 5. Genealogies of Saxon kings and a calculation of epochs. 6. A list of cities of Britain. 7. A tract on the wonders of Britain. As to the probable date of this curious congeries of writings, it is held that they were compiled by a Briton somewhere about the year 679, after which additions were made to them. In particular, about the year 800, a recension of the whole was made by one Nennius. He represents himself as a pupil of Albodugus, who is known to have been Bishop of Bangor, and to have died in 809, and also seemingly as a pupil of one Bulan, for whose son Samuel he made his revision of the book. He may very possibly be identical with the Nemnivus, of whom we have some curious relics preserved in a Bodleian manuscript. The revision of Nennius is not extant in a complete form. Our best authority for it is an Irish version made in the 11th century by Gilla Comgin. Some of the Latin copies have preserved extracts from the original, among which are the preface of Nennius and some verses by him. A principal point to be remembered in this connection is that it is scarcely correct to speak of the history of the Britons as being the work of Nennius. Footnote. The view here expressed is, in the main, that of Zimmer and Mommsen. It must be mentioned that another hypothesis regards Nennius as primarily responsible for the whole compilation. If this be accepted, there can be no possibility of Bede's having used the book. End of footnote. The sources employed by the original compiler or compilers of the various tracts which make up the volume of Britain are both native and foreign. He or they have drawn largely upon Celtic legend, written or oral. Other writings which have been used to a considerable extent are Gildas, Jerome's Chronicle, and the lost life of St. Germanus of Auxerre. Slighter traces of a knowledge of Virgil, Caesar, Isidore, and a map resembling the Peutinger Table are forthcoming. Of the authors to whom the book was known in early times, it is only necessary to name two. In all probability, Bede was acquainted with it, though he does not mention it as having been one of his sources of information. Geoffrey of Monmouth made fairly extensive use of it. The copy which he had evidently attributed the authorship to Gildas, as do 3 at least of our extant manuscripts. It is hardly possible to speak of the history as possessing a distinctive style. Where the author attempts a detailed narrative, his manner reminds us of the historical portions of the Old Testament. The books of Chronicles, with their mixture of genealogy and story, afford a near and familiar parallel. If we possessed the whole of the revision by Nennius in its Latin form, we should most likely find that he had infused into it something of the learned manner beloved of his race and age. At least his preface and his verses indicate this. Greek and Hebrew words occur in the verses, and one set of them is so written that the initials of the words form an alphabet. The original author of the history had no such graces. His best passage is the well-known tale of Vortigern. Within a generation after the death of Gildas, the Roman mission came to Kent, and the learning of the Latins, secular as well as sacred, was brought within reach of the English. The 7th century saw them making copious use of this enormous gift, and Latin literature flourished in its new and fertile soil. Probably the coming of Archbishop Theodore and Abbot Hadrian to Canterbury in the year 668 was the event which contributed more than any other to the progress of education in England. The personalities of these two men, both versed in Greek as well as in Latin learning, determined, at least at first, the quality and complexion of the literary output of the country. But theirs was not the only strong influence at work. In the first place, the fashion of resorting to Ireland for instruction was very prevalent among English students. In the second place, the intercourse between England and Rome was incessant. Especially was this the case in the monasteries of the north. To take a single famous instance, 5 times did Benedict Bishop, abbot of Wearmouth, journey from Britain to Rome, and on each occasion he returned laden with books and artistic treasures. A less familiar example may also be cited. Cuthwin, bishop of the East Angles about 750, brought with him from Rome a life of St. Paul, full of pictures, and an illustrated copy of Sedulius, now at Antwerp, in the Plantin Museum, has been shown to have belonged to the same owner. 4 books which have been preserved to our times may be cited as tangible monuments of the various influences which were being exercised upon the English in the 7th century. The Gregorian Gospels at Corpus Christi College, Cambridge, manuscript 286, written in the 7th century and illustrated with pictures which, if not painted in Italy, go back to Italian originals, represent the influence of Augustine. The Greco-Latin copy of the Acts of the Apostles at Oxford, Laud, Greek 35, may well have been brought to this country by Theodore or Hadrian. The Lindisfarne Gospels show the blend of Celtic with Anglian art, and contain indications of a Neapolitan archetype. The Codex Amiatinus of the Latin Bible, now at Florence, written at Wearmouth or Jarrow, and destined as a present for the Pope, shows England acknowledging her debt to Rome. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Latin Writings in England to the Time of Alfred, Part 2, by Montague, Rhodes, James. The first considerable literary figure among English writers of Latin is undoubtedly Aldhelm, who died Bishop of Sherborne in 709. Much of his life was passed at Malmesbury, and the account given by William of Malmesbury, on the authority of King Alfred's Handbook, of Aldhelm's skill as a poet in the vernacular, and of his singing to the harp songs of his own composing, by which he hoped to teach the country people, is probably the only fact associated with his name in the minds of most. Glad as we should be to possess these English poems, it is certain that Aldhelm and his contemporaries must have thought little of them in comparison with his Latin works. There may have been many in the land who could compose in English, but there were assuredly very few who were capable of producing writings such as those on which Aldhelm's reputation rests. For our purpose, one fact derived from a letter of Aldhelm himself is of extreme importance. In his youth he was for a considerable time a pupil of Hadrian of Canterbury. A late biographer, Faresius, credits Aldhelm with a knowledge of Greek, derived from 2 teachers procured by King Ine from Athens, of Hebrew and of Latin, which tongue no one had employed to greater advantage since Virgil. These statements cannot be taken quite as they stand. We do not hear from any other source of the Athenian teachers, and the Greek which Aldhelm undoubtedly knew he could perfectly well have learned from Hadrian. There is practically nothing to show that he knew Hebrew, and we need not spend time in examining the remark about Virgil. In spite of this and similar exaggerations, the fact remains that Aldhelm's learning is really very great for his time. The writings of his which we possess are the following: 1. A number of letters. 2. A prose treatise on the praise of virginity. 3. A versification in hexameters of the same treatise. 4. A prose book on the number 7 and on meters, especially the hexameter, containing also a collection of 100 riddles in verse. 5. Occasional poems, principally inscriptions for altars or the like. Of the letters, several of which have been preserved among the correspondence of St. Boniface, 2 are of particular interest. The first of these, addressed to the Welsh king Geraint, complains of the irregularities of the British clergy in regard to the form of the tonsure and the observance of Easter, and of their unchristian attitude towards the English clergy, with whom they refuse to hold any intercourse. It warns the king of the dangers incurred by those who are out of communion with the Church of Peter, and begs him to use his influence in favor of union. The style and vocabulary of this letter are unusually plain and straightforward. Few words appear to be inserted simply for the sake of adorning the page. It is a sincere and businesslike document. The other offers a wide contrast. It is written to one Earfrid on his return from Ireland, whither he had gone for purposes of study, and is intended to show that equally good teaching could be obtained in England. With this in view, Aldhelm pours out all the resources of an extremely rich and varied vocabulary upon his correspondent. In the opening lines, the figure of alliteration is employed to an alarming extent. Out of 16 consecutive words, 15 begin with a P. Once or twice the writer breaks without rhyme or reason into Greek. The phrase ad doxam onomatis Kyrii is a good example, and Latinized Greek words stud the text, together with unfamiliar Latin. Elaborate passages of metaphor, too, occur, one about bees, of which Aldhelm is specially fond, and the whole affords as concentrated a sample of the author's learned style as it is possible to find in a small compass. An interesting feature in the theme is a panegyric on Theodore and Hadrian, who are extolled as capable of routing and putting to shame all the scholars of Ireland. It is evident that this latter was much admired, for it survives in a good many copies, in juxtaposition with the treatise on virginity, with which it has no connection. The two books in prose and verse on virginity were the most popular of Altham's writings. A short sketch of their contents must be given. The prose treatise is addressed to a group of nuns, some of whom have English names, while others have adopted the names of virgin saints. They are headed by Hildelita, who afterwards became Abbess of Barking. We have first a thanksgiving for the learning and virtue of the community, a lengthy comparison of nuns to bees, and a panegyric on the state of virginity, with a warning against the 8 principal vices. Then follows the main body of the work, consisting of a number of examples of men and women who have excelled in chastity. The first order of these is taken from the Old Testament: Elijah, Elisha, Jeremiah, Daniel, the 3 children. The second from the New: John Baptist, John Evangelist, Thomas, Paul, Luke. From the subsequent history of the Church come Clement of Rome, Sylvester, Ambrose, Martin, Gregory Nazianzen, Basil, Felix. A group of hermits and monks follows: Anthony, Paul, Hilarion, John, Benedict. Then some who suffered for chastity as confessors: Malchus, Narcissus, Athanasius, or as martyrs: Babylas, Cosmas and Damian, Chrysanthus and Daria, Julian and Basilissa. Last among the male examples are 2 more hermits, Amos and Apollonius. Next follow the heroines: the Virgin Mary, Cecilia, Agatha, Lucy, Justina, Eugenia, Agnes, Thecla, Eulalia, Scholastica, Christina, Dorothea, Constantina, Eustochium, Demetrias, Agape, Irene and Chionia, Rufina and Secunda, Anatolia and Victoria. In most of these cases the substance of the saint's history is given, sometimes at considerable length. After this, a few examples are cited of persons who were in some way notable in connection with chastity, though not all celibate. Joseph, David, Samson, Abel, Melchizedek are brought forward. A warning against splendor of attire occupies some space, and is followed by an apology for the style of the work, as having been written under the pressure of many occupations. The conclusion of the whole is a request for the prayers of the recipients. The poetical form of the treatise is later than the prosaic. It begins with a very elaborate double acrostic, the initials and finals of the lines forming one and the same hexameter verse. The initials are to be read downward and the finals upwards. The book is this time addressed to an Abbess Maxima, whose English name does not appear to be known. The arrangement of the poem coincides generally, but not exactly, with that of the prose book. The preliminary praise of virginity is shorter. Some examples, Thomas, Felix, Christina, Dorothea, are omitted, and a couple, Gervasius and Protasius, and Jerome, added. After the story of Anatolia and Victoria, the poem diverges from prose, and gives a description of the 8 principal vices, modelled, not very closely, upon Prudentius's Psychomachia. It ends by deprecating criticism, and by asking for the prayers of the reader. The source and style of these books are the chief matters which engage our attention. With regard to the source of the prose treatise in particular, we see that Altham had access to a very considerable library of Christian authors. It included, taking the citations as they occur in the text, an unidentified work in which an angel appears as speaker, not the shepherd of Hermas, Isidore, Pseudo-Melita's Passion of John, Acts of Thomas, Revelation of Paul, in the fullest Latin text, Recognitions of Clement, Acts of Sylvester, Paulinus's Life of Ambrose, Sulpicius Severus, Lives of Gregory and Basil, Athanasius's Life of Anthony, Vitae Patrum, Gregory's Dialogues, Rufinus's version of Eusebius, Jerome's letter and his Life of Malchus, and an extensive collection of Passions of Martyrs. Among poets, Virgil and Prosper are prominent. In this enumeration only the obvious sources have been reckoned. A list of the books whose influence is perceptible in phrases or allusions would be of equal length. The style recalls the intricate ornamentation of the Celtic manuscripts of the time. The thought is simple, as are the ingredients of the patterns in the manuscripts, but it is involved in exhausting periods, and wonderful words are dotted about in them like spangles. We have seen that to some scholars in this age learning meant chiefly the knowledge of strange words. Altham is not free from this delusion. A fairly close rendering of a paragraph from the Prose treatise will convey a better idea of his manner than many lines of description. Paul, formerly Saul, the Benjamin of the prophecy, at morning devouring the prey and at evening dividing the spoil, who by his fearsome bidding compelled the Pythoness, prophesying the vanities of deceit through the spirit of necromancy, and thereby heaping up in abundance the sumptuous wealth of her lords, and enriching them to satiety with the pleasant treasures of her gains, to set before her impudent lips the door of dumb silence, and who, marvellous to tell, spent unheard 4 times 6 hours in the deep bottom of the sea, and bore 4 times 40 blows, less one, by the sharp torment of cruelty. Was it not in virtue of his prerogative of intact purity that, exploring the third heaven, he beheld the souls of the citizens above with virgin glances, and sought out the hidden things of the celestial host in an experience of matters that might not be spoken? Though the revelation, as they call it, of Paul babbles of his visiting the delights of flowery paradise in a golden ship, yet the divine law forbids the followers of the Catholic faith to believe anything beyond what the ordinance of canonical truth publishes, and the decisions of orthodox fathers in written decretals have commanded us to give up utterly and banish far from us this and other fevered fancies of spurious books, as thundering words horrifying to the ear. Another important production of our author, important as exemplifying his secular learning, though it never attained the popularity of his other works, is the letter to Acercius, King Alfred of Northumbria, which contains a disquisition on the number 7, a treatise on the hexameter, and a collection of riddles in verse. The portion of the book which deals with metre is illustrated by very many examples from Latin poets. A large number of the classical quotations must, no doubt, be put down to the credit of the grammarian Audex, from whom much of the text is borrowed. But a very considerable proportion is, certainly, derived from Altham's own reading. We may be sure, for instance, that he had access to Virgil, Ovid, Lucan, Cicero, Pliny, Sallust, Solinus. The list of Christian poets is astonishing. Juvencus, the author of the versified Latin Old Testament, who is now called Cyprianus, Sedulius, Arater, Alcimus Avitus, Prudentius, Prosper, Corippus, Venantius Fortunatus, Paulinus of Périgueux, and an otherwise unknown Paulus Questor are all used. A little group of Spanish authorities, in particular the grammatical work of Julian of Toledo, is a curious feature. The traces of Horace, Juvenal, Persius, Seneca, Dracontius, Sidonius are slight. Orosius, Lactantius, Junilius, and a number of grammarians may close our catalogue, which, it will be recognized, is a very impressive one. The riddles which occur in the midst of this treatise are among the most attractive part of Altham's work. They are modelled on those of Symphosius, a 5th-century writer, but are not, like his, confined to the limits of 3 lines apiece. They are, for the most part, ingenious little descriptions of simple objects, e.g., to take a series at random, the locust, the night crow, the net, the spindle, the cupping glass, the evening, the dagger, the bubble. That this form of wit sharpening made a great appeal to the mind of our ancestors is amply evident from many passages in the Old English literature, notably the Dialogue of Solomon and Saturn, and the documents related thereto, and are not the periphrases of all early Scandinavian poetry exemplifications of the same tendency? As we have seen, Altham's riddles were copiously imitated by Englishmen in later centuries. We have seen something of the number of Latin authors who were known to Altham. It may be added here that, in a letter to Hedda, Bishop of Winchester, he describes himself, apparently, as engaged in the study of Roman law, and certainly as occupied with meters and with the science of astronomical calculation. It would be interesting to be able to show that, besides knowing the Greek language, as we are sure he did, he possessed Greek books, apart from Latin versions, but it is not really possible to find much evidence to this effect. He once cites Judas, according to the Septuagint. In another place he calls the Acts of the Apostles the Prax Apostolos. Elsewhere he gives the name of a work of St. Basil in Greek, and mentions Homer and Hesiod. Not much can be built on these small foundations. The probability is that he read Greek books when studying under Hadrian, but that in later life he possessed none of his own. Summing up the literary work of Altham, we find in him a good representative of the pupils of Theodore and Hadrian, on whom both Roman and Greek influences have been exercised. And we see in him also one for whom the grandiloquence of the Celt, the love of an out-of-the-way vocabulary, of sound rather at the cost of sense, had great attraction. We cannot truly declare that the literature of the world would be much the poorer for the loss of his writings, but it is fair to say that there is in them, despite all their affectation, a great deal of freshness and vigor; that they are marked by the faults of youth rather than by those of senescence. That they were immensely popular we can see from the number of existing copies of the Treatise on Virginity and the Letter to Alfred. Most of these are early and are distinguished by the beauty of their script. One, now at Lambeth, has a rather well-known frontispiece representing the author and a group of nuns. Additional evidence of the importance of Altham as a literary figure is afforded by the existence of what we may call the Althalmian school of English Latinists. The works of these are neither many in number nor large in compass, but the distribution of the writers covers a fairly considerable space both geographically and in time. Little attention has hitherto been paid to them in this country, and on all accounts they deserve notice. First among them may be reckoned a series of 5 interesting little poems, which have been preserved, as have several of Altham's letters, among the correspondence of St. Boniface. They are written in pairs of 8-syllabled lines. The first of these has in its opening couplet an allusion to Altham's name, and seems to be addressed to him by a cantor at Malmesbury. Footnote: Henry Bradley has pointed out (English Historical Review, 1900, page 291) that the first poem is, most likely, addressed to Helmquist, not Altham, and that the 5th is by Æthelwold, and addressed to one Ower. In a very spirited fashion it describes a storm in late June, which unroofed the dormitory or some other of the buildings of a monastery where the writer was. It is not easy to see whether this place was Malmesbury Abbey or a monastic house in Devonshire. The second poem is, as appears from an accompanying letter, by one Æthelwold, usually but not rightly identified with Æthelbald, king of the Mercians, from 716 to 757, and describes a visit to Rome, dwelling with great particularity upon some silken fabrics which the pilgrims had brought back with them. Of the remaining 3, one is a short prayer, the next an address to Altham, who is called Cassis Prisca, i.e. Old Helmet, most likely by Æthelwold, and the last is supposed to be Altham's reply thereto. These poems are very favourable specimens of the Althalmian style. 2 direct imitators of Altham, Tadwin and Eusebius, come next under consideration. Both were men of eminence. Tadwin died Archbishop of Canterbury in 734, and Eusebius is almost certainly identical with Wetwercht, abbot of Wearmouth and Jarrow, from 716. 2 collections of riddles in Latin hexameters by these persons have survived. In that of Tadwin, ingenuity is prominent. He makes the initials and finals of the first line of each riddle into an acrostic of hexameters. That of Eusebius is supplementary to Tadwin's. It makes up the 40 riddles of the latter to 100, the number contained in Altham's collection, which had undoubtedly served as a model to both writers. St. Boniface, died 755, is the last noteworthy individual who can be claimed as a member of this school. He employs the short 8-syllabled lines as the vehicle of an acrostic on the words Ni tardus vive Felix, and he writes a series of enigmas on the virtues and vices in hexameters, in which the acrostic is extensively employed. Some of his letters, too, are couched in the true Althalmian style. Several of his correspondents, moreover, and the authors of a good many letters not addressed to him, which are nevertheless preserved with his own, bear the same stamp. Among them are 3 or 4 short poems in 8-syllabled metre. Especially noteworthy are a letter from Lull, and others to an abbess Kuneburga, and an anonymous letter to an abbess and a nun. The Althalmian school, with the single exception of Eusebius, Huetbert, consists of men nurtured in the south and west of England. The 2 other great men who remain to be considered are representatives of the north. We have hinted already that the Latin culture of the northern English was more directly dependent upon Rome than was that of Canterbury, with its eastern flavour, or that of the west, where Celtic influence may be suspected. We do not forget Aidan's work in the north, yet that had but faint effects upon literature, and the fact remains that the eccentricities and affectations of Althelm have no parallel in the work of Bede. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1, From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Latin Writings in England, to the Time of Alfred, Part 3, by Montague, Rhodes, James. Bede is by far the greatest name which our period presents. Like the later Alcuin, he was of European reputation, but he owed that reputation to the sheer excellence of his books. Alcuin occupied a great and influential position, and used the opportunities which it gave him with the best effect, but he has left no writing which we value much for its own sake. Bede, on the other hand, made an indelible mark on the literature of succeeding centuries, and our debt to him can hardly be exaggerated. Not many lives of great men have been less eventful. It seems probable that the longest journey he ever took was from Jarrow to York, and that the greatest crisis of his life was the pestilence in 686, which decimated the monks of Jarrow. He died in 735 at Jarrow, where, practically, his whole life of 63 years had been spent. The story of his last hours, as Cuthbert, afterwards Abbot of Wearmouth and Jarrow, tells it in his famous letter to Cuthwin, is of unapproached beauty in its kind. One of the latest utterances of the great scholar is an index to the tone and temper of the whole man. "It is time," he said, "if so it seem good to my Maker, that I should be set free from the flesh, and go to him who, when I was not, fashioned me out of nothing. I have lived a long time, and my merciful Judge has ordained my life well for me. The time for me to be set free is at hand, for indeed my soul much desires to behold my King Christ in his beauty." Over and over again has the life of Bede been sketched, and the long and varied list of his works reviewed and discussed. By none has this been better done than by Plummer, in connection with his admirable edition of the History. From this source we borrow the chronology of Bede's writings, which will be here set forth. To the period between 691 and 703 belong the tracts on metre, on figures of speech in Scripture, on orthography. To 703 the small work De Temporibus. To 708 the letter to Plegwin on the 6 Ages. The metrical life of Cuthbert was written before 705. In or before 716 fall the commentaries on the Apocalypse, Acts, Catholic Epistles, Luke, Samuel, and 2 exegetical letters to Acca. After 716 the history of the Abbots of Wearmouth and Jarrow, and commentary on Mark. About 720 the prose life of Cuthbert, and commentary on Genesis. Before 725, the book De Natura Rerum. In 725, the large work De Temporum Ratione. In 725 to 731, commentaries on Ezra and Nehemiah, and books on the Tabernacle and the Temple. The Ecclesiastical History of the English Race in 731. Retractationes on the Acts and the letter to Egbert must be placed after this. For the following works no date can be accurately fixed. On the Holy Places, questions on the Books of Kings, commentaries on Proverbs, Canticles, the Song of Habakkuk, Tobit, the Martyrology, homilies, hymns, and a few minor tracts. The names of these books suggest to us, first of all, Bede's industry, and, next, his wide range of interests. Theology, no doubt, is a dominant factor in the list, but we have besides natural science, grammar, and history, nor is poetry excluded. It is not possible here to do more than briefly characterize the mass of his works. Of the grammatical treatises and those which relate to natural science, it may be said that they are, to a very large extent, compilations. To Pliny and Isidore, in particular, Bede owes much in the book De Natura Rerum. Similarly, his commentaries are often little more than catenae of extracts from the 4 Latin doctors. Probably the supplementary comment on the Acts, called Retractationes, is one of the most interesting to us of the series, since it demonstrates Bede's knowledge of Greek, and shows that he had before him, when writing, the Greco-Latin copy of the Acts already mentioned, which is now in the Bodleian. The historical works are, of course, those which distinguish Bede above all others. There are 4 books which come under this head. 2 of them may be very shortly dismissed. First, the Martyrology. We cannot be sure how much of this, in its present form, is Bede's, for it has been enlarged, as was natural enough, by many hands. The popularity of it is evident from the fact that it formed the basis of recensions by Florus of Lyons, Rabanus of Mainz, Ado of Vienne, Notker of St. Gall, and Usuard. Next the short work De Temporibus, written in 705. This consists of a few brief chapters on the divisions of time and the calculations connected with the observance of Easter, and ends with a very curt chronicle of the chief events in the 6 ages of the world's history. De Temporum Ratione, and the chronicle of the 6 ages of the world, with which this concludes, has been one of the most far-reaching in its influence of all his works. It served as a model and as a source of information to numberless subsequent chroniclers. In chronology, says Plummer, Bede has the enormous merit of being the first chronicler who gave the date from Christ's birth, in addition to the year of the world, and thus introduced the use of the Dionysian era into Western Europe. One of the main topics of the book, the methods of calculating the date of Easter, is one which interested the men of his day far more than ourselves. A principal reason for this lies in the nearness and urgency of the controversies which so long divided the Celtic from the English Church on this subject. It was also one of the few which brought the mathematical side of men's intellects into play in the service of religion. The Ecclesiastical History of the English Race is, as we know, Bede's greatest and best work. If a panegyric were likely to induce our readers to turn to it for themselves, that panegyric should be attempted here. Probably, however, a brief statement of the contents and sources of the 5 books will be more to the purpose. The first book, then, beginning with a description of Britain, carries the history from the invasion of Julius Caesar to the year 603, after the arrival of Augustine. Among the sources used are Pliny, Solinus, Orosius, Eutropius, Marcellinus Comus, Gildas, probably the Historia Britonum, a Passion of St. Alban, and the Life of St. Germanus of Auxerre by Constantius. The second book begins with the death of Gregory the Great, and ends in 633, when Edwin of Northumbria was killed and Paulinus retired to Rochester. It is in this book that the wonderful scene is described in which Edwin of Northumbria takes counsel with his nobles as to the acceptance or rejection of the gospel as preached by Paulinus. And here occurs the unforgettable simile of the sparrow flying out of the winter night into the brightly lighted hall and out again into the dark. In the third book we proceed as far as 664. In this section the chief actors are Oswald, Aidan, Fercy, Cedd, and Wilfrid. The fourth book, beginning with the death of Deus Dedit in 664 and the subsequent arrival of his successor Theodore with Abbot Hadrian, deals with events to the year 698. The chief figures are Cedd, Wilfrid, Ethelburga, Etheldreda, Hilda, Caedmon, Cuthbert. In the fifth and last book we have stories of St. John of Beverley, of the vision of Drichthelm and others, accounts of Adamnan, Aldhelm, Wilfrid, the letter of Abbot Ceolfrid to Nechtan, king of the Picts, the end of the Paschal controversy, a statement of the condition of the country in 731, a brief analytic summary, and a list of the author's works. In the dedication of the history to Ceolwulf, king of Northumbria, Bede enumerates the friends who had helped him in the collection of materials, whether by oral or written information. The chief of these were Albinus, abbot of Canterbury, Nothelm, afterwards archbishop, who among other things had copied documents preserved in the archives of Rome, and Daniel, bishop of Winchester. Bede used to the full, besides, his opportunities of intercourse with the clergy and monks of the north, who had known the great men of whom he writes. It is almost an impertinence, we feel, to dwell upon the great qualities which the history displays. That sincerity of purpose and love of truth are foremost in the author's mind, we are always sure, with whatever eyes we may view some of the tales which he records. Where he gives a story on merely hearsay evidence, he is careful to state the fact. And it may be added that where he has access to an original and authoritative document, he gives his reader the full benefit of it. From the literary point of view, the book is admirable. There is no affectation of learning, no eccentricity of vocabulary. It seems to us to be one of the great services which Bede rendered to English writers, that he gave currency to a direct and simple style. This merit is, in part, due to the tradition of the northern school in which he was brought up, but it is to his own credit that he was not led away by the fascinations of the Latinity of Aldhelm. The popularity of the history was immediate and great, nor was it confined to England. The two actually oldest copies which we possess, both of which may have been written before Bede died, were both produced, it seems, on the continent. One, now at Namur, perhaps at St. Hubert's Abbey in the Ardennes; the other, at Cambridge, in some such continental English colony as Abdanach. The two lives of St. Cuthbert and the lives of the abbots of Wearmouth and Jarrow must not be forgotten. The last named, based to some extent upon an anonymous earlier work, has very great beauty and interest. Not many pictures of monastic life are so sane, so human, and at the same time so productive of reverence and affection in the reader. The two lives of St. Cuthbert are less important in all ways. The metrical one is the most considerable piece of verse attempted by Bede. That in prose is a not very satisfactory expansion of an earlier life by a Lindisfarne monk. Enough has probably been said to give a general idea of the character of Bede's studies and acquirements. Nothing could be gained by transcribing the lists of authors known to him, which are accessible in the works of Plummer and of Manetius. There is nothing to make us think that he had access to classical or Christian authors of importance not known to us. He quotes many Christian poets, but not quite so many as Aldhelm, and clearly does not take so much interest as his predecessor in pagan authors. The letter to Ecgbert of York, perhaps the latest document we possess from Bede's pen, deserves a special and separate mention. It is, in brief, a pastoral epistle, and it gives, what we could only gather indirectly from his other works, the clearest evidence of Bede's lively interest in the religious life of the people at large, and his wise and noble conception of the duties of a Christian minister. His advice to Edgebert is prompted by a real and unassuming spirit of humility and affection, and it is thoroughly practical in its statement, alike of the abuses which need reform and of the means of reforming them. The suggestions offered by Bede are those of a man at once spiritually minded and versed in the affairs of his time. They are, moreover, based on an intimate knowledge of the history of the Church with which he is dealing. Rarely as he may have trodden the regions outside the walls of his monastery, it is plain from this letter alone that Bede may be reckoned as one of the most effective contributors, by his advice and influence, to the spreading of Christianity in northern England. No enumeration of works, no accumulation of epithets will give the picture of a man's mind. And it is the personality of Bede which we come to regard with affection when we have read the book into which he has infused most of his own character. That book is the history, and from the study of it few will rise without the feeling that Bede was one of the best of men. It cannot be maintained that the influence of Alcuin's writings upon the literature of his country was very important. As a product of the great school of York, he does, indeed, bear witness to the admirable training which that school could furnish. The debt which the schools of Charles the Great owed, through Alcuin, to England must never be forgotten. This is the central fact, so far as England is concerned, in Alcuin's career. His written works, mostly produced on the Continent, were not of a kind to affect very markedly the development of literature, and the condition of England during the period of Alcuin's residence abroad was such that English scholars could make no use of what he was able to impart. The fact is that very shortly before Alcuin left England forever, the Scandinavians had begun that desolating series of raids upon this country, which ended by exterminating the learning and literature of Northumbria and paralyzed intellectual effort all over the land. In an often quoted poem on the Saints of York, Alcuin enumerates the principal authors whose works were to be found in the library collected there by Edgebert and Albert. Within a generation after the poem was written, that library had ceased to exist, and so had that earlier treasury of books at Wearmouth, which Benedict Bishop commended in the last years of his life to the special care of his monks. The end of the 8th century and the course of the 9th saw learning gradually obliterated in England, until the efforts of Alfred revived an interest in the things of the mind among his countrymen. Had it not been for this catastrophe, we might have found English scholars taking part with Alcuin in the adoptionist controversy, or contributing to the revision of the Vulgate which is associated with his name. As it is, the 9th century, to the historian of our Latin literature, is almost a blank. Alcuin, to resume, was not a great writer. The clearest indications of his general culture and his manifold activities may, perhaps, be gathered from his numerous poems and his letters. These latter, with some of his grammatical works, were the only part of his writings which attained popularity in England. His controversial books are of less enduring interest. It is given to few to follow with intelligent appreciation the dispute which he waged with Felix of Urgel and Elipandus of Toledo upon the question whether Christ, in his human nature, was or was not to be called the adoptive Son of God. The liturgical works, again, the homiliary, lectionary, and sacramentary, which made so deep a mark upon the church life of the Continent, are works of compilation. As to the revision of the text of the Latin Bible, clear evidence that it was the work of Alcuin is not yet producible, but the probability is very strong that he was at least prominent, if not supreme, in the undertaking. But though the tale of Alcuin's labors is an imposing one, it is the intellectual stimulus which he imparted, and the long line of scholars which owed to him its existence, that forms his true monument. He ranks with Bede as an inspirer of men, but the vehicle by which his inspiration was conveyed was rather the voice of the teacher than the written words. With Alcuin we close the list of the considerable authors who fall within our period. But there still remain some few writings of the 8th and 9th centuries which demand a word of notice. These consist mainly of lives of saints, visions, poems, and devotional literature. The anonymous lives of the abbots of Wearmouth and Jarrow, and the life of Cuthbert by a Lindisfarne monk, both so extensively used by Bede, have been mentioned already. The earliest life of Gregory the Great, to which an English origin is attributed, should not be forgotten here. It is discussed by Plummer in an appendix to the edition of Bede's History. More important than this, from the literary point of view, are the lives of Wilfrid of York by Aedius Stephanus, and of Guthlac by Felix. Both of these belong to the 8th century. The former begins in a way which may indicate either indolence or modesty on the part of its author, who transcribes, with few alterations, and without acknowledgment, the preface of the anonymous life of Cuthbert. The reading of the life will probably conduce to the most favourable interpretation being placed upon this proceeding, for, unflinching partisan as he is, Aedius makes us think of him kindly. Many a man would have spoken much more bitterly of the opponents of his hero, and though Aedius persistently and gallantly disguises that hero's faults, we do not feel so much that he is a bad historian as that he is a wrongly faithful friend. Felix, the biographer of Guthlac, is far more picturesque in style than Aedius. Unlike the latter, he has fallen under the spell of Aldhelm. He has been fascinated, too, by the tales of the demon hordes who haunted the lonely hermit of the fens, and has portrayed them in language which, whether directly or not, was reproduced in vernacular poetry not many generations later. Closely connected with these biographies of saints are the visions of the next world. Several of them are reported by Bede, notably the vision of Fursey, the Irish hermit, and of Drichthelm. Two more, one of them in a fragmentary condition, are preserved among the correspondence of Boniface. Like the life of Guthlac, these apocalypses had firm hold upon popular imagination, and some of them appear in the homilies of Alfred in an English dress. They owed their origin, it may be remarked, in a great measure to the dialogues of Gregory and the apocryphal revelation of Paul, which latter, as we have seen, was known to Aldhelm. It is possible that the far older revelation of Peter may have survived in some form accessible to the English Church of the 7th and 8th centuries. Evidence is not wanting to show that an Italian apocalypse of the 7th century, that of St. Barontus of Pistoia, was studied in England not long after our period. In the department of poetry, the only considerable work which remains to be mentioned is the poem of one Ethelwulf, upon the history of a monastery, the identity of which is not yet certainly established. The house in question was clearly connected with Lindisfarne, and is thought to have been at Craig, near York. The poem is dedicated to Ecgbert, who was Bishop of Lindisfarne in the first quarter of the 9th century, and is constructed on the model of Alcuin's versified history of the saints of the Church of York. It contains, among other things, an account of a vision of the next world, similar to those mentioned in the last paragraph. Of devotional literature, by which we mean more particularly collections of prayers and hymns for private use, there is a fairly large quantity preserved in manuscripts which belong to the period under consideration. The most remarkable of these is perhaps the volume called The Book of Cerne, now in the University Library at Cambridge. Both Celtic and Spanish influences have been traced in many of the compositions in this and other like works. Much light may eventually be thrown by this class of literature upon the intellectual as well as the religious surroundings of the clergy and monks of the 8th and 9th centuries. A not inconsiderable portion of the Latin writings of these same centuries consists of documents connected with church law. Books called penitentials exist under the names of Theodore Bede and Ecgbert of York. And there are, besides, canons of church councils and the like. But these have really no claim to the name of literature, and the mere mention of them must suffice. These, then, are the chief remains of the Latin literature which was produced in England before the time of Alfred. The period of greatest activity lasted, we have seen, for about 100 years, from AD 690 to 790. It is marked by the rise of two great schools, those of Canterbury and York, and by the work of one great scholar. The south of England produced works characterized by a rather perverted and fanciful erudition. It was the north which gave birth to Bede, the one writer of that age whose works are of first-rate value, and to Alcuin, whose influence was supreme in the schools of the continent. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Alfred and the Old English Prose of His Reign, Part 1, by P.G. Thomas. The reign of Alfred acquired its chief glory from the personality of the king. He had many titles to fame. His character was made up of so many diverse elements that he seemed at one and the same time to be military leader, lawgiver, scholar, and saint, and these elements were so combined that the balance of the whole was never disturbed. In the minds of posterity, Alfred lives as the type of an ideal Englishman. In each of the departments of his activity the king's work was of permanent value. His efforts, though essentially pioneering character, laid a solid and permanent foundation for the superstructure which was to be raised by his successors. As king, he ruled a portion only of modern England and left much to be completed by his descendants. But the centralizing policy which he inaugurated and successfully realized, the policy of making Wessex the nucleus of England's expansion, alone made possible the growth of an enlarged kingdom. Alfred's ideals for Wessex reflect a large vision and much practical wisdom, and the reign is as remarkable for its educational as for its political progress. His conceptions were cosmopolitan rather than insular. He never lost sight of the importance of keeping his kingdom in organic relation with European civilization, a lesson stamped upon his mind ever since, in his early years, 856, during the pontificate of one of the greatest of the popes, Leo IV, he had visited Rome and the court of Charles the Bold. This visit made a vivid impression upon Alfred's mind. His father's marriage with the emperor's daughter Judith cemented relationships with the continent, and the insularity of Britain was henceforth broken down. The importance for literature of this emergence from isolation cannot be overestimated. Charles the Great had gathered round him at Aachen a cultured circle of scholars and writers, and had promoted a renaissance of classical study, the influence of which was still powerful in the days of Charles the Bold. The illuminated manuscripts of the French court of the 9th century, the Saint Denis and Metz Bibles, the Psalter and Book of Gospels in particular, are conspicuous examples of artistic skill. After his accession, Alfred looked to the Frankish Empire for assistance in his task of reviving learning in Wessex. At his request, Grimbald, a monk of Saint Bertin in Flanders, and John of Corvey came over to Britain, and were appointed abbots of Winchester and Athelney respectively. The king diligently promoted scholarship, and himself undertook to translate into West Saxon recognized works in Latin prose. At the same time, he increased the number of monasteries and reformed the educational side of these institutions by the introduction of teachers, English and foreign. The story of Grimbald's visit to Oxford and of the existence there of a community of scholars is, however, not supported by any evidence. The legend was interpolated in an edition of Asser's Life of Alfred, based on Parker's text, which Camden published in 1602-3. No manuscript or other authority is known to support Camden's statement. The consequence of the educational and literary activity of Alfred's reign was to transfer the centre of learning from Northumbria to Wessex. The monastic communities of Lindisfarne, Evesham, and Croyland had fostered scholarship in the north, and in the 7th century Whitby had produced Cædmon. In 674, Benedict Biscop had built the monastery of St. Peter at Wearmouth, and in 682 a second house at Jarrow, at both of which large libraries were collected. The arts of glass-making, gold-work, and embroidery were introduced from the continent. Northumbria had thus become the literary centre of Western Europe, producing scholars of the type of Bede, the master of the learning of his day, and Alcuin, the scholarly helper of Charles the Great. But with the appearance of the Danes began the decline of learning in the north. So much did scholarship suffer in consequence of the Viking raids that, at the date of Alfred's accession, there was no scholar even south of the Thames who could read the Mass book in Latin. The revival of letters in Wessex was the direct result of the king's enthusiasm and personal efforts, and his educational aims recall irresistibly the work of Charles the Great. The authorities for the life of Alfred are many, but of unequal value. His own works, reflecting as they do his personal character and convictions, furnish the most important data, the Chronicle and the Life by Asser ranking next in value. Asser, a Welsh cleric, was in all probability educated at St. David's. He had already been in communication with Alfred regarding the defence of his monastery when he was summoned by the king to assist him in his educational schemes. According to his own account, Asser arranged to stay with Alfred for 6 months of each year, spending the remaining 6 in Wales. He became the king's most intimate friend and diligently assisted him in his study of Latin. He was eventually appointed Bishop of Sherborne and died some 10 years after the king. The authenticity of Asser's book has been much disputed. The unique manuscript survives only in charred and illegible fragments, but it is clear from external evidence that Parker's edition, 1574, contains large editorial alterations and interpolations from the lives of St. Neots. Formidable evidence in support of the genuineness of the original Asser has been collected by Stevenson and others. The Welsh and Latin forms and the scriptural quotations point to the early part of the 10th century and at the same time attest the Celtic nationality of the author. The chronology is based on a primitive version of the Chronicle, which the author supplements by details which none but an eyewitness could have supplied. The very incompleteness of the book is an argument against it being a forgery. Its abrupt beginning and conclusion and its awkward combination of extracts from a chronicle with original matter may have been due to the choice of Frankish models such as Einhardt's Life of Charles the Great or Deegan's Life of Ludwig the Pious. Asser's book holds a unique position as the earliest biography of an English layman. Florence of Worcester is valuable as illustrating the genuine text of Asser, since he ignores what was apparently interpolated. The later chroniclers, Simeon of Durham and William of Malmesbury, throw occasional light on incidents in the king's career, but on the whole are responsible for the growth of the Alfred legend. The chronological order of Alfred's works is difficult to determine. Depending, as we do, mainly upon internal evidence, there is no absolute test whereby to fix the priority of one work over another. Evidence of style is notoriously untrustworthy. There are, however, a few considerations on the basis of which a general arrangement may be attempted, though scarcely 2 critics are in entire agreement as to the final order. Of these considerations, the most important is ability to reproduce in West Saxon prose the spirit of a Latin original. A comparatively close translation is, in Alfred's case, a sign of the prentice hand. His latest work is marked by great freedom of rendering and large insertions. Some further light is thrown on the problem by the character of the prefaces to the various books. The chroniclers are of little assistance in the determination of the relative order. The handbook may safely be considered the earliest of Alfred's compilations. Unfortunately, no trace of a book is now to be found, though its existence is attested by external evidence. The circumstances under which the formation of the handbook was begun make it clear that it was essentially a commonplace book of extracts from the Latin Bible and the Fathers. Asser, to whom was due the suggestion that a book of this nature might be of service to the king, describes it as an assemblage of flosculi culled from various sources. These extracts Alfred wrote down in Latin, in the first instance, and afterwards began to render them into English. The first entries were made on 11th November 887, in Venerabili Martini Solemnitate. William of Malmesbury refers to the commonplace book, Quem patria lingua handbook enchiridion id est, manualem librum appellavit. Further, there is in Florence of Worcester's chronicle a reference to certain dicta regis Alfredi, whereby the handbook may possibly be meant. There would, however, be no justification for identifying the dicta with the handbook were it not for the fact that Malmesbury uses the latter as an authority for the life of Aldhelm. It is quite conceivable that Alfred inserted among his notes an account of Aldhelm, with whose verses he was probably acquainted. But no importance whatever is to be attached to Florence of Worcester's suggestion that the handbook was a record of West Saxon genealogy. It is possible that neither chronicler is to be relied upon in this matter. The formation of the handbook was of literary importance merely. It afforded Alfred valuable literary training and indirectly stimulated him to try his hand at more extensive translation. The translation of Gregory's Cura Pastoralis may be considered the first of Alfred's literary works, properly so called. Grine, Pauli, and Bosworth awarded first place to Boethius, but internal evidence is altogether in favour of a priority of the pastoral care. The decay of learning consequent upon Danish raids made it imperative that an attempt should be made to revive the education of the clergy. No work of the Middle Ages seemed better adapted to enlighten the Church than Gregory's treatise, designed to serve as a spiritual guide for the conscience of the priest. In Moralia, Gregory has indulged to the full his passion for allegory. Cura Pastoralis is less dominated by the tendency to allegorize, though it contains some gross examples of the practice. The explanation, for example, of Ezekiel's injunction to the priests not to shave their heads. But the allegorical method of a church reformer does not altogether obscure a vigorous and healthy tone, and this in spite of Gregory's expressed contempt for the technical side of letters. Cura Pastoralis appealed to Alfred by its spiritual insight. Consequently, he began to turn into West Saxon the book called in Latin Pastoralis, and in English Heerdeboek, sometimes word for word, sometimes sense for sense. In so doing, he availed himself of the help of his teachers, Plegmund and Asser, Grimbald and John, and as he understood their explanations, he rendered the matter into English. The preface, which gives this particular account of the origin of the pastoral care, is of great importance in another respect. An earlier passage makes it clear that the present was only the first of a series of books which the king intended to translate, in order that ultimately all the free-born youths of England who had the necessary leisure might be instructed in their own tongue. The preface to the Pastoral Care is thus a preface to the whole series of translations. At the same time, it ranks among the most important of Alfred's original contributions to literature. It gives an account of the decay of learning in Britain and sets forth the king's determination to reform the schools of Wessex. It defends the use of the vernacular by showing how the Old Testament was written first in Hebrew, then translated into Greek, and subsequently into Latin, and how all other Christian nations had turned some portion of ancient literature into their own tongue. From a literary point of view, the preface is the first important piece of prose in English. Linguistically, it is, on account of its age, of unique value. A passage in alliterative verse containing a glowing tribute to Gregory, Christ's warrior, the Pope of Rome, forms a kind of second preface. It closes with a reference to the despatch of a copy to each bishop in the land. The style of the Pastoral Care has just those characteristics which might have been expected in an early work. Alfred's conception of the translator's province never limited him to a very close rendering, but compared with his later work, there are signs of restraint in this effort that suggest inexperience. The double versions and the anacolutha in the text have given rise to the ingenious suggestion that the translation was dictated. A close comparison of the Latin text and the West Saxon version throws further light on the king's methods. His English audience is always kept in view, and for their benefit he inserts brief explanatory notes. Thus he interprets manna as the sweetmeat which came down from heaven, shittim wood as the tree which never decays, purple as the royal robe. Occasionally he Teutonizes the terms of the Latin original by identifying Hebrew institutions and social grades with their nearest analogues in West Saxon civilization. Plateus he renders by Herostratum. David is described as a Psalmsiop, Uriah as a Thane. Blunders are naturally to be met with, as for example in the derivation of sacerdotes. In English, cleansers because they are to act as guides of believers and govern them. Compared with later translations, Alfred's pastoral care is very close to the original. The style is somewhat Latinized and abounds in pleonasms and repetition, and the translation is remarkable for the number of hapax legomena it contains. The copy preserved in the Bodleian is interesting as containing the name of Werfurth, and it is the actual copy destined for the Worcester Sea. The relative positions of Orosius and Bede are difficult to determine. For a long period the prior position was assigned to Orosius, but latterly there has been a tendency to reverse the order. The argument based on closeness of translation may, in this case, be fallacious, not only from the fact that the Latin of Orosius presents more difficulties than that of Bede, but because in the latter case Alfred would have been far less justified in tampering with his original. Bede's work ranked in Alfred's day as a standard history of the early English Church. It was a recognized classic. Much of Orosius, on the other hand, was obviously unsuitable for English readers unversed in the outlines of classical history. The comparative closeness of a translation of Bede does not, therefore, necessarily imply early work. Plummer has pointed out that the account of Caesar's invasions was omitted in the first recension of Bede, a fact which can only be understood by assuming that Alfred had already treated these events in detail in Orosius. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Alfred and the Old English Prose of His Reign, Part 2, by P.G. Thomas. The Historia Adversus Paganus of Paulus Orosius, a Spanish ecclesiastic, dates from the 5th century and was looked upon as a standard textbook of universal history. Orosius, as a disciple of Augustine, had already given expression to anti-Pelagian views in an earlier work. His later book, likewise due to the inspiration of Augustine, was an attempt to expound the thesis that the decline of the Roman Empire was due to other causes than the rise of Christianity and the neglect of pagan deities. Alfred's interest in the work of Orosius lay chiefly on the historical and geographical sides, though he did not neglect to draw the moral. He aimed at giving to the English people a compendium of universal history and geography, handling his original with great freedom, introducing alterations and additions, omitting such superfluous detail, and making original contributions of great value. The account of the geography of Germania is an interpolation of the greatest importance as a historical document. Further, the accounts of the celebrated voyages of Othere and Wulfstan inserted in the volume were taken down from hearsay. The Norwegian Othere had voyaged furthest north of all his contemporaries, reaching a latitude of about 71 degrees 15 minutes. Passing round the north of the Scandinavian peninsula, he afterwards explored the White Sea. Not till 1553 was this feat eclipsed by Willoughby. Othere afterwards made a voyage south, from Helgoland to Hadeby in the Baltic. From this point Wulfstan set out to explore the Great Sea, which Othere had described as running for many miles into the land. For a time he had Vendland on his starboard and the Danish islands on his port side. Continuing past the Swedish provinces of Bleking and Småland, he reached the mouth of the Vistula. He entered the Frische Haff and sailed up the Elbing to Trousseau, having accomplished the voyage in 7 days. On their return, both voyagers recounted their adventures to Alfred, who gave them a sympathetic hearing. The narrative of Othere must have had particular interest for him, for the spirit of discovery which animated the Norwegian sailor was akin to that felt by the West Saxon king. Alfred had already formed plans for the development of a navy, and would readily recognize the relation between the spirit of adventure and the maintenance of sea power. Geographical conditions were largely responsible for the unrest of the Scandinavians. The interior of Sweden was filled with dense pine forests, and Norway was, for the most part, a barren moor. Hence expeditions, piratical or otherwise, and the growth of that love for the sea which is reflected in the northern sagas. He alone, says the Ynglinga Saga, had full right to the name of Sea King, who never slept under sooty beam and never drank at chimney corner. The narrative of Others' voyage holds a unique position as the first attempt to give expression to the spirit of discovery. It is, besides, good literature, and finds an honourable place in Hakluyt's great collection of voyages. Alfred was too wise to burden his book with all the geographical detail given by Orosius. He confined himself to the essentials of general geography, omitting the descriptions of northeast Africa and of Central Asia, and abbreviating other passages. The mistakes which crept into his version are to be ascribed either to lack of acquaintance with the district described, or to a misunderstanding of the somewhat difficult Latin of Orosius. The historical portion of the book is less original than the geographical. Alfred omitted a great deal, particularly in the sections dealing with classical mythology. The stories of Philomela, Tantalus, and Caligula had little to commend them, and were not inserted in the translation. Many of the moralizings of Orosius were left out, though a number were retained in a paraphrased form. Curiously enough, some of the passages definitely ascribed by Alfred to Orosius are not to be traced in the original. It is possible that, in such cases, Alfred availed himself of materials as yet unknown to us. A more questionable proceeding is the omission of details prejudicial to the reputation of Germanic tribes. The alterations and additions in the historical section are decidedly interesting. There are the usual misunderstandings, the identification of Theseus with the victor of Marathon, of Carthage with Cordova, and the fusion of the consuls Lepidus and Mucius into one under the title of Lepidus Mucius. Wherever possible, the king acts as interpreter, substituting, for example, English equivalents for the Latin names of British towns and English names of measures for Latin. The description given by Orosius of the appearances of Commodus in the arena is reduced to the simple statement that the emperor was accustomed to fight duels. Alfred's imagination plays around the details of the plague of frogs in Egypt. No meat could be prepared without there being as large a quantity of reptiles as of meat in the vessel before it could be dressed. Cleopatra is described as placing the adder against her arm because she thought it would cause less pain there. Interesting accounts are inserted of a Roman triumph and of a temple of Janus. A side glimpse is often to be had of the king's opinions, religious or otherwise. He enlarges on Scipio's love for the fatherland, concluding, "He compelled them to swear that they would all together either live or die in their native land." His admiration is likewise moved by the courage of Regulus, to whom he devotes considerable space. Orosius is thus of great value for the light it throws on Alfred's character. He is shown to have been a skilful geographer and an interested, if not a scholarly, student of history. His practical purpose is clearly apparent. Everywhere in dealing with history he endeavours to bring the historical fact into vital relation with current affairs. The military achievements of Greeks and Romans remind him of wars in which he had himself been engaged, and his explanations of manoeuvres are generally based on his own experience. Though the hand of Alfred is very apparent in the pages of Orosius, there is no good external authority for the authorship. The first to associate his name with this translation was William of Malmesbury. The translation of Bede's Historia Ecclesiastica may be considered next. The original is much less freely rendered than is the case with Orosius, a fact which may have been due to the authoritative position occupied by Bede's book. The external testimony of Alfred's authorship is fairly trustworthy. In his homily on St. Gregory, Alfric refers to the Historia Anglorum, which Alfred translated out of Latin into English, and there is further evidence in the Cambridge manuscript, on the first leaf of which is written, Historicus quondam fecit me Beda Latinum Alfred Rex Saxo transtulit ille pius. On the ground of certain Mercian characteristics in the text, however, Miller ventures to doubt the Alfredian authorship, and is led by the fact of certain omissions to fix the locality of the original manuscript at Lichfield. On the other hand, Schipper holds to the orthodox view, and considers the arguments based on dialect to be unproven. The omissions in Alfred's Bede are very considerable, and no attempt is made to supplement the original with southern annals. No account is given of the famous ecclesiastical controversy which took place at Whitby, a fact which seems to Miller to confirm his view that the translator was not a West Saxon but a Mercian, keenly aware of Scotch susceptibilities. Bede's accounts of the great figures of the early churches are retained, though the story of Adamnan is omitted. In the interest of his narrative, Alfred omits such documents as letters from popes and bishops, retaining only Gregory's first letter to the monks, and this in Oratio Obliqua. The finest passage in the English version is the account of Cadman, an excellent piece of early prose, and Cadman's hymn is inserted in a West Saxon form, of which the original is to be found only in the Moore manuscript of Bede's history. The style is frequently marred by over-literalness. Latin constructions are constantly introduced in an altogether un-English fashion, and words are used in an un-English sense as equivalents for Latin terms. A peculiarity of the style is the employment of two English terms to represent a single term in the original. On the whole, the translation cannot rank very high among Alfred's works, even if it be rightly attributed to him. There is no external evidence to enable us to decide the date of Alfred's Code of Laws. The historical introduction, based on the Vulgate, shows considerable independence and cannot be dated very early. The composition of the code may be assigned provisionally to the close of Alfred's first translation period, circa 893, without, however, attaching much importance to Malmesbury's statement that it was undertaken amid the clash of arms. The code is of a somewhat composite character and has usually been arranged in 3 sections: the introduction, the laws of Alfred proper, and the laws of Ina. In his monograph entitled The Legal Code of Alfred the Great, Turk points out that this arrangement is not justified by the manuscripts. The introduction consists properly of 2 parts, the historical introduction based on the Mosaic law, and the introduction proper. The insertions from the Mosaic law give a universal character to Alfred's code. They are rendered somewhat freely, large portions of the Latin text being omitted and other portions altered. One of the Mosaic laws ran as follows: If a man shall deliver unto his neighbour money or stuff to keep, and it be stolen out of a man's house, if the thief be found, he shall pay double. If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall come near unto God, or the judges, to see whether he have not put his hand unto his neighbour's goods. This passage Alfred renders as follows: If any one entrust his property to his friend, if he shall steal it, let him pay double. If he know not who has stolen it, let him excuse himself. Another Mosaic law: If men contend, and one smiteth the other with a stone or with his fist, and he die not, but keep his bed, if he rise again and walk abroad upon his staff, then shall he that smote him be quit, only he shall pay for the loss of his time, and shall cause him to be thoroughly healed, has been much altered in Alfred's version. If a man strike his neighbour with a stone or with his fist, and he may nevertheless go about with a staff, let him provide him a leech, and do his work during the time that he is not able. The law concerning the firstborn of thy sons shalt thou give unto me, naturally finds no place in the West Saxon Code. Another alteration is the substitution of 2 oxen for 5 in the Mosaic ordinance. If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep, and kill it or sell it, he shall pay 5 oxen for an ox, and 4 sheep for a sheep. A remarkable addition, intended to counteract the severity of the Mosaic Code as a whole, is that of the Apostolic Letter, at the close of which Alfred continues in his own words: From this one law a man may learn how we ought to judge aright. He needs no other law books. Let him bethink him that he do not to another what he would not have done to himself. Alfred's code is, as we have indicated, of a composite character. He links himself with the Church not only by his insertions from the Mosaic Code, but by his reference to the many synods throughout the world and throughout England, after they had received the faith of Christ, of holy bishops and other distinguished counsellors. Some of the synodical laws may have been embodied in the West Saxon Code. Further, we find alongside Alfred's own laws those of Ina, of Offa, and of Ethelbert. The Mercian laws ascribed to Offa are unfortunately lost, but the Kentish laws of Ethelbert, the earliest dooms we have, though in a late copy, can be traced in Alfred's Code, where they have been inserted in a revised form. Bede refers to the original Kentish laws as written in English and still preserved, among which the king in the first place set down what satisfaction should be given by those who should steal anything belonging to the church, the bishop, and the other clergy, 11,5. The prominence given to the church seems to have appealed forcibly to the historian. Ethelbert's Code is mainly taken up with the penalties payable for the infliction of personal injuries. The compensation for the loss of an ear is fixed, tariff-like, at 6 shilling, of an eye at 50 shilling, of a nose at 9 shilling. If one man strike another with the fist on the nose, 3 shilling. Alfred carefully revised each of the penalties before inserting Ethelbert's Code in his own. The laws of Ina date back to the 8th century and are the earliest of West Saxon laws. They are more comprehensive in character than the laws of Kent, but seem by Alfred's date to have received large accretions. Alfred adopted the developed Code of Ina apparently without subjecting it to revision, but he connects his own particular code with the earlier one in such a way as to make the one supplementary to the other. One of Ina's laws, as it appears in Alfred's text, is worth quoting. If a man burn a tree in a wood, and it is made clear who did it, let him pay the full penalty of 60 shillings, because fire is a thief. If a man fell many trees in a wood, and it is found out, let him pay for 3 trees, each with 30 shillings. He need not pay for more, however many they be, because the axe is an informer, and not a thief. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. Alfred and the Old English Prose of His Reign, Part 3, by P.G. Thomas. It is possible that some years elapsed before Alfred began his translations of Boethius's De Consolatione Philosophiae. Assuming that his energies had been fully employed during the period from 888 to 893 with his early work, he could have had little leisure for any new undertaking before the year 897. The freedom with which the whole of this new task is carried out points to a late period and a mature method. Boethius's book ranks among the most characteristic products of the Middle Ages. Its influence on later literature was immense, and is scarcely to be estimated by the number of translations, numerous though they were. It was done into English after Alfred's time by Chaucer and Elizabeth, into German by Notker, into French by Jean de Meun. An early metrical version in Provençal also exists. The influence of Boethius has been traced in Beowulf. It permeates Dante and Chaucer. The closing words of the Paradiso, "Already my desire and will were rolled, even as a wheel that moveth equally by the love that moves the sun and the other stars," owe their origin to the Consolation of Philosophy. The book was written while the author was under sentence of death after having fallen into disfavor with the Ostrogothic king Theodoric. It is in the form of a dialogue between Boethius and philosophy, wherein are set forth the consolations associated with the contemplative state of mind. The famous dissertation upon fate and providence is conducted with considerable subtlety, but the atmosphere of the book is religious rather than philosophical, and it is signally free from the technicalities of the schools. Boethius harks back to the early Greek standpoint of Plato, from whom he derives his central doctrine of submissiveness. The finite is to be realized only in the absolute, which is identical with love, and love is realized by faith. The Middle Ages, with their vivid sense of an overruling fate, found in Boethius an interpretation of life closely akin to the spirit of Christianity. The Consolation of Philosophy stands, by its note of fatalism and its affinities with the Christian doctrine of humility, midway between the heathen philosophy of Seneca and the later Christian philosophy of consolation represented by Thomas à Kempis. Alfred's religious outlook had much in common with the gentle philosophy of the last of the Romans, and the translation afforded him considerable opportunity for self-expression. In some passages the king identifies himself with the philosopher and enlarges on metaphysical themes. In others, as in the famous 17th chapter, he reflects on such problems as his duty toward the state. Thou knowest, reason, that the greed and grandeur of this temporal power have never pleased me much, nor have I longed overmuch for this earthly kingdom, but I desired tools and material for the work which I was ordered to work, in order that I might virtuously and fittingly control the power entrusted to me. The rendering of Boethius is never close, and the additions give a unique character to the work. The spirit of Alfred's version is naturally more in keeping with Christianity than is the Neoplatonic doctrine of Boethius. There is definite mention of God and Christ, where Boethius speaks of the good, or love, or the true way, or divine reason. Again, the English version substitutes angels for divine substance. The minor additions are often interesting. The lynx is an animal that can see through anything, trees or even stones. The Parcae are the cruel goddesses who preside over the fates of every man. Orpheus is an excellent good harper. Alfred's interest in geography induced him to supply the information that Ultima Thule is situated in the northwest of this earth, and Mount Etna in the island of Sicily. But it is in the expanded passages that the chief value of the book consists. The preface in chapter 1, with its interesting account of the Latin author, are wholly original. Chapter 17, again, is original save for a few lines. Details concerning Busiris, Regulus, and Seneca are inserted, which are only partially translated, and the account of Cicero is a noteworthy addition. It was a happy inspiration that led Alfred to render the Latin ubi nunc fidelis ossa fabricii manent, in the spirit of a Teuton attached to his national legends. Where are the bones of Wieland? He is much interested in astrology, and refers more than once to the cold star, Saturn. The reflective passages afford most instructive glimpses into the workings of the king's mind. They are permeated by deep religious fervor. It is, he writes, the expectation and fancy of fools that power and wealth are the highest good, but really is quite otherwise. He reflects on the vanity of earthly ambition. O glory of this world, why do men falsely call thee glory, when thou art not so? The literary beauty of the similes employed by Alfred has been often noted. Prosperity passes away like a gust of wind. Blessings flow from the source of all goodness like waters from the sea. God is likened to a steersman who perceives the oncoming of a storm and makes preparations against it. In an important article, Sheps raised the question as to how far Alfred's interpolations were based on Latin commentaries similar to that of Froment, or upon scholia such as are to be found in the Munich manuscript. He pointed out that, in expanding Boethius's account of the giants, who incurred the wrath of Jupiter by assailing heaven, Alfred introduced Nimrod and the Tower of Babel. The hint for this seems to have been derived from the Munich manuscript. The famous simile of the egg, "Thou, glorious King of hosts, through strong might, wonderfully didst establish the earth so firmly that she inclineth not on any side, nor may she sink hither and thither any more than she ever did. Yet nothing earthly sustains her. It is equally easy for this world to fall upwards or downwards, like as to that which happens in an egg. The yolk is in the midst, yet glideth freely about the egg. So stands the world fixed in its place, while the streams, the play of waters, the sky and the stars and the shining shell move about day by day as they did long ago." And the other simile of the wheel in which God is compared to the fixed axle round which the Phalian spokes turn, are not wholly original, but, together with many other passages, show the influence of the scholia. It is highly probable that much in Alfred's work, which has hitherto been looked upon as wholly original, will be found to have been based upon similar sources. The preface, on the genuineness of which some doubt has been thrown, informs us that Alfred was the translator of the book, and that he rendered his original sometimes word for word, sometimes sense for sense, as best he could amid the manifold occupations of his kingdom. This description of the king's method is altogether in keeping with that prefixed to the pastoral care. It is worthy of note that, according to William of Malmesbury, Asser had previously glossed the Latin for the king's benefit. In view of this statement, the present translation was, for a long time, considered to have been the first of Alfred's undertakings. He may have intended to begin Boethius at an early period, but it is certain that the translation as we now have it is a late piece of work. The language has given rise to interesting problems. The two chief manuscripts, the Bodleian and the Cottonian, contain, according to Sievers, a large number of Kentisms. These are possibly due to a scribe of Kentish origin, the whole case being parallel to that of Bede. Much discussion has arisen with regard to the authorship of the alliterative metres, which are to be found in the British Museum manuscript of Boethius, Otho A6. The younger manuscript at Oxford contains a prose version of these metres. It is generally agreed that the verse renderings are based, not on the Latin directly, but on a West Saxon prose version. In the British Museum manuscript, the text is preceded by two prefaces, one of which is in alliterative verse. The other, in prose, attributes the metres to Alfred. Thomas Wright was the first to doubt the king's authorship of the metres, but his arguments have been largely disproved. Leicht was able to bring forward a more formidable case. While admitting the weakness of Wright's argument, he contended that the case for Alfred's authorship rests on an unsound basis. He agreed with Ten Brink in the opinion that the preface ascribing the verses to Alfred is not authentic, and maintained that the king, in attempting to render his own prose into verse, would scarcely have clung so closely to his model as is the case. On the other hand, Hartmann has pointed out that Alfred's skill in prose argues no facility in verse-making. The two poems in Cura Pastoralis have no more distinction than those in the British Museum manuscript. Again, there are certain expressions in this manuscript not to be found in the Oxford type, which definitely refer to passages in the latter. The author of the verses appears to identify himself with the author of the prose translation. On the whole, the question must be left open, though it would seem that it rests with those who deny the king's authorship to establish their case. It is known that Alfred was an enthusiast in regard to Old English verse, and it is not improbable that he was well acquainted with the verses of his kinsman Aldhelm. A spirit of emulation may have led him to try his hand at versification. The West Saxon version of Augustine's Soliloquia stands last in order of Alfred's translations, and considerable doubt has been expressed as to its genuineness. Pauli, on the ground that Alfred's name does not occur in the preface, rejects it altogether, and finds justification in the fact that the language is an impure form of West Saxon. Wülker, who formerly identified the soliloquies with the handbook, considers the book to be genuine. He points out that the preface in its present form is mutilated, and that the 12th century manuscript is too late to afford any evidence based on style. Judging from the nature of the references to holy orders, the translation appears to have been the work of a layman rather than a monk, and the closing words, whether genuine or not, attribute it to Alfred. The vocabulary of the soliloquies has much in common with that of Alfred's Boethius, and there are close resemblances between the two works in thought and style. Some of the original passages seem to have been directly based upon translated portions of Boethius, and original passages in both works sometimes correspond closely. Alfred was attracted to Augustine by the nature of his theme. The Latin work is a treatise on God and the soul, in which much space is devoted to a discussion of immortality. The translation is undertaken quite in accordance with Alfred's customary methods. He renders the first book somewhat closely, but paraphrases the sense and makes a few additions, indulging his taste for simile in a comparison between the soul at rest in God and a ship at anchor, and discoursing at length on the changes that take place in nature, on the likeness between God and the sun, and on the relation between king and subject. Book 2 he renders very freely. He discusses the problem of immortality from an independent standpoint. Believe thine own reason, and believe Christ, the Son of God, and believe all his saints, for they were truthful witnesses, and believe thine own soul, which ever declares, through reason, that she is in thee. Book 3 is based on another source, Augustine's De Videndo Deo, supplemented by passages from Augustine's De Civitate Dei, Gregory's Morals and Dialogues, and Jerome's commentary on Luke. The dialogue form is continued for some time, though the sources do not justify such an arrangement. The spirit of the whole translation is deeply religious. It is a logical discussion of the nature and future of the soul, in which Augustine's dialectics are rejected in favor of common-sense reasoning. There is a natural connection between the soliloquies and Boethius, since its central theme had already been suggested in the closing pages of the latter. It has already been shown that the preface to the Pastoral Care is in the nature of a general introduction to Alfred's translated works. The preface to the Soliloquies may be considered an epilogue, the King's farewell to literature. I gathered me poles and props and bars and handles for each of the tools which I could handle, and bow timbers and bolt timbers for each of the tasks which I was capable of undertaking, the fairest wood, as far as I could bear it away. I came not home with a great burden, since it pleased me not to bring all the wood home, even if I could have carried it. On each tree I saw something which I needed at home. Therefore I advise every man who is able and has many wagons, that he direct himself to the same wood where I cut the props, and that he procure for himself more, and load his wagons with fair beams, that he may construct many a fair wall, and many a beautiful house, and many a town, and dwell there merrily and peacefully, both winter and summer, as I have not done. With this parable Alfred closes his literary career. The literature of the reign for which the king was not directly responsible owed at least its inspiration to him. In the monasteries the work of producing manuscripts went forward with great activity, but the scribes were engaged in merely copying out books. They did no original work. It had been customary, however, for the monks to keep record of events of outstanding importance. These monastic records were of the briefest possible kind, designed to serve merely as landmarks in the passage of time, and not as historical surveys, but in these casual and unsystematic notes Alfred perceived the nucleus for a larger survey of West Saxon history. The change in the tone of the chronicle has been ascribed to Ethelwulf's reign, but it is probable that Alfred was responsible for the systematic revision of the earlier records back to Hengist and Horsa, and his connection with the chronicle is possibly referred to in Guémar's Historie des Angles, though the allusion is somewhat obscure. The chronicle, as known to us, is a highly composite piece of work, and it consists of various recensions, the relations between which have been carefully worked out by Earle and Plummer. Footnote: the different recensions of the chronicle and its further development are dealt with in the chapter that follows. End of footnote. The original nucleus belonged to Winchester, the capital of the West Saxon kingdom. The Alfredian version comes down to 892 only, at which date the first hand in the manuscript ceases, and of this portion Alfred may be supposed to have acted as supervisor. From a historical point of view, the chronicle was the first national continuous history of a Western nation in its own language. From a literary point of view, it was the first great book in English prose. The account of the years 893 to 7 is one of the most vivid in the whole of the annals. The struggle with the Danes and the great series of campaigns extending over the whole of the south of England are described in detail. At one time the king is at Exeter, while Ethelred, the alderman, is occupied on the Severn, the struggle extending north as far as York and Chester. Alfred's military and naval reforms are enlarged upon, the king's brilliant exploits and his care for the nation's well-being inspiring the annalist with the spirit of a historian. The whole narrative is a masterpiece of Old English prose, full of vigor and life. The West Saxon translation of Gregory's Dialogues owed its inspiration directly to Alfred. The authorship of the translation has never been called in question. Both Asser and William of Malmesbury attribute it to Werfurth, Bishop of Worcester, who undertook the task at the king's bidding. The book is partly in dialogue form. Gregory is found by his deacon, Peter, sitting in a solitary place, very fit for a sad and melancholy disposition. The stories which Gregory proceeds to tell serve to relieve his mind of its weight of thought. The monk, Martinius, impresses the sign of the cross upon a hearth cake with a motion of the hand. A sweet fragrance miraculously arises from the grave of Count Theophanius. Bishop Frigidianus turns the course of the Circio by marking out its bed with a rake. Book 2 is exclusively devoted to St. Benedict. The collection was an attempt to complete the accepted lives of the saints by a recital of miraculous deeds performed in Italy. Towards the end of the book, Gregory leaves Italy and tells the story of St. Hermenegild and his brother King Recarede. The preface in the Oxford and Cambridge manuscripts is the work of the king, and is thus of particular interest. I, Alfred, by God's grace, dignified with the title of king, have perceived and often learned from the reading of sacred books that we, to whom God hath given so much worldly honour, have particular need to humble and subdue our minds to the divine laws in the midst of worldly cares. Accordingly, I besought my faithful friends that they would write down out of holy books concerning the miracles of the saints the following narrative, that I, strengthened in my mind by admonition and love, might think upon spiritual things in the midst of my worldly cares. The manuscripts of the Dialogues have given rise to interesting problems. The Cambridge and British Museum types are closely related and stand apart from that of Oxford. From this fact, Cripps deduced the theory that the Dialogues were translated on 2 separate occasions. A more careful comparison of the manuscripts has shown that they all derived from a single original, of which the Oxford type represents a revised version. The West Saxon martyrology may be ascribed to Alfred's reign. Cockayne was of opinion that the oldest manuscript, that in the British Museum, dates from the 9th century. It is noteworthy that the saints referred to belong either to the period preceding the king's reign or to the reign itself. Another proof of the age of the collection is the fact that under 5th of August Oswald is described as buried at Bardney, though his body was moved to Gloucester soon after Alfred's death. The story of St. Miles, 15th of November, seems to have been derived from the East. The Leech Book attests Alfred's relations with Elias, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, whose rule extended from 897 to 907. The martyrology is incomplete, but it extends from 31st of December to 21st of December. Alfred's literary reputation caused a number of other works to be ascribed to him, for which there is no trustworthy evidence. Of these the most important is the so-called Psalter. William of Malmesbury makes a statement to the effect that Alfred began a translation of the Psalms, but was unable to complete it. Psalterium transferre agressus vix prima parte explicata vivendi finem fecit. Curiously enough, an 11th century manuscript in the Bibliothèque Nationale at Paris contains an Old English prose version of the first 50 psalms, followed by an alliterative version of the remainder. Psalms 51 to 150. Wülker conjectures that the prose portions were based on the work of Alfred, referred to by William of Malmesbury. Each psalm is preceded by an introduction, in which are set forth the circumstances under which the psalm was written. The translation is free, and the method of rendering one word by two is frequently resorted to. In this latter respect, the prose psalter resembles Alfred's speed and pastoral care. The alliterative portions in the Paris manuscript were probably introduced to supplement the deficiencies of the prose version. There can be no doubt that a complete alliterative version of the Psalms was in existence when the prose was undertaken. Alfred has been credited with a collection of proverbs in metrical form. In favor of this there is not the slightest evidence. For centuries he must have had some reputation as a philosopher, and an anonymous collection of maxims would naturally be associated with his name. A treatise on falconry and a translation of Aesop's fables have also been attributed to him, but for neither of these is there any evidence. Alfred's literary achievement is of immense importance. The prominence given to the vernacular during his reign made it possible for English literature to develop on its own lines. He was wise enough to limit himself to the work of translation, since he had not, apparently, great creative genius in letters. But the effect of his choice of models was to introduce a large Latin element into Old English prose style. Compared with the abrupt and rugged style of the King Cynewulf episode in the early part of the Chronicle, Alfred's prose is that of an accomplished writer. Compared with later prose, it is largely tentative. It was not until nearly a century later that most definite results were achieved, when Alfred took up the task left incomplete by the West Saxon king. Apart from the historic estimate, Alfred has some personal claim to recognition as a prose writer. His original passages, however much they may owe to undiscovered sources, embody his own personal convictions, and afford a remarkable proof of his ability to inform with life the materials at his disposal. In literature, personality is of the utmost importance, and Alfred is one of the most personal of writers. He is the embodiment not only of the intellectual, but of the spiritual thoughts of his time. His writings constantly reveal his aspirations after truth, and even in the laws there is a definitely religious tone. "I have wished," he writes in Boethius, "to live worthily while I lived, and to leave to those who should come after me my memory in good deeds." And, in the language of the inscription on the monument erected to his memory at Wantage in 1877, he "found learning dead, and he restored it; education neglected, and he revived it." End of section 15. Section 16 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. From Alfred to the Conquest, Part 1, by John S. Westlake. It seems permissible to treat the year 901, when King Alfred died, as the dividing line between the earlier and later periods of Old English literature. According to this classification, nearly all the poetry composed in this country before the Norman conquest would fall within the first period, while the bulk of the prose writings in the vernacular would be included in the second. It was, indeed, during the 10th and 11th centuries that our language in its Old English stage attained its highest development as a prose medium. The circumstances of the time were unfavorable to the production of sustained poems. This may be owing to the gradual break-up of Old English tradition and to the influence of another Germanic literature, then at its height, in the English court. The chief poetical fragments that have survived from these years deal with contemporary events, and seem to be the outbreak of emotions too strong to be suppressed. Like feelings find their expression also in the prose literature of these centuries, which saw not only the rise of the West Saxon kings to full mastery over England, but also the victories of Dane and Norman, and the quenching of all hope of English rule over England until the conquered should absorb the conquerors. There was scarcely a year during this period in which the harassed rulers of the kingdom could afford to lay aside their arms. Though during the time of comparative quiet between the death of Athelstan and the accession of Ethelred, England took an active part in the monastic revival which was so marked a feature of contemporary European history. In these times of struggle, letters and learning found, for a time, their grave, and long years of patient struggle were needed to revive them. The gloomy tale is nowhere better told than in the Chronicle, which, written in simple language, alone marks for more than half a century the continuance of literary activity in England. The beginning of the Chronicle is usually ascribed to the influence of Alfred, and it continues for 2½ centuries after that king's reign, long after the last English king had been slain and the old tongue banished from court and school. Its principal recensions Footnote: The Winchester or Parker Chronicle in the library of Corpus Christi College, Cambridge, the shorter Abingdon Chronicle, Cotton Tiberius A6, the longer Abingdon Chronicle, Cotton Tiberius B1, the Evesham or Worcester Chronicle, Cotton Tiberius B4, the Peterborough Chronicle, Bodleian Lord 636. End of footnote. Differ from one another not in the main story, but in the attention given to various details, and in the length to which they are carried. Owing to the number of hands employed in its composition, the literary merit is very unequal. Sometimes the entries consist of a date and the simple statement of an event. At others we find passages of fluent and glowing narrative, as in the record of the war-filled years from 911 to 924. The period from 925 to 975 is very bare, and such entries as exist relate mostly to church matters. It is, however, within this time that the principal poems of the Chronicle are inserted. Under 991 is told the story of Anlaf's raid at Malden, in which Birchnoth fell. In the years 975 to 1001, the Chronicle is of extreme interest, and the annals for the year 1001 are very full. Some time about the middle or towards the last quarter of the 11th century, the present recension of the Winchester Chronicle was transplanted to Christ Church, Canterbury, and there completed with Canterbury Annals, passages being interpolated in various places from beginning to end from the Chronicle kept at St. Augustine's, Christ Church Library having been previously burned. Before this, the notice taken of Canterbury events was so extremely slight that we do not even hear of the murder of Archbishop Alfhere, St. Alphege, by the Danes. Footnote: The recension under notice is a copy of the original Winchester Chronicle, which latter was also the source of the original Abingdon Chronicle. Hence the agreement with Tiberius A6 and Tiberius B1 up to 892. Naturally, it does not incorporate the Mercian Chronicle, but maintains a kind of separate parallelism from 894 to 915. End of footnote. The manuscript known as Cotton Tiberius A6 seems to have been originally meant to serve as an introduction to further annals, which, however, were never written, and it is apparently a copy of the original Abingdon Chronicle, itself a copy of the original Winchester, written at Abingdon, which did not reach beyond 977. The manuscript under consideration is shown by a mass of internal and external evidence to have been written about 977, the year to which its annals reach. It may fitly be called the shorter Abingdon Chronicle, to distinguish it from the longer Abingdon Chronicle referred to below, with which it has much in common. Both, for example, bodily insert the Mercian Annals, sometimes called the Chronicle of Ethelfled. These extend from 902 to 925, and tell with some detail of the warlike feats of the Lady of Mercia. It may be noted in passing that these Mercian Annals occur in the so-called Worcester Chronicle, where, however, they are distributed, with some omissions, amongst other matter. These Mercian annals are of the greatest interest, both in origin and history. Their chronology differs considerably from that of other chronicles. Perhaps the original document, or some copy of it, in which they were contained, is to be traced under the record Chronica duo Anglica in the Catalogi Veteres Librorum Ecclesiae Dunelmi, where we also find the record of Elfledes Book in the same place. This at once suggests to us the existence of these annals in a book of Ethelfled, telling of her fight for English freedom. Thus the inscription and record bring us into close connection with what may well have suggested and stimulated the heroic poem of Judith. The longer Abingdon Chronicle is so called because, from its references to the affairs of that monastery, it is supposed to have been written there. This longer chronicle is not expanded from the shorter, nor the shorter extracted from the longer. Both have a number of independent annals up to the very year 977, where the common original ended. It may be surmised that the author of the recension under notice found the original Abingdon ready up to 977, when the troubles consequent on Edgar's death may have accounted for many things, and further annals up to 1018, to which he made later additions. The manuscript tells of the election of Siward, Abbot of Abingdon, as Archbishop of Canterbury in 1044, the appointment of Athelstan as his successor to the abbacy, Athelstan's death in 1047, and Archbishop Siward's return to the monastery after his retirement from office in 1048. In 892, a copy of the Southern Chronicle was sent to a northern cloister, and there was revised with the aid of the text of Bede's Ecclesiastical History. There seems also to have been a northern continuation of Bede's history, and from this were woven into the chronicler's text Annals 737 to 806. 15 of these annals are wholly, and 16 partly Northumbrian. That these annals were taken from some such source seems to be proved by their being found also in other works. The chronicler then followed southern sources until 904, when he began to weave into his text the Book of Ethelfled, mingling with it southern and northern records. From 983 to 1022 he returned to his Abingdon source. After this he struck out on his own line. From the original thus created was copied the extant manuscript commonly known as the Worcester or Evesham Chronicle, which shows a special acquaintance with the Midlands and North. The close connection between Worcester and York is shown by the fact that the Archbishop of York is mentioned simply as the Archbishop. The chronicle shows strong feeling on the subject of Godwin's outlawry, and in every way supports that nobleman. Alone amongst the chronicles it tells the sad tale of the Battle of Hastings. The original from which the above chronicle was copied seems also to have been the basis for that patriotic Kentish chronicle, now lost, which was the chief source both of the Peterborough Chronicle up to 1123 and the recension known as Cotton Domitian A8-2. The Peterborough Chronicle is the longest of all, extending to the year 1154. In 1116 the town and monastery of Peterborough were destroyed by a terrible fire, which left standing only the monastic chapter house and dormitory, and when in 1121 the rebuilding was completed, the annals contained in this chronicle were undertaken to replace those lost in the fire. They were based on the lost Kentish chronicle, which must have been forwarded to Peterborough for that purpose. This original Kentish chronicle is full of patriotic feeling, and shows great knowledge of southern affairs from Canute's death, the burial of Harold Harefoot, the record of which it alone rightly tells, and the Viking raid on Sandwich, to the feuds between English and Norman in the reign of the Confessor. It relates Count Eustace's broils with the English of Canterbury and Dover, and the flight of Archbishop Robert, leaving his pallium behind him, an annal recorded with dangerously schismatic glee. The scribe had lived at the court of William the Conqueror, and had, therefore, seen the face of the great enemy of the English. The entries for the 10th century are very meagre, but from 991 to 1075 they are much fuller and contain, among other contemporary records, the story of the ravages of Hereward. Towards the end of the chronicle, which is written in a somewhat rough and ready manner, occurs the famous passage, so often quoted by historians, telling of the wretchedness of the common folk during the reign of Stephen and its civil wars. From the lost Kentish chronicle is derived the recension known as F or Cotton Domitian A8-2, seemingly written by one hand in the 12th century, and of interest because of its mixed use of Latin and English. In this it indicates the approach of the employment of Latin as the general literary vehicle of English culture. There is great confusion in its bilingual employment of Latin and English. Sometimes English is the original and Latin the copy, at other times the process is reversed. Finally, in some passages, Latin and English become ludicrously mixed. Two other recensions exist as mere fragments. One, of 3 damaged leaves, in the hand of the 11th century, is bound up with a copy of Bede's Ecclesiastical History, and the other consists of a single leaf. The manuscript to which the former of these fragments belonged was edited by Wheelock in 1644, before it was consumed in the Cottonian fire. The following table, adapted from Plummer, shows the relations of the various manuscripts to each other, the extant manuscripts being indicated by initial letters. Original Winchester, Descendant A. Winchester, and Original Abingdon. Original Abingdon, Descendant B. Shorter Abingdon, C. Longer Abingdon, and Original Worcester. Original Worcester, Descendant Lost Kentish, and D. Worcester. Lost Kentish, Descendant Lost Enlarged Kentish, and F. Manuscript Cotton Domitian A8-2. Lost Enlarged Kentish, Descendant E. Peterborough. The chronicle is of inestimable value as an authority for the history of the time. The impression it leaves on the reader is one of almost unrelieved gloom. Records of harrying with fire and sword occur on almost every page, and whether the English ealdormen or the Danes possessed the place of slaughter, the wild lawlessness and the contempt for human life which prevailed during the greater part of the period are plainly visible. Sometimes the chronicler displays bitter indignation at the misgovernment of the country, as when he tells how Ethelred and his ealdormen and the High Weeton forsook the navy, which had been collected with immense effort by the people, and let the toil of all the nation thus lightly perish. But the entries are usually of an entirely impersonal kind. The horror and desolation, the fiery signs in the heaven, and the plagues that befell men and cattle upon earth are recorded without comment. Such misfortunes were too common to call for special remark in the days of the long struggle between Dane and Englishman. It has already been said that this portion of the chronicle contains several fragments of verse. These will be noticed later. Here it may, however, be remarked that some passages written as prose are based on songs which have been inserted, after some slight modification, by the scribe, and towards the end of the Peterborough Chronicle there occur some long stretches of rhythmic prose, almost akin to the sung verse of the people. These may be either a development of the loose rhythm of Alfred's prose, or may, possibly, result from the incorporation of ballads and their reduction to prose. The subject is, however, still too obscure to admit of any very definite statement on this point, and most of what has been said on this subject seems far removed from finality. From this brief description of the manuscripts of the Chronicle, we must turn to the homilists, who showed a special vigor between 960 and 1020. The development reached in style and in literary tradition is at once apparent. It had its origin, doubtless, in the religious revival of the 10th century, which emanated from Fleury and was identified in England with the names of Dunstan, Athelwold, and Oswald, the 3 torches of the Church. At the beginning of the 10th century, English monasticism, and therefore the state of learning in England were in a deplorable condition, from which all the efforts of King Alfred had been unable to lift them. There were religious houses, of course, but most of these seem to have been in the condition of Abingdon when Athelwold was appointed abbot, a place in which a little monastery had been kept up from ancient days, but then desolate and neglected, consisting of mean buildings and possessing only a few hides. To the influence of the Benedictine reformers we owe much of the prose literature of the 10th and 11th centuries. The great bond thus knit once more between English literature and the literature of the Continent ensured our share in what was then living of classical and pseudo-classical lore. With the accession of Edgar, 959, better times dawned. On the death of Odo, Dunstan became archbishop, and in 961 Oswald, Odo's nephew, was consecrated to the see of Worcester. His appointment was followed in 963 by that of Athelwold, abbot of Abingdon, to the see of Winchester, and the three bishops set about a vigorous ecclesiastical reform. During the reigns of Edgar and his sons, no fewer than 40 monasteries for men were founded or restored, and these were peopled chiefly by monks trained at Abingdon or Winchester. The most famous school of all was that founded at Winchester by Athelwold, one of the most distinguished of the pupils of Dunstan, and himself an enthusiastic teacher, who did not scorn to explain the difficulties of Donatus and Priscian to the postulants and other youthful frequenters of the Benedictine school. The most important of his scholars was Alfred, the greatest prose writer in the vernacular before the Conquest. The inhabitants of the newly restored monasteries naturally required instruction in the Benedictine rule, and to this necessity is due the version of the rule which Athelwold drew up under the title Regularis Concordia Anglicae Nationis Monachorum Sanctimonialiumque. In the beginning of this he stated that the work had the sanction of the king, and that it was framed at a council at Winchester. The name of the writer is nowhere given, and were it not that Alfred, in his letter to the monks of Ensham, says that the source of his information is Bishop Athelwold's De Consuetudine, and quotes long passages from the Regularis, evidently the same work, we should be ignorant of the authorship. But it was not enough to multiply copies and commentaries of the rule in Latin. Many of the newly admitted postulants and novices were quite ignorant of that language, and therefore King Edgar further entrusted Athelwold with the task of translating the rule into English, giving him in acknowledgment the manor of Southbourne, which he assigned to the newly restored monastery at Ely. There are several manuscripts containing an Old English version of the rule, and in one of them it is followed by a historical sketch of the monastic revival of the 10th century, which recounts Edgar's share in the movement, his refounding of Abingdon, and his command to translate into English the rule. Schröer thinks that this tractate is by the author of the foregoing version of the rule, but since the writer calls himself everywhere abbot and not bishop, if it is by Athelwold, he must have made it between 959, the year of Edgar's accession, and 963, when he became Bishop of Winchester. It is possible that the Blickling homilies, so called because the manuscript is preserved at Blickling Hall, Norfolk, were also due to this religious revival. They are 19 in number, but several are incomplete, and some are mere fragments. The earlier homilies are sermons, properly so called, but the later are largely narrative in character, and are based on legendary sources. The style of these homilies stands midway between the style of Alfred and that of Alfred. It is more developed than the one, more primitive than the other. It is rude, vehement and homely, more indulgent of legend, and shows the primitive love for recitative. The syntax is clumsy, and the vocabulary often archaic. On the other hand, the treatment is sometimes very poetical, though this characteristic appears rather in simile and metaphor than in rhythm of structure. The redness of the rose glitters in thee, and the whiteness of the lily shines in thee, says Gabriel to Mary, and heaven is pictured as a place where there is youth without age, nor is there hunger, nor thirst, nor wind, nor storm, nor rush of waters. The palm branch in the hand of the angel who announces to the Virgin her approaching death is bright as the morning star, and the Lord appears to Andrew with a face like that of a fair child. Equally poetical are the passages that deal with more sombre themes, such as Doomsday, the lamentation of the lost at the harrowing of hell, and the vision of St. Paul of the souls clinging to the cliffs from which the devils sought to drag them away. Morris has pointed out that there is a good deal of similarity between this last passage and the well-known lines in Beowulf, which describes the rimy groves which grew above the abyss where Grendel had his home. But exactly similar descriptions are found in all other versions of this aged legend. Alfred, it is true, rejected the legend on critical grounds, but the coming centuries were to see it become the basis of a masterpiece of the world's poetry. Comparisons of these old English legends with their sources and cognate branches lead to the conclusion that the poetic element which was inherent in them could scarcely be destroyed altogether, however poor the translation might be. The probable date of these homilies is towards the close of the third quarter of the 10th century. They refer to the universal belief, based on a misunderstanding of the Talmudic metaphor prevailing throughout the revelation of St. John, that the year 1000 would see the end of the world, and one of them, the 11th, contains a statement to the effect that it was composed in 971. This date cannot be accepted as indisputably that of the whole collection. The passage may be an interpolation, and moreover there is nothing to prove that all the homilies were composed at the same time, or by one writer. During these years Alfred was growing up in the monastery school at Winchester. The exact year of his birth is not known, but as he himself tells us that he spent many years as a pupil of Athelwold, who died in 984, we may perhaps put the date at about 955. It is worth noticing that, in his Life of St. Swithin, Alfred describes with some detail the translation of the relics of that saint to the restored cathedral at Winchester, and as this took place in 971, he was probably then a postulant. We know that he was a priest, and over 30 years of age, when in 987 he was sent to the Abbey of Cerne, in Dorsetshire, to instruct the brethren in the Benedictine rule, that is to say, when he was novice master of Cerne Abbey. It was soon after this that Alfred composed his first homilies, in 2 series, each of which has a Latin preface addressed to Sigerich, Archbishop of Canterbury. As Sigerich's years of office extended only from 989 to 995, and as he was absent in Rome during the first 2 or 3 of these years, the homilies were probably composed between the years 990 and 995. The second series is more exactly dated by a reference in the Latin preface to the Danish attack on Southampton in 994. So that we may assign the first collection to the years 990 to 993. In addition to the Latin prefaces, there is prefixed to each series a statement in English, composed much later, probably after 1016, recounting the reasons which had induced the author to turn them from Latin into the vernacular. In the first he explains that he has done it for the sake of unlearned men, who, especially at this time, when the end of the world is approaching, need to be fortified against tribulation and hardship. And remembering the injunctions of Christ, Alfred believed it to be his duty also to teach the ignorant. The English preface to the second series is much shorter, simply stating the author's reasons for dividing the homilies into 2 books, and giving the sources in general terms. According to the original plan, each collection was to consist of 40 sermons, and each was to cover the whole of the church year. The second, treating of such Sundays and feast days as were not mentioned in the first. But neither in the manuscripts nor in Thorpe's edition does the number of homilies correspond with this scheme, for, while the first series contains 40, the second has 45, of which the last 6 do not belong to the original collection. This gives only 39, but if the 2 sermons for Mid-Lent Sunday are counted separately, we arrive at the proper number. The 2 series were designed to give alternate sermons for the greater feast days, the first series being simple, doctrinal, and instructive, the second discursive, historical, and more elaborate, with much narrative. Footnote: the manuscripts of these homilies vary much in arrangement of matter, and it has been supposed that 3 recensions existed. The first answers to Thorpe's edition of the Cambridge manuscript, in which the 2 parts are kept asunder, and all the prefaces are retained, although other matter is also found. The second is represented by such manuscripts as Cambridge Corpus Christi College 188, which has only the first set of sermons, no prefaces, some sermons divided, and a homily on the Nativity of Our Lady following that on the birth of St. John. It has also a new sermon for a confessor's feast, with the statement that, although the author had written it for another, Ethelwald, Bishop of Winchester, 1007 to 1013, yet he was to have a copy of it himself. Hence this recension dates after 1007. Thirdly, there are several manuscripts in which both parts are recast together in the order of the church year, with additional sermons. End of footnote. Although the subjects of the sermons are appropriate to the days for which they were intended, there is also an attempt to give a large survey of biblical and ecclesiastical history. Thus, the first homily of the first series, De Initio Creaturae, treats not only of creation, but relates the stories of the fall, the flood, the dispersal of tongues, the patriarchs, and the Mosaic law. Then follows another, De Natale Domini, which gives the life of Christ from his birth to his ascension. The second series treats more particularly of the history of the apostles, the origin of monastic life, the foundation of the English Church under Gregory the Great, and its expansion in the days of St. Cuthbert. The didactic element is less pronounced in the second part than in the first, and while the first part seems to have been intended for the instruction of the ignorant in the primary facts of their belief, the second is devoted mainly to the exposition of the teaching of the Church. It is in this second series that we find the famous sermon on the Eucharist, which, owing to the difficulty of expressing in the unaccustomed English tongue the undeveloped and indefinite standpoint of the period, has led to much controversy, based on the mistake of reading into the 10th century the ideas of modern times. The Reformers gave us our first editions of this sermon in the form of controversial pamphlets. The chief sources of these sermons were, as the homilist himself tells us, the works of St. Augustine, St. Jerome, St. Gregory, Bede, Smaragdus, and Haimo. Förster regards the homilies of St. Gregory as the groundwork. Additional sources are Alcuin, Gregory of Tours, and Rufinus, the Vitae Patrum of Radramnus, and many others. The English song on St. Thomas he did not use, and he rejected St. Paul's vision in favor of English works on St. Peter and St. Paul. But all these are treated very freely, and although Alfred was often hampered by the inadequacy of the language to express abstract ideas, his skill as a teacher is especially visible in the lucidity with which he explains the mysteries of their religion to his ignorant audience. The treatment throughout is highly poetical. Alliteration abounds, and 10 of the homilies are in a rhythm identified by Einenkel and Trautmann as the 4-beat verse of the old High German poet Ottfried, though the reality of this identification is doubtful. These are the homilies on the Passion, the Invention of the Cross, Joshua's Victories, St. James the Just, Clement, Alexander, St. Martin, St. Cuthbert, Irenaeus, and that on Love. Of the three senses of Scripture, the mystical is most delighted in, and symbolism is prominent. Similar feeling and outlook is reflected in most Middle English homilies. Thus the dead skins in which our first parents were clad after the fall betokened that they were then mortal, who might have been immortal, if they had kept that easy commandment of God. Such a use, in the lengths to which it was then carried, although faithfully reflecting the ideas of the early and subsequent centuries of the Middle Ages, is strained to the modern mind and to the modern reader. Alfred's imagination is better seen in the tender and pathetic passages describing the slaughter of the innocents, or the solitary sojourn of St. Cuthbert on the island of Lindisfarne. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. From Alfred to the Conquest, Part 2, by John S. Westlake. Alfred's next works, though equally significant of his zeal as a teacher, were much less ambitious. They consisted of a Latin grammar, a Latin English vocabulary, and a Latin colloquy or dialogue, intended to instruct the novices at Winchester in the daily speech of the monastery. The grammar, like so many of Alfred's works, has two prefaces, one in English and one in Latin. The former explaining that the book is based on the Greater and Lesser Priscian, to the end that, when tender boys have mastered the 8 parts of speech in the grammars of Donatus, the shorter of which was the general medieval textbook, they may proceed to perfect their studies both in Latin and English, while the latter tells how the grammar was undertaken after the 2 books of 80 sermons, because grammar is the key to the understanding of those books. He insists also on the fact that the maintenance of religion depends on the encouragement of learning, and reminds his readers of the evil years before Dunstan and Ethelwold, when there was scarcely an English priest who could write or even read a Latin letter. In many of the manuscripts which contain the grammar it is followed by a Latin-English vocabulary, the earliest of its kind extant, arranged according to subjects, not alphabetically, and largely derived from the etymologies of St. Isidore. That it is Alfred's is proved not only by its inclusion in the manuscript containing the grammar, without any pause between them, but also by the presence of many words characteristic of his vocabulary. The colloquy, of which only 2 manuscripts exist, is exceedingly interesting both in method and in theme. It is in the form of a conversation between the teacher, a novice, and a number of other persons, representing the various occupations of the day. The ploughman tells how he leads his oxen to the field, while the neatherd, like Cadman in Bede's famous story, takes them at night to the stable and stands watching over them for fear of thieves. The shepherd guards his sheep against the wolf and makes butter and cheese. The hunter captures harts and hares and is rewarded by the king with horses and collars, while the merchant trades in Paues and silks, gold and precious stones, strange garments, perfumes, wine and oil, ivory, brass, tin, glass and silver. Last of all, the novice describes the division of his day, and how, if he sleeps through the bell for nocturnes, his comrades awaken him with rods. The authorship is proved by a note in one of the manuscripts. Hanc sententiam Latini sermonis olim Alfricus abbas composuit, qui meus fuit magister, sed tamen ego Alfricus bata multas postea huic adidi appendices. The colloquy has an Old English gloss, which is certainly not the work of Alfred. The additions made by Alfred's disciple to the text, with the object of providing more matter for practice, in every way destroy the simplicity and neatness of the original. In one manuscript of Alfred's grammar we meet the famous version of the distichs of Cato. Hence there has been a certain tendency to ascribe these also to Alfred. They are marked by clearness of expression and show great sense of adaptability. They seem to be a combination of two translations, one to distich 68, the other to the end. Two of the distichs are taken from Alfred's Deuteronomy, and the fact that one of the three manuscripts in which these distichs are contained also includes the grammar, both works being written in one hand, places them, at any rate, in close connection with Alfred's school. It is perhaps best to regard them as the result of Alfred's influence. These schoolbooks were followed in 996 or 997 by a third series of homilies, the Lives or Passions of the Saints. These homilies also are introduced by two prefaces, one in Latin explaining the origin and occasion of the work, while the other is an English letter addressed to the alderman Ethelweard, the father of the founder of Cerne Abbey. "Thou knowest, beloved," says Alfred in the letter, "that we translated in two former books the Passions and Lives of the Saints, whom the English nation honors with festivals. Now it has seemed good to us that we should write this book concerning the sufferings and lives of the saints whom monks in their offices honor among themselves." Footnote: Id est, the customary divine hours, daily chanted by the monks in choir, a public service which the secular clergy could not, of course, maintain. The office books for the two probably also differed. End of footnote. The Latin preface further states that only such lives have been chosen from the Vitae Patrum as are suitable for narration to the lay attendants at monastic services. The best manuscript of this work contains 33 lives, 6 general homilies, and a narrative without title on the legend of Abgarus, thus, like the two previous series, comprising 40 sermons in all. They are arranged in the order of the church year, beginning with an address on the Nativity of Christ, ending with the life of St. Thomas, 21st of December, and including an interesting Rogation Sunday homily on auguries, witchcraft, etc., and one, 25th of August, in which we have an early appearance of the devil of the later mysteries. Besides the Vitae Patrum, which is the only source mentioned by Alfred in his preface, other authorities cited are Ambrosius, Augustine, Jerome, Terentian, Abbo of Fleury, Bede, and St. Oswald. The story of St. Swithin is partly based on a letter of Lanfert, but owes still more to local tradition. These homilies exhibit the style of Alfred in its maturity. Only one, that on the Nativity, is in prose. The others are in the loose alliterative rhythm which he had already used in some of his previous sermons. In the long run, this excessive recourse to alliteration became an obstacle to clear expression, and was alien to the true development of prose. But the monotonous rhythm, so closely akin to the ballad verse of the common people, was, no doubt, very attractive to lay audiences. The Lives, since they deal with fact and not theory, throw less light on Alfred's doctrine than the earlier homilies, but, on the other hand, they provide many valuable sidelights on contemporary manners, and on the life of the homilist himself. The most interesting of all are those of the English saints, St. Oswald, St. Edmund, and St. Swithin. In the first two we see portrayed the ideal king of the Old English, protector and benefactor of his people. Oswald breaks in pieces the silver dish on which his meat is served, and commands Aidan to distribute the pieces among the suppliants for his charity. St. Edmund, after his subjects have been slaughtered by the Danes, no longer desires life. This I wish in my mind, that I should not be left alone after my dear Thanes, who in their very beds, with their wives and children, have, by these sea-goers, suddenly been slain. In the life of St. Swithin we have reminiscences of the happy time under King Edgar, when the kingdom still continued in peace, so that no fleet was heard of, save that of the folk themselves who held this land. The date of these lives is known almost to the very year. They are not dedicated, like the others, to Archbishop Sigerich, because he had died in 995, and they cannot have been written earlier than 996, because in the sermon on Ash Wednesday, Athelwold, who was canonized in that year, is spoken of as the holy bishop who now worketh miracles. But as Alfred says that he borrowed his homily on St. Edmund from Abbo of Fleury's life of that saint, 986, which came into his hands a few years after it was written, they cannot well be much later than 997. Appended to the best manuscripts of the lives of the saints is an English version of Alcuin's Interrogationes Sigae Vulfi Presbyteri in Genesin. It begins with a preface and introduction on Alcuin and the Latin text, which consisted of a series of catechetical answers to questions on Genesis, asked by Alcuin's friend Sigewulf. Then follow the translated Interrogationes, abridged from 178 to 48 essentials. The first 15 are on the moral law of the Creator and his creatures. The next 5, relating to the material creation, contain an insertion on the planets derived from Bede by Alfred, who was devoted to the study of astronomy. Then come 4 on the manifestations of the Trinity in nature. These are succeeded by a series on man's creation in the divine image and his end, followed by others on the origin of evil. Last of all are questions on the ages of the world, and the whole is concluded by a creed and a doxology. Alfred is nowhere stated to be the author, but the similarity of the translation to his acknowledged work in style, structure, and rhythm enables us to ascribe it to him with some confidence. 2 other works, closely connected in style and theme, also unsigned, but attributed to Alfred on the ground of style and diction, were probably composed soon after the lives of the saints. These are a translation of the Hexameron of St. Basil, and a version of the De Temporibus of Bede. The former, which is a sermon on the 6 days of creation, the fall of the angels, the day of rest, the expulsion from paradise, and the atonement of Christ, is by no means a literal translation, but is partly original and partly derived from Bede's commentary on Genesis. It is found in the best manuscripts, refers to former sermons, and has Alfred's loose alliterative rhythm. It shows a close resemblance to the version of De Temporibus, which, as the compiler distinctly states, is not to be considered a homily. It is indeed a scientific treatise, adapted from Bede, but showing much independent learning in the matter of astronomy, the entry on the feast of the circumcision telling how the ancient year systems began and were reckoned. It is almost certainly Alfred's, and was probably written between 991 and 995. So far, all Alfred's works had been either of a homiletic or an educational character, but now, at the request of the alderman Athelweard, he embarked somewhat reluctantly on the task of rendering the Scriptures into the vernacular. For Alfred had now spent the best years of his life in the service of the Church and education, bringing nearer to his people the truths and sources of their religion and morality. He was now in advanced middle life, and felt keenly that these labors withdrew him from further study and from the contemplation of the supernatural, towards which his age, profession, and above all the grievous state of earthly affairs, that seemed indeed to foretoken the end of the world, now drew him. At the same time he had a mass of homiletic material ready, and, at a time when scarce any one could read, he felt that the living voice of the preacher should be mainly used with the people. Hence we find his version of the Bible essentially meant to be preached rather than read. He wrote for those who should teach the as yet unlettered people. The version was intended to be of the nature of a homily, and was not meant to be an accurate version of Holy Writ. Name lists, genealogies, and difficult passages were left out. Alfred's principal achievement in this department was editing the paraphrase of the first 7 books of the Bible. It is certain, however, that his hand is not to be traced throughout. In the prefatory letter, which he addressed to Athelweard, he reminds his friend how he said that he need not labor any further in the book of Genesis than the story of Isaac, since another had translated it from that point to the end. In the manuscript in the Cambridge University Library, only chapters 1 to 24 of Genesis are given, and Dietrich has observed that the style thenceforward to the end of Leviticus is essentially different. In the fourth book of Moses, Alfred's style is once more recognizable, and alliteration again occurs. It is possible that Alfred may have worked over another translation of the books of Numbers and Deuteronomy, but he himself tells us in De Veteri et de Novo Testamento that he had translated Joshua and Judges at the request of Ethelwerd. The book of Judges was added afterward. It was probably intended originally to be included, like the homily on the Maccabees, in the series of saints' lives. It is composed entirely in Alfred's usual rhythm, and ends with a short notice of the good kings Alfred, Athelstan, and Edgar, who put to flight the Danes and fostered religion and learning. With the exception of Daniel, the work consists merely of extracts. Since the lives were written in 996, and other homiletic work had followed, these paraphrases seem to date from 997, and in their completed state from 998. It is important to note in them that Alfred merely signs himself as monk. They were probably the last work done for Ethelwerd, who is not heard of after 999. But Alfred's close friendship with his son continued and bore important fruit in later years. 3 other biblical paraphrases or homilies may be traced to Alfred. In his tractate on the Old Testament, he observes that he formerly made in English a discourse or short exposition of Job, and also that he had turned into English the book of Esther. The manuscript of Job is lost, but a copy printed by Lille in 1638 shows unmistakable signs of Alfred's workmanship, and the theme resembles that of his other works. Thus a passage on Antichrist is strongly reminiscent of some sentences in the preface to the first series of homilies, and the whole treatment corresponds to that of the 35th homily of the second series. Esther, which also exists only in Lille's transcript, seems originally to have belonged to the saints' lives. It is a series of extracts in Alfred's customary alliterative rhythm. Alfred also mentions, in the same place, a work on the apocryphal book of Judith, but without claiming the authorship. It is also, he says, arranged in English in our manner, as an example to you men, that you should defend your land with weapons against a hostile host. These words were formerly supposed to refer to the beautiful poem Judith, which is found in a fragmentary state in the Beowulf manuscript, but Assmann has shown that an Old English version of the story contained in 2 manuscripts has all the characteristics of Alfred's style. Moreover, it contains many passages parallel with others in his preface to the Old Testament. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. From Alfred to the Conquest, Part 3, by John S. Westlake. About the year 998, Alfred was asked by Bishop Wulfsige of Sherborne to compose a pastoral for him. It was written in the bishop's name, and after a short preface addressed to Wulfsige, admonishing him to reprove his clergy more frequently for their neglect of the ecclesiastical canons, it treats of celibacy, clerical duties, synods, and the Benedictine rule, ending with a warning against clerical attendance at like wakes. This concludes the first part. The second is entirely concerned with the right of the priest sanctified and the proper length of time for the reservation of the sacrament, and expresses the same views that Alfred had already advanced in the homilies, based upon St. Augustine, probably the Enaratio in Psalm 98, through the famous Ratramnus, opponent of Paschasius Radbertus, abbot of Corbie. It thus shows Alfred as a keen follower of contemporary science abroad. Alfred sided, seemingly, against Radbertus. His opinions are nowhere exactly reflected today, though the obscure Augustinian spiritual, rendered in English Geistliche, did the good service of giving us editions of him in the 16th century, when he was quoted by Fox and others. It is an anachronism to impute any fully developed modern opinion to the 10th century. About the same time must be dated Alfred's Advice to a Spiritual Son, translated from St. Basil's work with the same title. The author is not expressly named, but from internal evidence we know that he was a Benedictine monk, and that he had already written about Basil. It speaks of St. Basil's Hexameron, in almost the very words Alfred used earlier. It contains passages on St. Basil closely resembling some in the Interrogationes Sigue Vulfi Presbyteri, and, inclusive of the preface, it is composed in Alfred's loose rhythm. The subject is the admonition of a spiritual father to his son to lead a righteous life. In a manuscript in the Bodleian, under the general heading Sermones Lupi, occurs a homily on the sevenfold gifts of the Holy Ghost, which, owing to its presence in that manuscript, was formerly ascribed to Wulfstan. But that Alfred composed a homily on this subject we know from his own statement. Sevenfold gifts he giveth yet to mankind, concerning which I wrote formerly in a certain other writing in the English speech. This homily is seventh from the superscription, which only seems to apply to those immediately following it, 2 in number. We are therefore, as Napier in his work on Wulfstan pointed out, justified in rejecting the ascription of the seventh homily to Wulfstan, and it may be by Alfred. In 1005, Alfred was called from Wessex to Mercia. The Thane Athelmer, who had formerly invited him to Cerne, and for whom so many of his works had been composed, had recently acquired 2 estates in Oxfordshire, which he, in turn, presented to his newly founded Abbey of Aynsham. These are interesting on account of their connection with the hero of Malden, himself a patron of learning, who had fallen some 14 years before, fighting against the Danes. Hither Athelmer retired for the rest of his life, and hither he summoned Alfred as first abbot. The monastery followed the Benedictine rule, and it was for the instruction of its inmates that Alfred wrote, soon after his installment there, the Latin letter to the monks of Aynsham, to which reference has already been made. His object was to give an account of the rule as practiced at Winchester, and he says that the source of his information is Bishop Athelwold's De Consuetudine Monacorum, by which title, as we have already seen, he refers in all probability to Athelwold's Regularis Concordia. It is in the preface to this letter that Alfred speaks of the years spent by him in the school of Athelwold, and, as a further acknowledgment of the debt he owed his great master, he composed soon afterwards, in Latin, his Vita Athelwoldi. In the preface to this life, Alfred calls himself abbot and alumnus of Winchester, and greeting Canulf, bishop of Winchester, and the brethren of the monastery there, he says that it now seems right to him to recall to men's memory some of the deeds of their father and great teacher St. Athelwold, died 984, who had been dead for 20 years. Since Canulf was not appointed to the see till 1006, and died either the same year or the next, the life must have been finished about this time. Of the 2 recensions of the life, one, by Alfred alone, shows his usual characteristics. The other is apparently Alfred's life written over by Wulfstan, precentor of Winchester, with additional matter concerning posthumous miracles. Besides these Latin works, in the first year of his office as abbot, Alfred wrote an English letter addressed to a thane called Wulfjart at Ilmandum, a place which has been identified with Ilmington, about 30 miles from Aynsham. It begins with a 6-line address to Wulfjart, in which Alfred refers to former English writings lent to the thane, and to his promise to lend him more. Since he calls himself abbot, and since in 1006 Wulfjart fell into disgrace and lost all his possessions, being supplanted by Eardrich, the famous traitor, the letter was evidently written in 1005 or 1006. It was probably 2 or 3 years after this that Alfred composed his treatise on the Old and the New Testaments, De Veteri et de Novo Testamento. It begins with a long address to Sighvath or Sigward, a thane living at East Helan, the modern Asthall, which is only 12 miles distant from Ensham. Alfred begins by saying that Sighvath had very often asked him for English books, but that he would not grant his request till the thane had proved his sincerity by good deeds. But since he had complained to Alfred that he could not obtain his works, the abbot had written this especially for him. The tractate, which is based on St. Augustine's De Doctrina Christiana, is in substance a popular introduction to the contents of the Bible, and falls into 2 parts. The first, on the Old Testament, is especially valuable because, in the course of his summary of the various books, Alfred gives the particulars to which we have already referred concerning his translations from the Bible. The second part, on the New Testament, begins with the story of John the Baptist, treats of the 4 Gospels, the Acts of the Apostles, the Epistles, and the Book of Revelation, and after certain allegories, some words on the duties of the 3 stations of life, workers, praying folk, and fighters, and a description of the capture of Jerusalem by Titus, ends with an admonition against the Teutonic habit of setting folk to drink beyond their measure, a native pleasantry which, it seems, Sighvath had endeavored to impose upon Alfred when visited by him. It was to the same nobleman that Alfred, about the same time, addressed his letter on the celibacy of the clergy, for Sighvath entertained among his household an anchorite who affirmed that the marriage of mass priests, i.e., full priests, as distinguished from praeostas, a generic name including deacons and minor orders as well, was permissible. But Alfred, though loath to differ from this good friend, if he were a God-fearing man, could not refrain from pointing out that the earlier usage of the Church required celibacy from all clergy, and the letter is a prolonged argument on this theme. Alfred's last important work was a pastoral letter written for Wulfstan, who from 1002 to 1023 was Archbishop of York, and till 1016 held also the see of Worcester, being thus a neighbor of the abbot of Ensham. It falls into 2 parts, of which the first speaks of the 3 periods of the law, and goes on to the theme already treated in the letters to Wulfsige and Sighvath. The subject of the marriage of the clergy is reviewed from a historical standpoint, and the letter further admonishes the clergy on the celebration of the Eucharist as their great function, and treats of the 7 grades of holy orders. The second part deals with the use of the holy oils and the administration of the last sacraments to the dying. Mass was not to be said in laymen's houses, nor churches used for worldly purposes. The work must have been composed after 1014, since it contains a quotation from Ethelred's laws of that date, and probably before 1016, when Wulfstan's connection with Worcester came to an end. The epistles were written in Latin and translated into English by Alfred himself, at Wulfstan's request in the following year. Alfred's life was now drawing to a close. The exact date of his death is not known, but he died probably soon after 1020. His last years were passed in times not favorable for literary work. They were eventful years for England, for they witnessed the Danish sack of Canterbury in 1011, the murder of St. Alphege by the Danes at Greenwich, the flight of Ethelred before Sweyn, the strife of Edmund Ironside and Canute, and Canute's final triumph. Alfred was not only the greatest prose writer, he was also the most distinguished English-writing theologian in his own time and for 5 centuries afterwards. Yet he was in no sense an original thinker. His homilies, as he frankly states, are borrowed from others, and in them he reflects the thought of the West, especially the teachings of St. Augustine, its great father. His chief object was to convey to the simple and unlearned the teaching of the fathers, and in this he was preeminently successful. If Dunstan and Ethelwald first kindled the flame, it was Alfred who, through dark years of strife and warfare, when men's thoughts were absorbed by the pressing anxieties of their daily life, kept the lamp alight and reminded them of spiritual ideals. His influence lasted long after his death, as is shown by the many late manuscripts of his writings, some of which date from the 12th century. And if it had not been for his faithful, modest labor, the difficulties of Lanfranc and Anselm would have been even greater than they were. As he himself tells us, he took Alfred for his model, but in ease and grace his style far surpasses that of his great predecessor. Both Alfred and Wulfstan write and translate in a free style, but it is no longer the gossiping colloquialism of Alfred. English had become a literary language, polished in the cloisters with long use as a vehicle for translation and original works. In the cloisters, Latin was still a living language, and hence Latin constructions became common. The necessity of having to express difficult ideas in a form intelligible to ignorant men helped Alfred in his choice of words and in his effort after lucidity, while, with the instinct of a true teacher, he refused to be led astray by the example of Latin syntax and preferred simple constructions. Unfortunately, as time went on, he deferred more and more to the preferences of his audience, and debased his prose by throwing it into the rhythmical alliterative form so popular with the vulgar. Perhaps it was felt that a more pompous, rhetorical style than that of ordinary speech should be used in treating of solemn themes. However that may be, the later, florid manner which Alfred affected in the saints' lives and in some of his other treatises is distinctly inferior to that of the first two series of homilies. His prose is seen at its best in simple narrative, and to appreciate the difficulties under which he labored, the homilies on the Eucharist and on the Creation, both philosophic subjects, should be read together. The first is confused and complex, compared with the flowing ease of the great Father upon whose work it was based, and obviously the language was not, at this time, equal to abstruse metaphysical speculation. The second, which deals with a simpler subject, is clear and comprehensive. Alfred shows power in his treatment of pathos as well as of philosophy, when both are simple, as may be seen in the homilies on the Holy Innocents and on the Creation. But whatever his theme, he is always logical and persuasive, and the sweet reasonableness of his methods especially distinguishes his sermons from the fiery denunciations and the direct, strenuous language of his contemporary and friend Archbishop Wulfstan, who goes to the point without any of the abstract moralizing to be found in Alfred. Wulfstan delivers his Christian doctrine as a statement of facts, and his phrases have a legal smack about them, while Alfred loves what has some philosophy in it, for even his simplicity is often profound. In a word, Wulfstan is a judge and legalist, Alfred a contemplative student. This difference in tone is explained partly by temperament, partly by the circumstances of their lives. Alfred, following the quiet, industrious routine of duty behind the shelter of the abbey walls, heard only the rumours of the strife that raged without. Wulfstan, absorbed in practical political life, was brought face to face with the anguish and the practical needs of the time. He was already Bishop of Worcester when, in 1002, he was appointed also to the See of York. In 1014 he assisted in the compilation of the Laws of Ethelred, drawn up at the Synod of Ancient. He died on 28th of May, 1023. Thus his period of office coincided with that of the most disastrous and devastating invasions of the country. It is extremely difficult to determine exactly which of the homilies in the Bodleian are really Wulfstan's. Owing to the superscription at the beginning of the first, Hic incipiunt sermones lupi, all were ascribed to him by Wanley. Napier has pointed out, however, that this heading was, probably, taken from another manuscript of the Archbishop's sermons, which were copied into a miscellaneous collection containing many others, of which the authorship is uncertain, or certainly not his. Of the 53 homilies in the Bodleian manuscript, only 5 are indisputably by Wulfstan. There are 2 immediately following the superscription, dealing with the Bible story and with the Catholic faith. Next follows a sermon of which only parts are by Wulfstan, and which Napier, rejecting the passages he considers unauthentic, has divided into 4 portions: on the Christian life, on Christ's death, on Christ as the true friend, and on the duties of Christians. Then comes the famous Address to the English, and last of all a short exhortation with the superscription Sermo Lupi on the duty of Christians, full of metrical fragments, which can be separated from the context and show signs of sung verse united by alliteration or assonance. Of the remaining homilies, some, which occur in the same order in various manuscripts, are possibly by Wulfstan. Many, such as the paraphrase of the poem called Bedomestage and the Address of the Soul to the Body, must be entirely rejected, while others appear also among the Blickling homilies or the works of Alfred. It is noteworthy that the homilies referred to above as possibly by Wulfstan are very similar in phraseology to the Old English laws drawn up at the Council of Ensham in 1014, and as we know from his own statement that Wulfstan was responsible for the Latin paraphrase of these statutes, it is probable the English version was his also. Of the 5 homilies, which certainly can be ascribed to Wulfstan, the most powerful is the one entitled in the Bodleian manuscript Sermo Lupi ad Anglos quando Dani maxime persecuti sunt eos, quod fuit in die Ethelredi regis, to which another manuscript adds more explicitly that this was in anno millesimo quartodecimo ab incarnatione Domini nostri Jesus Christi, and another in anno millesimo octavo. But it is indeed applicable to any year in the ill-fated reign of Ethelred. The vices, evil deeds, and cowardice of the English are scourged with a heavy hand. The English are likened to the Britons, whom they have turned out, and are threatened with the same fate. The Archbishop's passionate patriotism breaks forth in the burning words with which he describes the desolation and demoralization of the people, scattered like frightened sheep before the onset of the heathen, without a single leader to rally them to resistance. Villages are destroyed by fire, the new ministers are stripped of their holy things, father is turned against son, and brother against brother. Even the ancient bond of thane and thrall becomes loosened in this time of universal disintegration. And like some Hebrew prophet, Wulfstan refuses to believe that the Almighty would have laid so heavy an affliction upon an innocent people. He sees in the crimes of the nation the cause rather than the effect of the long strife. This evil has come upon them for their sins. They have provoked the wrath of heaven, and unless they repent and reform, a worse evil shall befall them. But there is still room for penitence, and the sermon ends on a gentler note. Let us creep to Christ, says the preacher, and call upon him unceasingly with trembling hearts, and deserve his mercy. Let us love God and his laws, and faithfully perform what our sponsors promised for us at our baptism. Let us order rightly our words and our deeds, and keep faith with one another without guile, and frequently think upon the great judgment that awaits us all, and protect ourselves against the flaming fire of hell, and let us earn for ourselves the glory and the joy which God has prepared for those who do his will on earth. So God help us. Amen. Here and there are traces of metrical character, sometimes assonant, sometimes alliterative, which may have been part of some pessimistic folk ballads on England's downfall. Wulfstan's style is much more vehement than that of Alfred. He is preacher rather than teacher, appealing more to the emotions than to the reason of his hearers, fertile in concrete illustrations, and avoiding the subtle symbolism in which Alfred delighted. His sentences, though not deficient in lucidity, are very long. Synonym is heaped on synonym, and clause upon clause. Yet the chanting sense of rhythm is always present. Epithets are balanced, and the effect is often heightened by the use of antithesis. But as might be expected from one whose life was so much absorbed by the administration of public affairs, his style is that of the rhetorician rather than of the philosopher. In addition to the homilies already mentioned, several isolated tracts of the same nature by unknown authors survive. Among these may be noted the Life of St. Guthlac and of St. Swithin, the former translated from the Latin of Felix of Croyland, and on the ground that one manuscript is in the same handwriting as Alfred's Pentateuch, often attributed to him. The latter a mere fragment, which is also supposed by some scholars to be his. There are also the Life of St. Neot and of St. Mary of Egypt, which may possibly be his. Another renowned contemporary of Alfred was the monk Böchtwerth, whose writings are chiefly concerned with mathematics. He lived about 980, and is said to have been a pupil of Abbo. Leland says he was called Thorneganus. He seems to have known some of Dunstan's earlier disciples, and to have lived at Canterbury for a time. His reputation as an English writer rests on his Handbok or Enchiridion, a miscellany preserved in only one manuscript. It begins with a descriptive calendar, and then follow short treatises of a mathematical and philological nature. After these come 3 theological tracts, on the ages of the world, the loosing of Satan, and the 7 sins. The collection concludes with 2 homilies, one entitled Ammonitio Amici, that is Freundlich Minigum, and the other on the 4 cardinal virtues. The sermon on the loosing of Satan seems to indicate that it was composed towards the close of the 10th century, and this date is corroborated by what other information we possess about the author. Footnote. Besides these English treatises, Böchtwerth was also responsible for Latin commentaries on Bede's De Temporum Ratione and De Natura Rerum, and 2 essays entitled De Principiis Mathematicis and De Institutione Monachorum. A Vita Dustani has also been attributed to him. End of footnote. Like Alfred, Böchtwerth was a product of St. Athelwold's monastic reform, but his scientific leanings differentiated him remarkably from the greater homilists. Besides these homilies and scientific treatises, there were composed, during the 10th century, 3 English versions of the Gospels, known as the Lindisfarne, Rushworth, and West Saxon glosses. The Latin text of the Lindisfarne Gospels, contained in a magnificent manuscript, adorned with beautiful illuminations, was written about the year 700, and it was not till at least 250 years later, when it had been removed to Chester-le-Street, near Durham, for safety, that the interlinear Northumbrian gloss was added by Aldred, a priest of that place. The gloss gives many variant English equivalents for the Latin words. Aldred himself, however, seems to have written only the latter part of the gloss, that beginning at St. John 5:10, in a new hand, though the earlier portion was, probably, made under his supervision. The gloss is of the greatest importance from a philological point of view, since it is our most valuable authority for the Northumbrian dialect of the middle of the 10th century. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume 1. From the Beginnings to the Cycles of Romance. From Alfred to the Conquest, Part 4, by John S. Westlake. Equally interesting are the Rushworth Gospels. Footnote. So called because the manuscript in which they are contained was formerly owned by J. Rushworth, Clerk of the House of Commons during the Long Parliament. End of footnote. The Latin text, which differs very slightly from that of the Lindisfarne manuscript, was perhaps written in the 8th century, while the gloss dates from the second half of the 10th. It falls into 2 distinct portions, the first of which, in the dialect of North Mercia, was written by Farman, a priest of Harewood, 7 miles northeast of Leeds. This portion, which includes the Gospel of St. Matthew and part of chapters 1 and 2 of St. Mark, begins as a gloss and later becomes again a gloss, but in the main it is a fairly free version of the Latin text. The second part, in a dialect which has been called South Northumbrian by Lindelöw, was written by Owen, and shows very strongly the influence of the Lindisfarne glosses, which must have been before the writer as he worked, since he often goes astray from the Latin text to follow Aldred's version. It seems probable that Farman, who was a good Latin scholar, had made his gloss as far as St. Mark 2:15, when the Lindisfarne manuscript came into his hands. He then entrusted the task to Owen, who was a less accomplished linguist, and who, whenever he was confronted by a difficulty, resorted to the Lindisfarne gloss for its solution. It may be that Farman chose Owen as one knowing a dialect closely akin to that of Lindisfarne. There also exists, in 6 manuscripts, a West Saxon version of the Gospels, which, owing to a note in one manuscript, Ego Alfricus scripsi hunc librium in monasterio Bathonio et dedi Brichtwoldo preposito, was formerly ascribed to Alfred of Ensham. If we suppose this Brichtwold to be the same as the bishop of that name, who held the see of Sherborne from 1006 to 1046, as he is here called Prepositus, we may conclude that the Corpus manuscript was written before 1006. It certainly belongs to the first quarter of the 11th century, and is not of Alfred's authorship, for it in no wise agrees with his description of his own work on the New Testament. He tells us that he had translated pieces from the New Testament, but this is a full version. The other manuscripts are later, and one of them, in the Cambridge University Library, contains also the apocryphal Gospel of Nicodemus, which provided legendary material for later medieval homilists and for the growth of the Arthurian legend in respect of Joseph of Arimathea. The early Christian legends, indeed, and more particularly such as mark the continuance of Jewish traditions and the gradual diffusion of Christianity in the East, seem to have had a special attraction for English writers of this period. There are 2 legends connected with the Holy Rood, one with the growth of its wood, the other with the history of the cross after the crucifixion. The legend of the Holy Rood itself is the same as the original story of Cynewulf's poems. It will be remembered that St. Helena was reputed to be of British origin. The oldest English version of the legend of the growth of the wood is found in a manuscript in the Bodleian, 343, which contains also 51 homilies by Alfred. The manuscript dates only from the 12th century, but as the other contents are copies of 11th century originals, it is reasonable to suppose that the cross legend also was composed at an earlier period. This theory is borne out by the language, which Napier considers too archaic for the 12th century. From a literary point of view, as well as linguistically, the version is of the greatest interest, as showing the development of English prose. In its original 11th century form, it represented, perhaps, the best tradition of the literary West Saxon language developed in the cloisters, and the grace and ease of the story show considerable mastery of the art of narrative. The theme ultimately depends on the Jewish legends contained in the Book of Adam and the Book of Enoch, and it had originally no connection with Christianity. The story frequently occurs in medieval literature, as, for instance, in the South English Legendary and the Cursor Mundi, and a brief outline of it may therefore be given here. Unfortunately, the earlier part of the legend, in its Latin form, treating of the history of the root to the time of Moses, is missing in the English text. The story shapes itself as follows. Adam being on the point of death, Eve and Seth go to paradise to ask the guardian angel for the healing oil of life. Seth, as fallen man, is denied entrance to paradise, and instead of the oil, the angel gives him 3 pips of cedar, cypress, and pine. When Seth returns to his father, he finds Adam already dead. He places the 3 pips under Adam's tongue, and, God having given Adam's body to Michael, it is buried by the 4 archangels in paradise. The pips fructify in the ground, and from them spring 3 rods, which remain green until the time of Moses. The Old English version begins at this point, and tells how Moses, having led the children of Israel over the Red Sea, lies down to rest, and in the morning finds that 3 rods have sprung up, 1 at his head and 1 at each side. With these rods he makes sweet the bitter waters, and the host continues its journey to Arabia. Hither David, whom the legend represents as contemporary with Moses, is sent to demand the rods, and it is revealed to him in a vision that they betoken the Trinity. Footnote: Cypressus tagneth thorne fader, Cedrus tagneth thorne sunne, Pinus tagneth thorne halje gast. End of footnote. He carries them to Jerusalem, where there is a pit of water so bitter that none can taste of it. The rods are placed in it, and they join together into a mighty tree, the growth of which is marked by silver rings. After the death of David, Solomon attempts to use the tree for the building of the temple, but owing to the fact that it continually alters in length, this proves impossible, and it remains untouched within the sanctuary. Finally, when the Jews seek for a tree on which to crucify Christ, they remember this root and use part of it for the cross. The legend of the finding of the cross by St. Helena is entirely Christian in origin, and is cognate to the version in the Golden Legend of Jacobus a Voragine, and in the Bollandist Acta Sanctorum for the 4th of May, and it is the same theme as that treated so beautifully by Cynewulf in his Elene. An important legend cycle, to which attention has recently been drawn, is that of the letter sent from heaven on Sunday observance. It is found in Old English in 4 of Wulfstan's homilies, and in 2 separate versions, Cambridge Corpus Christi College 140 and 162. Of the legends printed by Cockayne, that of Jamnus and Mambres has quite a modern psychical flavour. The fact of it being a mere fragment, and breaking off when just about to become dull, saves it in the eyes of all lovers of ghost tales. In addition to other legends of a sacred character, there are others of a more worldly nature, the most remarkable being the supposititious letter from Alexander to Aristotle, the wonders of the East, and the story of Apollonius of Tyre. The first 2 are closely connected with the Eastern legend of Alexander the Great, which had taken shape before the Christian era in a work known as the Pseudo-Callisthenes, which was translated into Latin before 340 by the so-called Julius Valerius. The 2 Alexander legends, as we have them, are very faithful translations from Latin originals, each chapter of The Wonders of the East being preceded by a copy of the text on which it is founded. They are important in the history of literature as proving the interest taken by the educated clergy of the 11th century in the Latin legend cycles. Rather later than these 2 works, and also of Eastern origin, is the Old English version of Apollonius of Tyre, of which only half is extant, a version of the same theme as that treated in the 153rd chapter of the Gesta Robanorum. It tells of the wooing of the king of Antioch's daughter by Apollonius of Tyre, and how her father, to prevent her marriage, required her suitors to solve a riddle, or to be beheaded. The early appearance of this legend in the vernacular is especially interesting, since Gower's version of the story in his Confessio Amantis provided the theme for Pericles of Tyre. The presence of these legends in Old English is peculiarly significant as indicating the oncoming flood of foreign literature. Hitherto, the priest had been the storyteller, after the heroic minstrelsy of earlier days had passed away. Henceforth, the lighter touch of the deliberate tale-teller was to be heard in English. From these we must turn to consider the quasi-scientific works of this period, which have all been printed by Cockayne in his Leechdoms, Word Cunning, and Starcraft in early England. As might be expected, they have little literary value, but are extremely interesting from a historical standpoint, since they throw many valuable sidelights on the manners and social conditions of the time. Cocaine's collection begins with the Herbarium, that passes under the name of Apuleius, a work stating the various ills for which each plant is a remedy. It appears in 4 manuscripts, the one printed by Cocaine dating from the first half of the 11th century. Following this is an English version of the Medicina de Quadrupedibus of Sextus Placidus, about whom nothing is known, which describes the various kinds of animals and the use of their bodies in medicine. Even more interesting is the Leech book in Cocaine's 2nd volume. The author was evidently acquainted with the Greek and Latin authorities on medicine, for the work is full of their prescriptions, and Helias, Patriarch of Jerusalem, is mentioned as having sent such prescriptions to King Alfred. Lastly, Cocaine printed in his 3rd volume 2 collections of miscellaneous recipes, and a number of prognostications, interpretations of dreams, and a horologium. The first collection is extremely interesting on account of the heathen nature of many of the prescriptions, which require for their efficacy the repetition of charms. Some of these are mere gibberish, in which, however, fragments of Greek, Latin, and Hebrew may be traced. Others, such as the celebrated charm against the stitch, show close connection with Scandinavian mythology, while in some, such as the charm to bring home straying cattle, there is a curious mingling of Christian nomenclature and heathen superstition. All these works are deeply tinged with poetic feeling, and the desire to propitiate the powers that distribute storm and sunshine is visible throughout. The date of these compositions is not known, but most of the manuscripts belong to the 11th century. From the foregoing survey of English prose literature during the 11th century, it is clear that the language had attained considerable development as a literary medium. In the hands of Alfred, its vocabulary becomes less concrete, its construction more logical, and though it was still seen to best advantage in simple narrative, it was moulded by him with fair success to philosophic requirements. But in the years that followed the Norman Conquest, the development of English prose met with a great check, and 400 years elapsed before the vernacular was again employed with the grace and fluency of Alfred. The decline of Old English poetry cannot be so directly attributed to the Norman Conquest. During the course of the 10th and 11th centuries, the classical rhetorical metre had already begun to deteriorate, and was being gradually replaced by the sung metre of the popular ballad. For the whole of our period we have only 2 great poems, the fragment of Judith in the Beowulf manuscript, and the East Anglian poem of Berchtnoth's Death at Malden. Both poems deal with the struggle against the same foe, and both are in the alliterative rhetorical metre. Judith contains a fair number of lines which are undoubtedly clear types of sung verse, such as is found in the 13th century in Layamon's Brut. The Battle of Malden also contains 2 much alike. Footnote. But the reader must be cautioned against assuming that every rhymed verse was also sung verse. The shorter types of rhymed verse in such poems as Judith and the Battle of Malden were almost certainly not. The only such criteria are 1. Conformity to the metrical schemes given in the appendix, 2. A tendency to neglect the rhetoric stress and turn the 2-beat rhythm into a 4-beat, as shown by the rhyming use of syllables not carrying the full stress. Examples are Judith, line 231, Echum jekoste, slogon eonoste, Malden, line 309, Birchtwold marvelode, bord havenode. End of footnote. The adoption of this metre, which, although ancient, here exhibits what are practically its first known traces in Old English literature, is carried to much greater length in the poems embedded in the Chronicle, and some observations upon this new metre, called the sung or 4-beat verse, as opposed to the declamatory or 2-beat metre of the older poems, will be found in an appendix at the end of the volume. The first poem in the Chronicle occurs under the year 937, and celebrates the glorious victory won by Athelstan at Brunanburh. It is a markedly patriotic poem, and shows deep feeling. Its brilliant lyrical power and the national enthusiasm evident throughout have made it familiar in one form or another to all lovers of English verse. Great care was taken with the meter, which is the ancient rhetorical line. Under the year 942, another poem in alliterative rhetorical meter occurs. It consists only of a few lines, and its subject is the liberation of the 5 boroughs, Leicester, Lincoln, Nottingham, Stamford, and Derby, which were formerly Danish, constrained by need in the captive bonds of the heathen, by Edmund, son of Edward the Elder. It has little poetic value, but it is distinguished by the same intense patriotism as is the verse on the Battle of Brunanburh. The first poem in sung verse contained in the Chronicle is that for 959, on the accession of King Edgar. It contains 49 half-lines, making 24½ full lines, connected, of which only about 8 show alliteration. The lines are connected in the earlier form of rhymeless rhythm, not strictly alliterative, though assonance is sometimes found. Metrically, it is our best preserved example. The theme is the prosperity of Edgar, how his wise rule was honored far and wide, how he established peace in the land, and how he was rewarded by God with the willing submission of kings and earls. Of one fault, however, says the chronicler, he was too often guilty, namely, that he loved foreign ways and enticed outlanders into his dominions. The poem ends with a prayer that God may be more mindful of the king's virtues than of his evil deeds, and that they may shield his soul from harm on its long journey hence. The delight of the English in the peaceful rule of Edgar is still further shown by a poem in the old rhetorical meter, which is variously given in the different recensions of the Chronicle under the years 972, 973, and 974, and relates the coronation of Edgar. The Peterborough Chronicle has some lines which have been written as verse, but scansion seems to raise insurmountable difficulties. It can only be scanned on the assumption that we have an attempt to combine 2-stress lines with 4-stress rhythm, or an attempt to put a ballad into the form of the higher poetry. They tell how kings came from afar to do homage to Edgar, and how there was no fleet so daring as to threaten his dominions, or host so strong as to ravage the land while he ruled over it. Another interesting ballad poem on the troubles caused by Alfred and other rebels in the reign of Edgar's son Edward is found in the manuscript known as Cotton Tiberius B4. It is of 19 half-lines, or 9½ full lines. The linking system seems to be mostly alliteration, but rhyme and assonance show themselves most clearly where alliteration becomes absent or weak, as in Godes widersäkern, Godes lagebrekon, and Minstra to stengton, and Munikas to drefton. The verse is sung ballad verse, and the alliteration what would be called irregular in rhetorical verse. It is uncertain whether what seems an opening verse really belongs to the song. The murder of Edward, son of Edgar, at Corfsfjord, is related in a peculiarly distinctive poem, which is quite clearly in sung verse, and shows traces of strophic arrangement. A later hand has tampered greatly with the original poem. Some lines have obviously been lengthened, and the last 6 printed as verse do not scan as such, being, possibly, only rhythmic prose added afterwards. They are exactly like the irregular lines on Edgar's death. Probably the chronicler took a popular ballad or ballads, broke it up, and attempted to destroy its sing-song character by the addition of end verses. This and the strophic character of the original or originals would account for its metrical variety and uncertainty. In several places we meet with half-line tags, generally trimetric, one certainly in full tetrameter. The poem declares that no worse deed than the murder of Edward had ever been committed among the English since the invasion of Britain. Men murdered him, but God glorified him, and he who was before an earthly king is now, after death, a heavenly saint. His earthly kinsmen would not avenge him, but his heavenly Father has avenged him amply, and they who would not bow to him living now bend humbly on their knees to his dead bones. Thus we may perceive that men's plans are as naught before God's. The words "men murdered him, but God glorified him" are alliterative and seem like a refrain, and the whole poem is, metrically, one of the most interesting of the series. There is a long interval before the next verses, which tell of the siege of Canterbury and the capture of Archbishop Alfred in 1011. They consist of 12 half-lines of sung verse, and are evidently a quotation from some ballad commemorating these disasters. They lament the imprisonment of him who was erstwhile head of Christendom and England, and the misery that men might now behold in the unhappy city whence first came the joys of Christianity. There are some difficulties in scansion, and the variant readings in certain manuscripts, though they can be restored to something like proper metrical harmony, show what mishandling these songs underwent when written down by the scribes. The meter of the next poem is much better preserved. It is of the same Layamon sung verse type, but shows a regular union of each 2 half-lines by rhyme and assonance. Where this fails, we can at once suspect that the scribe has tampered with the original version. The assonance is wholly southeastern. Its subject is the capture and cruel fate of the atheling Alfred, and it shows a strong spirit of partisanship against Godwin. This is led up to by the prose account telling how Alfred came to Winchester to see his mother, but was hindered and captured by Godwin. The poem relates how Godwin scattered Alfred's followers, killing some and imprisoning others, and how the atheling was led bound to Ely, blinded aboard ship, and given over to the monks. It gives us the important architectural statement, since the old minster long has perished, that he was buried at the west end in the south porch, close to the steeple. The story is told in 20 couplets of sung half-lines, 40 half-lines. The few lines that do not rhyme can easily be restored. Footnote. At the end we have the following. They buried him, full wordliche, swahi würdewees, no rhyme, at tham westende, tham steeple fuljehende, rhymes. On tham soothportiche, seu Saul is mit Christe, no rhyme. Now, on tham soothportiche rhymes with full wordliche, although it does not rhyme in its present place. It also would then follow on in sense. Seu Saul is mit Christe needs a rhyme in iste, and what better one can be than oth da eriste? This rhyme was possibly removed because, on a full stop being lost in the last line, the first half verse would apply to the soul and smack of heresy to the monk. We may then read full wordliche, on tham soothportiche, et tham westende, tham steeple fuljehende, odda eriste, seu Saul is mit Christe, which changes the architectural sense. End of footnote. Many of the features of this poem are paralleled in another on a like theme, the arrival of Edward Atheling, son of Edmund Ironside, in England in 1057, his illness and his death, without seeing his kinsman the king. The story is that of the death of the last of the kingly line. The poem is in sung verse, the half-lines being mainly arranged in pairs of one short and one fuller half-line, a combination which is the great feature of this poem, whose strophic connection depends absolutely neither on rhyme or assonance, but rather on rhythm. The poem is in 4 uneven tirades. The first 2 are ended by a single half-line as a tag. Number 1 of 3 full lines plus tag. Number 2 of 5 full lines plus half-line tag. The last 2 tirades, number 3 of 3 full lines number 4 of 4 full lines, are without half-line tags. The tags may here have been lost in copying. It is noticeable that all these poems in sung verse, which seem to be based on popular ballads, are characterized by deep patriotic feeling. This, however, is wanting in the alliterative rhetorical lines on the death of Edward the Confessor, which merely tell how he had reigned for 24 years and had governed illustriously Welsh, Scots, Britons, Angles, and Saxons. Another passage in sung verse, dealing with the marriage of Margaret, the sister of Edward Atheling, to Malcolm of Scotland, and recording her distaste for marriage and her desire for convent life, seems to be in 10 sung half-lines, of which the first 4 have been completely wrecked. The last 4 are perfect and of great interest. Less obscure are the fragments on the marriage of Earl Ralph of Norwich, the first couplet of which, "There wes that Brit ealo, that wes manegra manna bealo," shows unmistakably its ballad origin. The last verses of this class are those on the reign of William the Conqueror. Earl arranged some 12 lines as poetry, but the whole passage claims similar treatment, since in the portion which he has printed as prose there occur examples of full rhyme and also of full assonance, connecting the half-lines in the passages he has not so written. The whole passage seems to be derived from at least 2 ballads against the Norman conqueror. The first begins "He riksade over Englaland," and tells of the king's intimate acquaintance with his dominions, so that he knew the owner of every hide of land, and how much it was worth, then how he conquered Wales and Scotland, and, if he had lived 2 years longer, would have won Ireland, also without weapon strife. This, which is unrhymed, is followed by the passage "Castellas helet vircean," which is invaluable because of its strong Kentish assonances. These lines tell in bitter words of the king's oppression, of his heavy taxation, and of the terrible game laws, drawn up to preserve those tall deer which he loved as greatly as though he were their father. This last part is 38 lines long, divided into 19 couplets, linked by rhyme or assonance, the 19th being either marred in transcription or a monastic addition in rhyme. The spelling often hides the dialectical completeness of the assonance. After this sung ballad follows a passage of rhythmical prose, in which the compiler states that he has written these things about the king, both good and evil, that men may imitate the goodness and wholly flee from the evil. It would seem that the chronicler had to be original in telling of the conqueror's virtues, but for the vices he had plenty of popular material at hand. The unhappy people were in no mood to exalt his virtues, and for the description of these the chronicler was forced to rely on his own literary resources. End of section 19.